Lord, and I've been waiting for this moment for all my life. Oh Lord, can you feel it coming in the air tonight? Oh Lord, oh Lord. Well, if you told me you were drowning, I would not lend a hand. I've seen your face before, my friend, but I don't know if you know who I am. Well, I was there and I saw what you did. I saw it with my own two eyes. So you couldn't wipe off that grin. I know where you've been. It's all been a pack of lies. And I can feel it coming in the air tonight. Oh Lord, well I've been waiting for this moment for all my life. Oh Lord, I can feel it coming in the air tonight. Oh Lord, well I've been waiting for this moment for all my life. Oh Lord, oh Lord. Well, I remember, don't worry. How could I ever forget? It's the first time, the last time we ever met. But I know the reason why you keep your silence up. No, you don't fool me. The hurt doesn't show, but the pain still grows. Some stranger to you and me. I can feel it coming in the air tonight. Oh Lord, well I've been waiting for this moment for all my life. Oh Lord, I can feel it in the air tonight. Oh Lord, oh Lord, well I've been waiting for this moment for all my life. Oh Lord, I can feel it coming in the air tonight. Oh Lord, and I've been waiting for this moment for all my life. Oh Lord, I can feel it in the air tonight. Oh Lord, oh Lord, well I've been waiting for this moment for all my life. Oh Lord, oh Lord, I can feel it in the air tonight.
I always used to wonder as a kid, how is it that people have like fade out songs? How do they do concerts? Do they like fade out in person? Like the whole audience just kind of stands there while they turn down the amps? That would be freaking epic. That would be freaking epic. In honor of Bonnie Tyler dying yesterday. Who the fuck is Bonnie Tyler? Bonnie Blue? That's like a... Is that a porn star? Oh, it is a porn star. Wait, what happened? Bonnie Tyler. Ooh. Welsh singer-songwriter. What? Is this a meme or? Oh, total eclipse of the heart. Oh, really? Wait. I don't know. Okay. It's my Factorio updated. I just need to not. It is kind of crazy how Republicans cried for years, and Democrats and literally everybody on the planet. Babies came out of their mothers newborn and they'd slap them on the butt, and then the baby would go, "Oh, why is the Democratic establishment hiding Biden's senility problems? Oh, why aren't they being honest about his medical problems?" Meanwhile, Trump can disappear for a week and nobody has any idea what's going on, and we're just supposed to be okay with it. McConnell is like in a quantum superposition of life and death, and we have no idea. But the Republicans just don't give a fuck about it. Destiny, it's a fucking parody account. Yes, I don't think that McConnell is dating Margaret Qualley. I don't know how to pronounce her name. You fucking retard. I'm just saying that it's kind of crazy that they're just super okay with all the healthcare lying about everything else, and yeah. At Destiny, what do you estimate the impact to be of yourself and the left being so willing to say men are trash and affirm stereotypes about men while being reticent to do the opposite for women? Do you think this will benefit or harm Lib's ability to court young males? Pause. Well, I hate women too, and I do remind people of that. Okay. VC? Yeah, what do you want to invest in? Huh. Get it?
Oh, so funny.
What'd you guys do today? Okay.
You know you're muted in Discord?
I am literally not, but you can pretend that if you're... Oh, you must have been muted, deafened, or whatever.
That's why you said, what'd you guys do today? Yeah, good one.
Yeah. Oh, so you had my stream open.
I did, yeah. Mizkif stream, we watched his stuff. I'm gonna have Amia reach out, see if we can get him on the AU podcast with you for a live episode. That'd be good.
Amia? Amia?
Emia, yeah, she was in his YouTube video. Apparently, Cutie Cinderella had tried to contact Emiru, but had contacted Emia and said something like, "I just spoke with like Foosley." Yeah, it's in the video.
Okay.
It was like one thing. She was like, "I just spoke with Foosley and I told him all about, you know, like what happened or whatnot." And then Emia was like, "Cool, thanks for the information."
Okay.
And then messaged Mizkif it. So, what else did I do? Oh, there was a new Bricks and Minifigs video.
Yeah.
Kind of a nothing burger.
I'm just, at this point now, I'm just waiting for court documents, because I feel like I can't trust anything the one guy says.
Yeah,
The police department seemed fucking retarded, so I don't know if I can trust anything they say, so I just wait to see what shows up in court documents.
Yeah. Platner left. He's done, but he hasn't filed his paperwork yet, so.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Watch the video. Emiru pulled a Jane Doe and replaced her PC. Wait, what? Isn't
Oh,
Mizkif's video
yeah,
like
that's at
40
the very
minutes long
end.
or something?
It's 45 minutes, yeah.
Morality retaliating against a kid who kept hitting and rage baiting you. This is like one of the oldest fucking videos on the internet.
I mean, the guy didn't do anything wrong.
It's got to be a real video, right? This was before people were doing like fake shit on the internet.
I think so. This is really old.
Yeah. It's just kind of crazy. That kid went to immediate pussy screaming mode. No, that's not proven at all. They literally did the same thing to you. Mizkif showed a clip of Emiru getting her PC replaced. She could have backed up everything like you did. What is even relevant? Oh, wait, because she's getting sued, so is it like discovery obligation things or?
She knew that she was being sued on the 10th, and then she went and got a completely new PC from her sponsors on the 11th.
Mm-hmm.
And I think that there was nothing. I think all the PC shit was gone.
Well, I mean, she only needs to keep the data or back stuff up or keep the drive or keep the PC. I mean, right?
Yeah. Doesn't sound like she did that.
Did she say that? Did she say, I toasted the drive? We shredded it?
She said, I returned the PC to Ironforge or whatever fucking thing it is. And Mizkif ends it seeming like he didn't get anything in fucking Discovery.
Well, are they even in Discovery in their case yet? Didn't he just sue her like a month ago?
No,
Link me the court listener. We can check.
Court listener. What was it? Shunk versus Mizkif? I don't know his fucking name. Mizkif Enterprises versus Shunk. It probably is this one, Destiny.
Why are you calling me Destiny, Mr. Mooten?
I said it because I was doing your
No, it's all
fucking
good. Don't
name
worry.
in
It's okay.
chat.
It's okay. It's okay.
Shut
Whatever.
up.
No, I understand. That's where we're at, Mooten.
I was
Mr.
doing your
Mooten.
name in chat.
Capital M, Mr. Capital M Mooten.
Call me
Okay.
Doctor.
Oh, Dr. Mooten now, okay.
Yeah, well, I don't, if we're just throwing it around now, fuck it. I think it's this one. I could be wrong. Yeah, I linked you the wrong one. Oh, wait, no, I didn't.
Fucking serious? Okay.
She said they wiped her computer. What do you want me
Morality
to
of
say?
retaliating against. I don't know what the answer is to this. I don't feel bad for the kid. I don't think adults should necessarily be beating up kids. But like, if the kid is willing to be
What are you
this,
supposed to do?
well, the guy. What do you mean? What are you supposed to do? The guy easily could have left. The guy was baiting the kid. Obviously.
Yeah, I guess.
Well, he absolutely was. He 100% was. He was baiting the kid. He was baiting the kid.
Sure,
100%. Right?
sure,
Yeah.
but how many times are you gonna let the kid fucking hit you before like pushing them away?
Well, the
I
guy,
guess
he
he
was
did a bit
okay
more
getting hit
than that.
infinitely. It wasn't bothering him, right?
I guess. I don't know.
Obviously, right? But I
How
mean,
old
like,
was the kid? How old is he?
I don't know, old enough to know better.
Well, then yeah, get fucked.
Yeah. But I mean, the if the kid is willing to treat the guy like this, my guess is the kid probably also treats other kids like this. But then, like, is the kid getting slammed by this dude going to make him stop, beating up on other kids? Like, I don't know. Destiny's lawsuits, the next part of Gamergate. Gamers got into politics. Now it's lawsuits because it's more drama. I don't know. I think it's all cringe as fuck, so.
I also think it's cringe, but I don't think that you should just let someone go and call you a sexual assaulter if you didn't do it and then not sue them. I don't know.
Yeah. The only issue is that, damn, dude, oh my God. I feel like somebody's going to give me the right medication in like 5 years. I'm going to wake up in a padded cell and realize I've been hallucinating everything for the last 15 years. You have executive bodies that are here to do things, and then you've got courts that are here 99% of the time to deliver to dispense justice after a thing has been done. But I think that in our current system in the United States, since Congress doesn't, the Republicans are not willing to act, and since we have an executive that's corrupt, we're no longer looking to the courts for guidance. We're looking to the courts to protect us, which is not the job of the court. That's the job of the executive. If somebody's breaking into my home, I'm supposed to call the police, and the police are supposed to show up to protect me. If I'm suing somebody or pressing charges against somebody, it means the bad thing has already been done, and now we're seeking justice on behalf of the state, or we're seeking recompense on behalf of a victim for a civil case. I need to be made whole again financially.
Yep.
So with these lawsuit things that streamers are doing, like I'm not, it's not like I don't have sympathy towards people suing people for trying to be made whole again. But the only issue is that some of these people that are doing this are like, it feels like Mizkif has like, I just don't follow his stuff much. Did he actually get banned from Twitch or no?
Not.
I don't think he did, right? He doesn't
think
stream
he
that? Okay.
actually did. No,
Mizkif,
yeah.
even if Mizkif comes away with a total and absolute victory in his court case, he will never be made whole again from that court case, right?
Well, yeah, I think I agree
No
with
amount
that.
of money.
No one
well,
wants
I
to
mean,
collab with
theoretically, yeah. I mean, he could get like $50 million, but like that's not going to happen, right? Proving damages and all of that. I don't even know how much. Probably not much, but like the idea of like, well, the courts are going to come in here and protect our reputations and everything else. And I'm not trying to dismiss how important an e-reputation is. I have an e-reputation, but it just seems to be like we're looking to the court to do something here that it's not going to realistically be able to do. Like this process will take probably at least a year, anywhere from 1 to 3 years, depending on how complicated it is, or earlier if they settle, I guess. But like it's not like Mizkif is going to get what he needs out of this, right?
Yeah. So then what? I guess what is he to do? We just don't have a good solution right now.
I mean, women are OP in that regard. But I mean, like what you have to do has to do with some level of like social, it has to be social things. It was probably social failings that caused Mizkif to have his fallout with his friend group. My guess is that. And then getting hit by, the problem is that especially in left-leaning spaces, which like all streamer spaces, like young culture spaces tend to be kind of left-leaning, like women are definitely OP. And he had like a back-to-back woman thing, right? Where you had the Adriana Lee thing and the cheese. What the fuck was that one guy's name?
Cheezer?
Slick. Oh, Slick.
Oh.
No,
Crazy
wait.
Slick.
Yeah, Crazy Slick. And then you had and then after that you had the Emiru thing.
Yeah.
And then there was kind of a dramatic was there a dramatic fallout with Maya? I don't remember if there was any drama associated with that. But
I think
like
so. I think the Maya shit was pretty
tame, yeah. The Adriana Lee thing
Yeah.
was a big like meme hit. I shouldn't say meme hit. I'm sorry. I'm kind of delegitimizing it. That was a big hit. And then I'm not even sure what happened. Why did Emiru even go public with anything?
You got me, Chief.
Was it because Mizkif was talking shit behind the scenes?
I think she wanted to move on.
People are
is what
saying
it sounded
spite.
like, and
That's
tell her
retarded.
emotional
People that
truth.
are like, I need to come public with something so I can move on is literally the most like gaslit retarded shit in the fucking universe. But I don't know if that was her case. This is the thing I will always be sympathetic towards because this is usually why I go public. It's like the Bob Seven shit and everything else. Is if somebody is trying to trash me constantly behind the scenes, I will make public statements because I'm not going to have my fucking reputation sullied, especially among my friend group. But that's the thing I'm sympathetic towards. I don't remember if Mizkif was trashing her behind the scenes though, or what her big motivation was for going live and then saying whatever she did about Mizkif. I don't know what the point is of that. Yeah,
I'm not sure.
She said her reasoning in the video, it was because Mizkif met someone else that Emmy wanted to protect her from. If that's the case, my brain might be poisoned. That just reads like jealous ex to me. But I would have to watch. I think I would have to watch the video again. I don't know if I care that much to dive into it. All I know is that Miz's reputation and relationships, I think, were almost completely torched. Like the big pull to Mizkif's stream was him being in that house and pulling in so many different people and having them on stream.
He was doing tons of collabs.
Yeah. And then
He's a
after all
collab
that got
king.
nuked. Yeah.
It was over. He says as much in his video. I was like, yeah.
One of the things I fucking hate about being like a streamer, and it's one of the reasons why I've liked associated with just kind of like normal human beings more than just streamer people, so I try to never date or whatever fucking or hook up even with fucking streamers or whatever, is because anybody that is in the space just always has like the, oh, you wronged me? Well, time to start tweeting, time to go live, time to start talking to the whole fucking internet. It's like, why? What the fuck is wrong with you? That, like, this is really, we're gonna go litigate all of our personal whatever shit now publicly because you want to feel good or you want support. Like, it's so fucking annoying. And
yeah,
cringe.
like if Emmy,
so
in my
annoying and
opinion,
cringe.
actually felt that there was a wrong, she should have done it off stream.
Yeah,
and
or even
handled
if she
it
felt like somebody
legally.
was like doing something. I mean, you can look at the one woman for the Platner accusation. When that woman reached out to her, although I guess Platner wasn't a public figure at that point, and she was like, "Oh, well, here are my thoughts on him." Like, if Emmy, like, here's another thing too: people fuck up in relationships, like it happens. But like, unless Mizkif was like physically abusing the fuck out of somebody or like raping somebody over and over again or something, the idea that like I need to warn all women he can never date anybody again, that's just so fucking cringe. It's just so fucking cringe. I don't know. I do know that's weird and cringe behavior, but because it's like, especially young women, especially young attractive women, it's like I guess they're just gonna pass everything out.
I mean, I think the video would be interesting for you to watch if you're looking for content.
Oh fuck. Okay. I feel bad because can somebody link the part in her video and then I'll watch Mizkif's video, because I know that both these motherfuckers are gonna tell their side of things. Just so that I have her thing in mind, and then I'll watch. I guess I can watch. Is it 40 minutes? How long is it?
It's 43 minutes.
Emiru's reasons for leaking. Okay, hold on. I feel like every relationship we watch here is like guy/girl claims they're horrible/terrible/rapist, and then something comes out and it's just jealousy/misunderstanding/manipulation for the person accusing. Yeah, because it's like the whole weaponization of psych language, and then treating women like retarded children, and then a whole bunch of like simps and jealous people, and then people who are trying to do the right thing, and then you've got like misogynistic people who are shitting on. There's just like so much weird like public pressure. You're like putting somebody into like a 7-angle crusher machine every time you make these dramas public, and everything that's said about it is just so fucking stupid that I like going public on stuff should always be an ultimate last resort, because everything is like so fucked or whatever. But somehow, in the last 10 years, 15 years, the Me Too shit got morphed into like every single time you have a problem, you need to go public and tell everybody about it. It's just like, I don't know, that is just so unbearably fucking cringe to me. Ugh.
And not talk about him. For the entirety of this year, I've attempted to separate myself from him and not talk about him at all, and not talk about this issue and just not make it a public thing. I always tried my best to keep this to myself, but like I said, I feel like it's gone to the point, which I'll explain later, that I feel like it just has to be done. And I have always believed in not condemning people or starting drama online. So I'm sure a lot of people are gonna be asking, why am I doing this and why now? And I would like to explain that before I get started so that people understand what prompted me to do this today, and that it's not just on a whim or something like that.
Which is why Zach and everybody knew about it. Well, so like, I expect them to talk amongst their friends. Like, I get that. Like, it's okay to talk amongst friend groups or whatever. Obviously, you should be somewhat responsible there. You shouldn't trash people. I mean, it depends. If they're your friends, I mean, I get that. But it's the whole like, I need to go on stream live on Twitter. I need to talk about everything so that all of the it's just ugh.
Okay, so like I said, I took a lot of notes, so forgive me if I just end up reading off my notes. The first and probably most severe reason is that one of the rules that I set for myself a long time ago about withholding this information was that if I ever felt like somebody else was in danger of being hurt, I would then make myself speak about it.
Like this, I wonder what I said about this in the past. Like this idea, this feels like, what'd you call it? Not extortion, but like, I have you under my thumb. Like, if I ever see you dating another girl again, I'm gonna destroy you. Like, that's what it feels like. That's what it reads to me as, spiteful. That's, yeah.
Or felt like
Straight
somebody
women.
else was in danger of being hurt, I would then make myself speak about it. And 2 weeks ago, actually 3 weeks ago now, I was informed by 3 separate people, one of whom was present for said incident, that he had done something similar to something that he had done to me, and to someone in LA at the end of September. And this person is not a streamer or content creator, but obviously that does not matter. And because of this, I cannot in good conscience sit here knowing that I know critical information about someone that almost no one else does and not say anything. I think that most issues and dramas should stay private and off the internet. And I still hold that belief to this day, and I will hold that belief going forward. However, there are certain things that cross the line, and I say that the line has been crossed too many times to be count. There's a point where I believe that people deserve to know. I think that at a certain point, if you know a lot of things about someone and you don't say anything to look out for others, it's wrong. It's wrong to keep it to yourself. I don't want what happened to me or what has happened to other people because of him to happen to other people. And I don't believe he will ever stop behaving the way he does. But regardless, yeah, like I said, one of the main reasons I decided to do this stream is to come out about all of this because I can't hold on to it any longer because it feels wrong to do so. And an honorable mention reason for why I'm doing this is that for a while, he has been indirectly threatening me through my friends and people that I work with. They've informed me that he said that if I ever talked about anything he did, he would try to create a smear campaign against me in retaliation. I was told that he even approached other streamers who were close with us back when we lived together, asking them if they would join with him, and they all refused.
Okay. All right. So it sounds like he just said that if you talk shit about me publicly, well, I'm going to give my side of the story. That's what it sounds like here. But okay. All right. Fuck it. God damn it.
Okay. I have the court filings with me, and today I would like to go over them. I'm Matthew Renato, the streamer known online as Mizkif. In the court filings, my name is also spelled Mizrandino. This is about Emily Shunk, the streamer online known as Emiru, who I was in a relationship with for about 3 years. For 3 years, she was the first person I saw every morning and the last person I saw every night. She was a person who wanted to marry me and have my children. Then, about 10 months later, after we broke up, in October of 2025, on a live stream to her audience of millions, she accused me of sexual assault, stalking, and abuse. I deny those accusations completely. To be clear about the setup, I am the one who went to court. I sued her for defamation, meaning for making false accusations that damaged me. A court has since ordered me to lay out, one statement at a time, exactly what she said that is false. This is me doing it.
The going public issue sounds like what Connor did with the Brit situation, or am I wrong? Anytime somebody is like going public with something, it seems to be, in my mind, the goal is always to try to destroy the reputation or destroy the other person. That's always, yeah, I don't know. Ultimately, I agree with Destiny, but wow, does it seem unfair when a guy is a twat, but you feel like you need to keep your mouth shut? I get the want to talk. Then talk. You can talk to your friends, but there's a huge difference between like, I need to go public, like on my YouTube channel or my socials and start like venting. No, I don't know. That's just, maybe it's just like a different dispositional thing. That just seems super fucking cringe to me. But I think it's also it might be just socially where like left-leaning communities are at, and that like, I don't know, I guess maybe some guys do this. Like I feel like sometimes women have no shame because they're treated like children. So like a woman could make like a series of retarded decisions and then go online and talk about them, and everybody will just say like, oh, poor girl. But like if you like make a retarded decision, people will say like, oh, you should have known that was a catfisher sex trafficking a minor for 3 years and selling porn under a different account so that he like, oh, okay, my bad. Gotcha.
How did you know?
With a public court record and her own words placed next to each claim so you can weigh it for yourself. Here's what's changed. After her October 2025 live stream, the accusation spread everywhere. And to most people, the story was already settled. I was guilty. But what changed is that in June 2026, a federal judge reviewed her request to throw my entire case out and recommended the opposite, that it moves forward. So here's the accusations that she made on stream. These are in her words as the judge quoted them. On October 2025, near the start of her live stream, by the magistrate judge on the account of the transcript, she said she was, and quote, finally going to be opening up about the psychological and domestic abuse, stalking and harassment, sexual assault, and threats of blackmail that Mizkif has done towards me, and some of these issues which are still ongoing. Under Texas law, as a magistrate judge in my case wrote, accusing someone of a crime or of engaging in serious sexual misconduct is defamation per se. In plain terms, defamation per se means that falsely accusing someone of a crime is treated by the law as damaging on its face. So the harm does not have to be proven separately. Those are accusations of crimes. I deny every one of them. And the judge did not leave that standard in the abstract, applying it to her sexual assault accusation in the same opinion. She found that accusation reasonably capable of a defamatory meaning and allowed my defamation claim to move forward. If you want to find any of these readings, I'll be putting a link below.
I don't know how much Miz knows of the court process or what legal friends he got to help him here. Okay, he's overstating everything here very dramatically, but just to clarify, he's not necessarily wrong. But so what's happening is Emiru. So in the pleading stage of a case, you file a complaint. You file a civil complaint against somebody. That's this right here. My guess is that Emiru filed some type of motion to dismiss, a 12B6 or 1 or what, I don't know. Failure to state a claim. Is that 1 or 2? Which one is this? Open. Ooh. Oh, 6. 12B6. Okay. So for a motion to dismiss, okay, what happens in a motion to dismiss is you're telling the court, I want you to read the complaint. I want you to read the complaint that has been issued by the plaintiff and assume every single thing that he said is true, all right? And now look at the cause of action that he cites. What I'm going to tell you, judges, even if every single thing he says is true, he hasn't even satisfied the elements of some tort. It's not even like a bad thing I did. Even if you assume everything he said is true. So you're filing for a motion to dismiss. The judge will read it as though every fact stated in the complaint is true. That's it. So when she lost on her motion to dismiss, which if you win on a motion to dismiss, it means that the other side fucked up really bad. All that means is the judge is saying, okay, well, assuming every single thing the plaintiff has said is true, he has a case, then we'll proceed. That means that you're going to move from the pleading stage to your discovery stage. That's it. The judge is not saying that like, he's likely to win on the merits, or, I believe the plaintiff. I think that he's got a real strong case here, or whatever, or it's speaking to the strength of the case at all. All he's saying is that the facts stated in the complaint satisfy the elements of the tort of whatever the person is claiming to sue under. Okay, that's just to be clear. So when Ms. is saying here, the judge even said that like it's reasonable, it's reasonably capable of a defamatory meaning, he just means that read as true that it could mean that thing. That's all that means legally. It's kind of like when we did the plausibility standard for the International Court of Justice about the genocide case, where the justices in the ICJ said it's plausible that the Palestinians have a right against Israel. That didn't mean plausibility as though, it seems like they have a really strong case. It was plausible such that the elements were there, that Israel had failed to meet its obligations under the Convention Against the Crimes and Prevention of Genocide or whatever, right? That's all it means. Okay. All right. Jesus. Whew.
Of a defamatory meaning and allowed my defamation claim to move forward. If you want to find any of these readings, I'll be putting a link below where you can read everything. For the first time I spoke until now, my account has not changed. The same denial, the same story, the same detail. I have never had to take anything back because I have never lied. She has, repeatedly, through this entire process. And I'm going to walk you through the lies in her own filings and her words. The same filing has her calling one live stream spontaneous, unedited, and unscripted in one document, and describing a lawyer's review and prepared notes in another.
Something I don't understand here. Emiru said she thought what happened was sexual assault, and the thing that happened can be interpreted that way. Is it going to come down to if the thing was sexual assault legally defined exactly or more on Emiru's state of mind? I actually don't know how that works. Let's say somebody like jumps on top of you and then like gropes your breasts and is like making out with you, and you're like screaming for them to get off. And he like reaches down and he like rubs your vagina or your dick on like the outside of your pants. And then you say publicly, like, he raped me. This is horrible, right? Well, like maybe you're of the opinion that like, it seems like this is really the case that I did get, he felt basically raped me. But does that count as a defamatory statement? I'm actually not sure. If you're like, can you have the opinion that somebody did a thing? It's not like it needs to be adjudicated or like you need to be convicted of a crime for somebody to feel like somebody raped somebody. So I'm not actually 100% sure how that works. Mike from PA caught deleting his old Platner vids. Epic. That is only relevant if they are pleading truth as an affirmative defense. I don't know what you mean by that, Kafka.
It has her swearing in a footnote that we did not get back together, while 2 months of her messages say that we did. It was her announcing a restraining order in 2 states that she never filed. Those are not differences of memory.
Oh, wait. That's bad. Those are just be lies. Hold on. Well, hold on.
In another. It has her swearing in a footnote that we did not get back together, while 2 months of her messages say that we did. It was her announcing a restraining order in 2 states.
I'm already in the process of filing a restraining order. Okay, she doesn't say she has one yet. Okay.
States that she never filed. Those are not differences of memory, they are lies, and the records are right here. The first thing that people told about me were that he admitted to everything. I never did, and I never moved off my own story. The first thing most people heard about was not that the accusations itself, it was that I had gone on my own stream and admitted to all of it. This is false. I denied these claims from the beginning, and I've said that in the same thing every day since. Almost no one listened to my side.
Is it defamation if I believe someone did something. I don't even know how you would ask this question.
Jarvis?
Bad, but legally they didn't do. I don't even know what. Your honest belief protects you from criminal charges, but it generally does not protect you from civil liability if you ruin some. What? Is there?
You're using the worst
Is
one.
crime a is defamation a crime? Hold on. Okay. Oh, okay. So the 4 elements for defamation are: it is a false statement purporting to be fact. That statement has to have a true or false value. It can't be like a subjective, like, oh, I feel like this guy is just an asshole or a jerk. It can't be like a subjective thing like that. So it's a false statement purporting to be fact. 2 is publication or communication of that statement to a third person. So like if I'm talking to you one-on-one and I'm like, I think you fucking rape me. I can't sue you for defamation if it's a one-on-one talk. I have to communicate it to at least a third party. And then fault amounting to at least negligence. So this might be the element here that we would be interrogating about whether or not I feel like somebody raped me or not. And then 4 is damages or some harm caused to the reputation of the person or entity who is the subject of the statement. So for defamation per quad, this is like, I think, ordinary defamation. You have to prove damages. For defamation per se, that means that the damages are assumed and there's going to be some statutory or liquidated amount or whatever where, because the thing you've accused them of is so deplorable or something, like if it's a felony or if it's a sex crime or something, the damages are assumed. You don't have to actually prove damages there for a defamation per se. So 3 is fault amounting to at least negligence. So I guess this would be the standard that you would fight on. Are these elements the same for the jurisdiction in which the case was filed? I thought they said under Texas law. Everybody files everything in federal court now because that's the only place that people know how to file anything. So that was my assumption. I don't know. It says District Court, West District of Texas. Does that sound like a federal court? United States District Court. Yes, so it's in federal court, right?
The damn feds.
We can just look at her complaint. And then we can see the laws I think she cites at the bottom, the cause of action or whatever, right? No? Hold on. So count 1 is breach of contract. They don't actually put a citation here. Count 2 is defamation. This is Mizkif's thing. Count 3 is declaratory judgment. And then here he's citing 28 USC. So these are federal laws, which I assume means that this must be in federal court, right? Would be my assumption. It's in federal court, but it doesn't tell us the type of law that it was filed under. Oh, I don't know. I saw federal law cited, so that's going to be my assumption. But ooh. Most states assume that a speaker who defames another necessarily has the requisite guilty state of mind. In this court case, the court held that in Maine, all defamation claims need showing of fault, which requires the plaintiff to prove that the defendant was at least negligent. Okay, maybe it all comes down to debating this, I guess. Destiny, it's Texas law. They're here under diversity jurisdiction. Don't they both live in Texas? How can you tell? Where does it show you what law they're suing under? Oh wait, this is the dismiss. Hold on.
I love Texas.
Oh, Mizkif lives in parties, jurisdiction, of venue. Oh, I guess it would tell us here, right? Okay,
He's
so Matt
in
lives in
LA now.
LA. OTA is a Delaware corporation.
Can you just pick and choose whichever state you want, or do you have to have some sort of residence there at some point?
I think it's called a nexus, but you have to show that there's some connection there. When it comes to like internet stuff, you can argue pretty broadly for different places. So you might want to shop around for a good venue or
Spot.
jurisdiction,
Yeah.
but yeah. But generally, it'll be like your state, the other person's state, or maybe like the location of a business. So like you might be able to sue somebody. So if you're from New York and I'm in Florida,
Yep.
I might be able to sue you if you say something mean about me over Twitter, like in California, if like that's where their servers are located, maybe like that. I could argue that California
Yeah.
law might govern some of the behavior, possibly because maybe, I don't know. I've seen a lot of random complaints about that. I don't know how strict it is. Okay, OTK is a corporation with its principal business in Austin. Okay, this is arguing for diversity jurisdiction. Mythic is blah, blah, blah. King's a Delaware corporation with its principal place of business in Texas.
It's good business.
Okay, this court has jurisdiction over this lawsuit because there is complete diversity of the parties, and the amount of controversy exceeds $75,000. Venue is proper in this district because, one, at least one defendant resides in this district, and defendants are residents of Texas. 28 U.S.C. Section 1391b1, and 2, a substantial part of the events or omissions giving rise to the claim occurred in this district. Okay, so I see that they have a federal court is chosen because of diversity jurisdiction. So how do I know which, I guess, like law is in play here? Or how would you know which laws are in play, Kafka, or other lawyers in chat? Hold on, he's going to type it.
Drag me up. I'll drag him.
Who? Oh.
Hello.
Oh.
Hi.
Hello. 1 second.
This fucking guy.
I can barely hear you.
So I got some dental work earlier, so my
Mm-hmm.
mouth hurts a bit. Okay, you ready for the most boring part of the law? Whenever you're talking about federal court, you can only go there under very specific circumstances. One, if there's a federal question, so if you have some kind of federal law that you're suing under, right? So like in your case,
Yeah.
you have CARDI, and that's a federal law that's being sued under. Then you also have the option of if you have a diversity between the parties, and that means that there's nobody on either side of the V that's in the same state. So let's say I'm suing 5 people. If 4 of them are out of state, but one of them's in state, can't take them to federal court, right? This is a huge fight that happens in really high level cases where you try to break or gain diversity depending on which court you want to be in, right?
Sure.
So some people might want to be in federal court, others might not. So you have a big fight over that. Then let's say you have diversity. Well, your amount in controversy, so the amount of
Just to
money
be
that could
clear, real quick,
possibly
on
be won.
that's like if somebody's in the same state as you, for the personal jurisdiction question, right? That's like you would have to sue them in a state court, unless if it is a federal law, then that it would still be a federal court that has the subject matter jurisdiction, right? So 2 people in the same state
Yeah,
can still
if
sue themselves in
there's
federal court, right? Yeah.
If there's a federal court, you got it. Who
Yeah,
cares?
okay,
Go to federal court. Okay.
But if 2 people lived in the same state, I wouldn't be able to sue somebody in federal court and then cite state laws, right?
No. Well,
Unless
let's
there's
just say
some
no
other
for this
reason I could bring
conversation.
it to federal court. Yeah, okay.
Yeah.
All right.
Let's say no for this conversation. Then if you have diversity, the amount in controversy has to be at least $75,000, right? So how much money the party that's suing could win has to be at least $75,000.
Sure.
And that's a pretty easy standard to hit. Okay, that tells us that we're in federal court. The only reason you would use diversity jurisdiction is if you're suing under state claims. You don't need it if you've got federal claims. So you wouldn't use federal law if you've got diversity. Also, whenever you look at their claims, we're looking at one, he's brought breach of
Hold on.
contract.
Couldn't you
which is-
theoretically use diversity jurisdiction if you were citing multiple torts? So like Pixie right now is suing me, and it's a federal question. However, if we're able to dismiss the first claim, we could theoretically get the whole thing dismissed because the subject matter jurisdiction of the court is the reason why it's in federal court. Whereas if she was arguing for if she was arguing for, like, let's say we both lived in the same state, but we dismissed the federal question, it could still theoretically be in federal court if there was like a diversity jurisdiction. Sorry, if she was in another state, right? Does that make sense? Yeah.
You can. I know you can. I don't know if it would have to stay in, if she would make that argument in the same case, or if it would get dismissed without prejudice and then she could refile. I don't know on that one specifically, just because I haven't encountered it, but I'm sure that there's a way to do that.
Sure.
Then, well, actually, no. This is what would happen is it would get knocked down to state court, right?
Well, I'm assuming. Sorry, I'm assuming I misspoke. Let's assume they're in a different state, so they're still arguing that it should be there for diversity jurisdiction, for diversity sake, right?
So they're in a different. Yeah, she's in Illinois.
Yeah.
So let's say that's what we're going to use, and we say, okay, you know what? The federal question got kicked out. At that point, once that federal question got kicked out, the case can either be dismissed and without prejudice, and then she can refile it, or it can get removed to state court to be resolved there. And then in state court, she can make the argument, no, we need to go back to federal court because of these reasons, right? And you make that appeal there. Sure. I know those are two ways to do it.
Okay.
So yes, there is a way that you could, but you'd still need to have some federal question, knocking around somewhere at some point. The other thing is, so then like you look at the claims that they're bringing, it's breach of contract, which breach of contract you're usually doing in state court,
sure,
with state law, and then the declaratory judgment stuff. They're actually the declaratory judgment is kind of is usually something under state court as well, though I think you can get them in federal court too, so that's kind of a wash. But if we go to 47, attorney's fees, that's where we're citing the Texas Civil Practice and Remedies Code.
Sure.
That means it's definitely Texas law. You wouldn't be citing this in a federal court for something like this. You can't seek these kinds of attorney's fees if you're using federal law. So yeah, he's doing this breach of contract claim under federal law, under Texas state law, he has the right to seek attorney's fees under the Texas Civil Practice and Remedies Code. So yeah,
okay, and you just have to know that without. It doesn't give you a cheat code on here. Okay, gotcha.
Well, it's written for lawyers, not for.
Fuck yeah.
So like you would read it, and you'd know what they're talking about. Yeah. So like those things put together, you can see that. So yeah. Then earlier I was talking about the truth thing. So the when you're looking at those elements, right? Whenever you're talking about the false statement, right? There's a lot of analysis that can go into that whenever it comes to defamation. I don't know Texas analysis on it, but I know in a lot of places what'll happen is they'll say, well, if what evidence do we have to know that the person knew the statement was false or recklessly did not try to figure out if it was true or not, right? Like,
sure.
If it's
and
like,
then also, wait, just real quick to be super clear, negligently on this, the standard here seems to be negligence, not necessarily recklessness.
Is it negligent?
Yeah.
Okay.
What I'm curious about is the negligence.
Well, no, 1 second.
One
second. You're looking at
the elements for defamation.
Element 3, fault being at least negligence. That is regarding the actual publication of the false statement. Some places they'll do an analysis around the statement being false, like, okay, did the person know it was false? Okay, they didn't know it was false. How easy was it for them to know it was false? Could they have easily gone and found it? And so this is kind of a recklessness idea. It's not technically recklessness. It's like kind of I've seen people call it like willful. And so it's a thing where is this person taking no steps at all to verify what they're saying is true or false?
Yeah.
So you'll have that analysis in that first element. Second one, publication, is really easy. We've talked about that before. And then third, you've got your negligence, right? And then 4 damages. So really, and then that thing earlier we was talking about, like, per se, that generally counts towards negligence, or towards damages, and sometimes malice. Sometimes you can get I believe you can get defamation per se. You sometimes don't have to meet a malice standard for public people.
Sure. I think per se applies to, I've seen it said like sex crimes and felonies, I think, will be a per se thing. Or like infidelity. Or it's like crimes of, it's not, is it moral turpitude or something? I don't know. Like there's like.
Yeah, moral turpitude. Or like if you allege somebody has a sexual disease, that is a really easy way.
That's another one. Yes. Yeah.
Do it, right. Yeah. So there's like very specific ones, and people always want to try and expand it, and courts don't like doing it. But yeah, it's awkward. It's smart for him to include the breach of contract claim, because that's like something where there's actual easy to prove damages so that he can get the diversity. And then, like him surviving pleading is not super surprising, but like it's going to be, I think it's going to be hard for him to show like she genuinely thought that he had committed a crime, right? Because like, I'm not for sure on this, but a lot of the times whenever you're saying like, oh, alleging that this person committed a crime is per se defamation, I feel like I've seen stuff that says that's you saying this person's been convicted of a crime, not necessarily that they committed the crime. Because it's like you can easily prove whether or not someone's committed a crime. It's a public record. So, and that's like very obviously defamatory. Whether or not you like allege someone has done something that would constitute a crime, I'm not sure how easy that is by comparison. So just
I guess my question is just like, can somebody be of the opinion that you have raped somebody or something without you having been convicted of the crime? And then like, does that count? So like, let's say that we have a solid definition agreed upon for rape that involves penetration, okay? And then let's say that somebody claims that somebody raped somebody because they pushed them up against the wall, they were rubbing on their genitals on the outside of their body or whatever, and they kept them there for 5 minutes or whatever, and they said, I think this person raped me, right? So they are clear in what their statements are. Factually, they are correct in everything they've said, and the other side doesn't even disagree with that. But what they're saying is that statement that they made, even given all of it to be true, doesn't actually constitute rape. And the other person's like, well, I think that is rape. I think you basically raped me. Like, does that count as a defamatory statement then? Or what if they have like a disagreement over something like that? I know that we don't get to see this resolved because Trump made this kind of claim, but yeah.
Well, but like, so yeah, that's a hard question and one that I'm probably not gonna be able to answer 100% accurately. But as far as like the person is saying, like we're saying there is, let's just say there's an objective definition of rape. This person describes something that does not fit that description, but they personally believe that it should be rape or like that should be included in that definition, right? And they keep saying this person raped me. I think in that scenario, what you're looking at is you're looking at where it's kind of like a false statement, and then that person probably would be able to be shown that they made a false statement. Whether or not they did so negligently might be a question,
Yeah,
right? Because then you're saying like right. So that's like kind of the other side of it. And then I think the deal is it's kind of a I believe whenever you get into the harm, the damages and stuff like that, if there's no like actual damages to prove, there can be a question of like, would a reasonable person view this as defamatory, or would a reasonable person
but I think none of these other things
harmful?
even matter though if that third one isn't satisfied, right? So like, let's say that
these are elements, right?
Yeah. So like, let's say I make a statement that I really do think, I think you practice bird law. You're the worst fucking lawyer in the universe. I've seen you argue bird law and it's the worst thing ever. True. And then let's say you get fired from your law firm and nobody wants to work with you anymore because they think you legitimately, you don't know shit about bird law. Even if all of those statements are like true and they're harmful and you can prove damages and everything, like if that's just like an opinion that I have because I heard you talk about It's Always Sunny in Philadelphia, it really doesn't matter. Like I'm in the clear there. So I'm curious if she feels like it was sexual assault or rape or whatever, but he obviously has a different perspective on that. And then even if they agree on the underlying facts, but it doesn't rise to the level like rape or sexual assault, I guess that I don't know how that's treated.
The way that you would resolve this kind of question, and like the way that I would, if a client came to me and described what you described, this person claimed I did all these horrible things, but I didn't fulfill the definition of rape, and they keep saying it. The advice at that point is not let's sue them for defamation because that's defamation. I would say that might be defamation, but we're leaving a lot of gray area that we don't want to go into a courtroom with. What we're going to do is we're going to send them a cease and desist that says, here is what you said. Here's what the objective definition of rape is. This does not fulfill that. We are informing you right now, you need to stop saying that. You don't even need to ask for retraction. Just going forward, do not say this anymore. It is clearly not. We all know it's not. And then from that point, right, they have knowledge. They objectively have the knowledge, or were given the knowledge that what they're saying is false. And going forward, you would be able to much more easily fulfill those elements. Okay. Right?
Gotcha.
Because
all right. I gotcha.
Yeah, that's kind of what you want to set up before you go in. And I'm sure, and I don't know if he mentions it, but I believe Mizkif did send a demand saying, hey, here's the things you said, here's the things that are not true, do not say these things about me. And then she, after that date, did say those things. And so that's where a lot of the defamation kind of, it like whenever people are kind of saying like, there's a lot of he said, she said, it's like, well, like, yes, and the legal community knows about that. And so we've taken steps to try to eliminate that kind of thing coming up at trial. So it's just kind of how much did he do before he sued her, and can he fulfill these elements? But yeah.
Okay. Sounds good. All right.
All right.
I love
Bye,
it.
guys.
Be careful.
Mamma mia.
Okay. Jesus.
Before I went live, Emiru went live first. She told the world that I sexually assaulted her, abused her, and stalked her before I had a single word in my defense. I deny those accusations completely. The word that came next, rapist, came from everyone who heard her and ran with it. The verdict was in before I even said a single word. And when I did go live, I told my side and I've stuck with it word for word to today. She has not. She has done exactly one live stream. And across that single stream, her story does not hold together. It has contradictions that are laid out in the sections that follow, in her own filings and her own words. One account has never changed. The other keeps changing. So why does the false version that I admitted to everything still win? That's because almost no one watched either stream in full. People pulled small clips from my about 30-minute response, cut away the context, and wrapped their own narrative around it for views and for clips. And the reach was never close to her. So in Emiru's filing, her motion calls it spontaneous. Her own transcript has her describing a lawyer's review and prepared notes. In her motion to dismiss, her attorney describes the stream this way in regards to the sexual assault. The live stream was spontaneous, unedited, and unscripted, speaking openly and vulnerably in the—
Didn't we watch her literally shuffling through pages of...
He brings it up, yeah.
Oh.
Public thing.
Like she's literally reading off of a prepared statement.
I always
And then I think there are times when you literally see her like pick up and shuffle papers. I don't know why. Okay, crazy.
In the moment. In her declaration, she states the filed transcript of the live stream is accurate, a true and correct copy. And she says at 18 minutes and 5 seconds into that stream, I have been in contact with my lawyer, a true and correct copy. And she says at 18 minutes and 5 seconds into that stream, I have been in contact with my lawyer, I had them review everything that I'm planning to say today. And across that same broadcast, she keeps refuting to how prepared she was. It was not just on a whim, she says.
Sorry.
I took a lot of notes. I just ended up reading off my own notes. So my attorney puts it in court directly. Shunk should not be heard now to argue that her defamatory comments were some off-the-cuff, spontaneous, emotional response, when she specifically stated that not only were her comments thoroughly planned out and scripted, that they were in fact reviewed by counsel in advance to the live stream. So her brief on the stream was spontaneous and unscripted. Her own filed transcript has her saying a lawyer reviewed and it read from notes. Both are her words. In the same case, they describe the same 90 minutes two different ways. The sexual assault allegations, she called it sexual assault. Here's what she said happened and what I did. She told her audience and later the court that what happened between us on one night was sexual assault, a crime. She named it on the live stream, where she made her own other accusations. She went over what she says happens that night. These are her own words, as quoted in my complaint. He started kissing my face and I let him do it. And then suddenly he tried to climb on top of me and aggressively shoved his hands down my pants. And I screamed. And when I screamed, he jumped off of me like a cat. Here's what I have to say about that, plainly. I did what any man should do in the situation. She made it clear that she didn't want it, and I stopped. I respected her not consenting. I did the right thing in that situation. And look closely at her own account, because on the thing that matters the most, it agrees with me. The moment she reacted, I stopped. When I screamed, he jumped off of me, like a cat. As her words, not mine. I did not push past her. I did not ignore her. The instant I understood that she was not okay, I stopped. I did not sexually assault her and deny it completely. Here's word for word from the transcript filed. In this case, is what I exactly said on that stream. This was never a confession, and it was denial. And I wrote, I knew the relationship wasn't healthy at this point. I knew we had to end it soon. Emmy posted a very provocative picture, one that she knew I would hate, and she posted it to make me upset. She admitted she made me upset with it, and we got into a heated argument after I broke up with her. We broke up for about a month. Then we got back together because we thought we could make it work. We went to get food at BJ's, a common place where we would get food. And then we went back to her house. We cuddled for about 30 minutes and we started to kiss. She said that she was okay with it on her stream, and I started to advance to the next stage because I thought that's what she wanted. She yelped, and I immediately sprung up and was scared if I did anything wrong or did wrong in general. I got scared and left the house. So why does this false version that I admitted to everything still win? I would also like to make it very clear that up until
That's sneaky as fuck. Notice what's sneaky as fuck.
that moment, Emiru and I had been dating for over 3 years. We did break up for about a couple weeks, but we immediately got back together. And through the past last year of our relationship, we were constantly breaking up with each other, and then we would repeatedly have sex and get back together. So this is just one of those moments. To date, there is no evidence of a police report or any other legal action over the incident she alleges happened around October 2024, despite her public statements in October 2025, where she said to her audience that she was seeking a restraining order.
I am already in the process of filing a restraining order on him in both Texas and California.
20 months have now passed since the alleged incident without a single criminal complaint, restraining order, or investigation appearing in any record in California or Texas. The only active case arising from any of this is my defamation lawsuit that I brought against her. The total absence of any official action over a year and a half stands in stark contrast to the severity of what she accused me of. When she finally did raise it, a full year after the date, she points to, it was not to the police, It was an audience of millions on a live stream. This is the reason she gave for going live. I felt like it was a necessary stream because I have heard that he has done things to other people that align with some of my own experiences, so I felt like it would be wrong for me to keep holding on to all this information. And here is what does not fit an assault. We kept dating for months afterward. Her own messages, laid out in the next 2 sections, show her coming over, cooking me dinner, asking to sleep together, holding on to all this information. And here is what does reason she gave for going live. I felt like it was a necessary stream because I have heard that he has done things to other people that align with some of my own experiences, so I felt like it would be wrong for me to keep holding on to all this information. And here is what does not fit an assault. We kept dating for months afterward. Her own messages, laid out in the next 2 sections, show her coming over. Cooking me dinner, asking to sleep together, calling me babe, messaging me. Merry Christmas, babe. When it ended in January 2025, I was the one who walked away, and she is the one who did not want to split up. Her lawyers swore in a footnote that we did not get back together after the assault.
Jesus. For clarity, Shunk and Miss Rendino did not get back together after the assault. Sadly, this is a common tactic by abusers to try to justify their behavior towards their victims. Is this normal? I don't care about any court shit. I don't care. Fuck. I've got Factorio. We're gonna play more games. I'm retiring from everything. What are you allowed to just like put comments and shit like this in what, and like when you just put shit in here into your filings, into your footnotes, into whatever else? Like Kafka, do you see this shit often? Do the judges just have no self-respect and nobody gives a fuck on anything?
I don't care.
This is a common tactic by abusers. Like, what is...
Wait, because this is painting him clearly as an abuser, yeah?
Well, it's also...
Not really
I don't know, like,
relevant?
it's a heavily opinionated statement that is, like, not relevant to... I feel like just seeing statements like this in filings is super ultra fucking cringe, in my opinion. But I don't know. Whatever.
When it ended, cooking me months.
She claimed that,
Wrong for me because...
When did the quote-unquote sexual assault event happen?
Keep holding on to all this information. And here is what does not fit an assault.
Footnotes have unlimited narrativization allowed. It's called a loophole. Okay, based.
We kept dating for months afterward. Her own messages, laid out in the next 2 sections.
October 24th. Okay, gotcha. All right.
After the assault.
They can say
Her
whatever
own
they
messages
want there.
Why would damn. I'm not gonna FedMeister myself again when I reviewed that. Maybe Miz is just like super blatantly fucking lying here, and Emiru is gonna have counter texts that show like one message before all of his that show it's completely not what he's saying it is. But I mean, like this looks, in my opinion, this looks really bad. Like it looks like she's not just being bullied into engaging, or he's not like guilt tripping. It seems like she's like pretty proactively engaging and everything else. So even sometimes with him not engaging, unless he's deleted messages, possibly, right? Because like she messages him on the 24th on Christmas Eve, hi, he doesn't respond, and then she messages him the next morning, Merry Christmas, babe. What is this missing thing? Is this like an emote or something, or a emoji?
That's what I figured. Yeah, I figured it was an emoji.
Okay. Yeah, I don't know what's okay. Unless she has messages like right before this that would dramatically change views, I guess. I don't know.
Merry Christmas, babe. When it ended in January 2025, I was the one who walked away, and she is the one who did not want to split up. Her lawyers swore in a footnote that we did not get back together after the assault. Her own messages in the section below say otherwise. That is a lie, and in the record proves it. In court, she changed what the accusations even were. In public, Emiru called the accusations sexual assault, the crime. But once I sued her, her lawyers argued that her own words were never factually a claim at all, only her protected emotional truth. She said, and
I do not think a lawyer wrote this out. I don't know why he made this video LOL. Well, again, you have to consider civil court is here to make you whole again, and his entire reputation in life is kind of like on the line and has been or is actively being destroyed. So it's not like it's like, oh, I'm just going to go, radio silent for 2 years until I win in court, because by then, like, his whole career might be over. So what's the point, right? You kind of have to, I think when you deal with public figures, there's like a balance or a struggle with how much do they say publicly versus how much did they just let slide while their reputation is being destroyed that you're never going to get money back for? Like, I think it's a difficult thing to balance, right? I have to deal with this in my case.
I quote, "Her story is admirable, and in telling it, she is stating her emotional truth."
That's a wild statement. I feel like I just don't know anything. I just feel like this writing is so cringe. Shunk is expressing her heartfelt emotional journey over several years with an admittedly toxic man. Her story is admirable, and in telling it, she is stating her emotional truth, not some statement of decisive fact. I understand like a little bit of stuff, but when you're writing like every motion, every court response as like it's your closing arguments in a criminal case, I don't know. It just feels, but I don't know, I guess nobody cares. I'm trying to find what was the.
Would you call this dicta, or is this something completely
No,
opposite
it's just different. Yeah. Dicta is like judges opining on things.
Yeah.
It's a totally different thing. I'm trying to. What was the? I remember. Dude, I don't. There's no way that Joan was writing these. I remember Pixie filing this. Further, defendant's awareness of potential privilege issues does not excuse plaintiff's failure to exhaust efforts under Rule 37, the local rules, or the court's civil standing order before moving to compel. Plaintiff argues... Oh, no, wait, this is our response. She said in her thing that... Wait. Is this a different case? Wait, oh no, shit, this is a different case. Wait, do other people use this writing? I wonder if her... Oh, this, like, gaslight the court? Is that a... Why? Wait, hold on. Somebody else did say this. Fuck. I don't remember which filing this was in.
You can't gaslight the court anymore?
Fuck. Does anybody remember the docket entry for... She was like, defendant attempts to gaslight the court. And I'm like, what? It's cringe. I don't remember.
Wait, they were accusing you of gaslighting the court?
Yeah, gaslighting the court. But Jesus Christ. I don't know. Somebody can find it later.
Not some statement of decisive fact. My attorneys answered that with one line. Emotional truth is not a recognized defense to defamation in Texas. And this is not just my side spin on her defense. The magistrate judge, restating Shunk's own motion in her own words, described it in exactly those terms. She also argues that her statement, considered in its entirety, was an opinion or her protected emotional truth. The judge did not buy it on the part that matters the most. Vague feelings about a relationship can be protected opinion. But falsely accusing someone of sexual assault, the judge held, is different because those words can only mean one thing, that I committed a crime. She found exactly that about Shunk's accusation. Considering the gist of Shunk's statement, which included allegations of sexual assault, the court finds that it was reasonably capable of a defamatory meaning. He plausibly pleads a claim for defamation against Shunk based on her allegedly untrue statement that includes allegations of sexual assault. So here's where it stands. She told millions of people I sexually assaulted her. She has never produced a police report. We dated for months after that, the night that she points to. And when I took her to court, her own lawyers argued those words were not a factual accusation, but her feelings. Her emotional truth. The federal magistrate judge recommended that my defamation claim goes forward on exactly that statement, and in her exact words, found it reasonably capable of a defamatory meaning. Her filings say we never got back together. The messages from those months say otherwise. In her brief reply, her lawyer stated in a footnote, for clarity,
I haven't seen the responses, but the I couldn't have assaulted her. She stayed with me for months after I assaulted her sounds retarded to me. No, it's a totality thing. Like if you're trying to say like, oh, there's no way that I could have like raped this person or whatever because they didn't break up with me immediately after, that would be retarded. But if somebody's making this claim of like, oh, he did this horrible thing, he assaulted me, and then after that it was over and I knew how toxic and terrible he was and everything else, well, if you find out that they did have that event and whatever happened, but then they also still seem to be kind of happily together and her engaging with him for months afterwards, it casts that entirety of that story in a different light. Like it can be like a part, it can be like a factor that you consider. It's not on its own dispositive, or it's not on its own like giving you concrete information one way or the other, but it paints a picture for sure, which is fair.
Shunk and Mizkif did not get back together after the assault. Sadly, this is a common tactic by abusers to try to justify their behavior towards victims. But on her own live stream, she described that same breakup as nothing more than a short period. A short period is a brief break, and then we got back together. So let me be exact about the timeline, because this is where people have gotten confused. According to Emiru and her lawyers, we broke up in October 2024, and they told the court that we never got back together. Every message below is after that. On November 18th, I told Emiru that she can come over, and she said, is it okay if my alarms go off at 10, LOL? I said, sure. On December 16th, I ask if she wants to come over, she tries to call my phone. On December 18th, she makes me salmon.
It's at its strongest when he's showing that she's trying to claim that she never went back to him as proof of the essay, when in reality she had to go back to him, so it only undermines her argument, not necessarily the sexual assault claim. I disagree. I don't know how it works in a court environment, but in a personal environment, it heavily undermines the claim. Because what you're saying is there is behavior that I engaged in the future, and that behavior is predicated on this horrible event that I'm telling you happened. Well, if I find out that that behavior didn't happen in the future, it makes me doubt the predicate. It makes me doubt the thing that you say came before. Does that make sense? Like if somebody says well, I mean, he beat the shit out of me. I never went back there. Of course not. I didn't go back there after he beat the shit out of me. Like that's the worst thing you do. I'm not going to go back to somebody that abuses me and hits me. And then I find out that you were going back there all the time. I was like, well, I thought you just said there was some course of action you took as a result of something else. But then I found out you didn't even take that course of action. So did the other thing actually even happen? Right? Because you're the one that's setting up the, you're the one that's setting up the cause and effect. And then we're finding out you lied about the effect, which I think is fair then to make you doubt the cause, right? Like for the one Platner accuser woman, she said that after the event that she blocked him and removed him from everything and didn't want to talk to him again. Well, let's say that it comes out that actually she continued to hook up with him for months afterwards, and then she lied about not seeing him again. That would make me wonder about the rape event that she talked about, because she gave that, she cited that event as a reason why she messaged him and then blocked him, removed him from everything. But if they're still hanging out, well, then it makes me wonder, because there was a cause and effect you set up there and the effect didn't happen, so it makes me wonder about the cause, right?
For dinner. When I tell her my uncle died, she asks if I want to come over, and she does. On December 21st, she asks to come shower at my place. Can I still come over tonight? Because she wanted to sleep with me. You know how you said my shower was cold? Obviously, I was at her place. My hot water completely is out now. I want the shower at your place. I'll just get up early again.
Jesus, okay.
I said yes. On December 25th, Christmas, she said hi, and then Merry Christmas, babe. This does sound like a couple that is broken up. On December 30th, 2024, we sleep together.
Like they could be broken up and they're just kind of like hanging on at the end, maybe. But like, I mean, it's to an adult, or I guess I can't say that anymore, to a boomer, it's going to look like you guys are still together in some capacity, right? And at the very least, it's not communicating the message that Emiru was communicating, and that like, oh, they must be totally separated, and because she was so disgusted by that sexual assault event, you know?
Me, okay, I'm going to bed. Emiru said, okay. I then said, I'm just getting ready. Emiru said, do you want to sleep together? I then said, yeah. Keep in mind that a lot of the calls that we would have with each other are not shown because we called each other every single day, as we slept with each other every single night. January the 15th to 18th, I call her babe in a text. Her filing said that we did not get back together after the October 2024 breakup, as she describes. These are her own messages from November, December, and January.
Still? Redacted. Okay.
Did not get back together after the October 2024 breakup, as she describes. These are her own messages from November, December, and January. All after that date, the filing and the messages describe two different relationships. Our next point, she also says that she ended the relationship. But here's what actually happened the morning I walked out. We were together.
I think the problem here is that he is saying they got back together when it sounds more like they had an on-off relationship afterwards. Pretty different things in my opinion. No, fuck you. The takeaway that I had, well, let me find out what she says exactly.
Yeah, research.
Hold on.
Other people and like kind of present like, oh, I want to change, I want to be better for Emmy or whatever, you know? There was a short period in October where we had broken up because, I mean, honestly, it doesn't matter now. And when that happened, I honestly felt relieved because I was like, okay, finally, it's like on his terms. So that means he'll be satisfied and he'll say it was his choice and he'll leave me alone. Because whenever I would try to push for it, it just felt like I couldn't like really sever it, if that makes sense. But I mean, obviously, hence he doing the stream, that was not the end of it.
Wait, well here she says they weren't broken up. Wait, what did she say something different in court filings? Hold on. This would have been in the motion to dismiss.
Tricky.
October, didn't they say that?
Come on, bro.
In a text. Her filing said that we did not get back together after the October 2024 breakup, as she describes. These are her own messages from November, December. Keep in mind that a lot of the calls that we would have with you, Mary.
Oh, it's probably in her affidavit or her sworn. No? Wait, where does she say they broke up in October? Mizkif showed that part in the beginning. Which part? What timestamp? For clarity, Shunkin Misrendino
Assault.
did not.
Renendo. Oh.
Okay, so this is their response, so maybe their reply, I guess. Hold on. We have an amended complaint filed by wait, in the motion for arbitration and stay litigation, plaintiff submits an interpretation, blah, blah, blah. Plaintiffs do not dispute. Response to plaintiff's amended complaint. Second, motion to dismiss for failure to state a claim.
You know I do a pretty good turkey noise, huh?
Do you?
Mm-hmm.
Just ask Claude. Here, you ask Claude. Somebody find it. And then this is the response. Bum, 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 bum.
I don't talk to clankers.
They asked for show cause something. Reply filed by. Wait, who is Zach Hoyt again? Is that ASMONGOLD?
Yeah, I think so.
Is he part of this because of the contract thing? Okay. Motion to dismiss first amended complaint. Okay.
Adley. We never got back together. The messages from those months say otherwise. In her brief reply, her lawyer stated in a footnote, for clarity, Shunkin Misrendino did not.
Motion for leave to file amicus brief. This is a. Oh. Oh my fucking god. Page 9. Thank you. Jesus fuck. Reply in support of motion to dismiss. What docket entry is this? Reply in support of motion to dismiss docket 39. Oh, so it was her declaration here, I guess? No, 13 pages. Guy in chat, what was the docket entry? Wait, can you just tell me? Just a number and a dash and a number. It was entry 48. 48 what? Shut up. That's all right. We'll find it. It's one of these. It's in the main document. In this? Oh. Wait, why did it not pop up when I searched for it? Fuck me. Whatever. Okay, Jesus.
Help him. He's booming out, man. I don't know what to tell him. I'm not booming out, Mootin.
Footnote 3 on this. Okay, she says, we cuddled for about 30 minutes, started to kiss. She said she was okay with this on her stream, and I started to advance to the next stage because I thought that's what she wanted. She yelped, and I immediately sprung up and was scared if I did anything wrong or did wrong in general. I got scared and left the house. I apologize if that made Emmy uncomfortable for me not saying sorry, and I wish I said sorry back then, but we got back together soon afterwards. Completely different situation. The father denied that any sexual activity occurred here. Started admits to the underlying activity, but bitterly complains that Shunk used the term sexual assault to describe his conduct. Ms. Martino doesn't dispute Shunk's version of events. Rather, his only defense is that there was a 30-minute gap between when Shunk used the term sexual assault and when she described the assault. He claims without any evidence whatsoever that in the internet age, no viewer would wait to hear the full context of her statement. Okay, so this is just a footnote that they stick in here. For clarity, Shank and Miss Martino did not get back together after the assault. Sadly, as a commenting by abuser just... Okay. Okay, so this isn't a big part of her claim here. Bum, bum, bum. Okay. Dumb. All right. Because even in the video by Emiru, it seems like she says they did get back together, but...
Not get back together after the assault. Sadly, I said, sure. And it's cold. Obviously, I was at her place. My hot water completely is out now. I want to shower at your place. I'll just get up early again. I said yes. On December 25th, Christmas, she said hi, and then Merry Christmas, babe. This does sound like a couple that is broken up. On December 30th, 2024, we sleep together. Me, okay, I'm going to bed. Emiru said, okay. I then said, I'm just getting ready. Emiru said, do you want to sleep together? I then said, yeah.
Okay, that showing up in just a footnote and it not being a big thing. Now I can go either way, I guess. Because, these people don't sound like they're obviously completely separated, but they also don't necessarily sound like they're together, because why would you ask a partner if you can sleep together? It sounds like they're kind of like yo-yoing at this point, but okay.
Keep in mind that a lot of the calls that we would have...
The one thing I'll say about that is they don't live together, and what they're asking, what she, I believe, is asking there, can we sleep together? She's coming over and asking, can I just, come sleep with him? This happens a lot in their DMs.
Sure. But that sounds like then they're, yo-yoing, no?
I think to a normal party, yes, but it even sounds like later on, she apparently hands Miz a note that says, I want to marry you. Can I move into the place next to you? And then can we, get married? Apparently, he's really weird about his space. I have no idea, but that's just how it sounds.
Huh, okay.
Have with each other are not shown because we called each other every single day as we slept with each other every single night. January the 15th to 18th, I call her babe in a text. Her filing said that we did not get back together after the October 2024 breakup, as she describes. These are her own messages from November, December, and January. All after that date, the filing and the messages describe two different relationships. Our next point, she also says that she ended the relationship. But here's what actually happened the morning I walked out. We were together, on and off, for 3 years. A relationship we kept hidden from almost everyone around us. But near the end, we broke up, we got back together, more times than I can count. I wanted space, and she wanted to move closer. I told her I wanted her to move out and that I wanted space, and it was a line that never healed. The week of our official breakup in January, we had agreed to finally sit down and each say what we wanted for the future. We slept at her house. On the morning of January 23rd, 2025, she handed me a note, and in it, she wrote that she wanted to marry me, that she wanted to build a life and move into an apartment right next to me, because she knew how much I needed my space. And I looked at it. I looked at her, and I handed it back to her. I told her, I can't do this anymore, and I'm sorry. And the last thing I heard as I was closing her front door, and she said, don't go. This is who ended it. So in my complaint, I said he called off the relationship in January 2025. So to be exact, the exact date that our relationship ended was on January 23rd, 2025. I left Austin in early February, first for Japan, and the move to Los Angeles came afterwards. After 2 trips overseas, the day by day in the timeline is going to be shown. These messages are shown with me and at one point my best friend Extra Emily. So Extra Emily knew that I wanted to break up with Emiru for a long time, and these messages are on the exact date that I broke up with Emiru on January 23rd, 2025. I messaged her and I said, bitch, I did it. I ended it. Emily said, shut up. No way. I'm free to call whenever. I said, are you streaming? And she said, not until Saturday. And then I messaged her and I said, okay, I'll call in 5. The conversation didn't end there. 2 days later, on January 25th, it was Emiru reaching out to talk things over with Extra Emily. And Extra Emily...
Oh, because I'm sorry. Fuck me. This is not... Emiru and Emily are 2 different people.
Yep.
Wait, so he's saying that... Oh, so he's trying to date Emily now? So he calls her and says that he ended it? Or is this like a friend he's confiding in, I guess?
Friend he's confiding in, it seems like.
Not until Saturday. And then I messaged her and I said, okay, I'll call in 5. The conversation didn't end there. 2 days later, on January 25th, it was Emiru reaching out to talk things over with Extra Emily. And Extra Emily had already heard from me that it was Emiru I'll call in 5. The conversation didn't end there. 2 days later, on January 25th, it was Emiru reaching out to talk things over with Extra Emily. And Extra Emily had already heard from me that it was over. So this is January 25th, 2025. Extra Emily says, okay. And then she says, she texted me to talk. I'm pretending like you didn't tell me the news. Okay, I'm talking to her on the phone soon. I then said, are you streaming tomorrow? And she said, no. So if this doesn't prove that Emiru is lying, that who broke up with who, I don't know what does. So now we're gonna move on to the stalking allegations. And
damn, he's got a little timeline and everything. Okay.
Where I actually was. On February 2nd, 2025, about 10 days after we broke up, I flew to Japan. The reason why I flew to Japan is that I knew if I stayed in Austin, that we were just gonna get back together and get in the same loop that we had been in for almost a year. On February 21st, 2025, I came back to Austin and stayed about 3 weeks. This is when my friend Simply had a party, which is the one that she ties to stalking, was on February 23rd, 2 days after I landed, about a month after we broke up. On March 16th, 2025, I flew back to Japan and stayed there for nearly 2 months. On May 12th, 2025, I returned to Austin for about 2.5 weeks. And in May 29th, 2025, I moved to Los Angeles. Stalking means being near someone and contacting them when they don't want it. For most of the
Do you think the events as described could be described as sexual assault? Basically, putting your hands down your partner's pants at the wrong moment. For an example, to test the concept, putting your hands down the pants of your partner during a funeral. What? If you have like a partner that you've been sexually active with, and then you do something, and then after you do it, they say, no, I don't want that, and then you stop. No, to call that sexual assault, that's retarded. This is so beyond fucking retarded, I think.
Year after we ended it, I was on another continent and then in another state. I put distance between us deliberately, more than once. And on my own stream, here is what I exactly said about it. That week, I made flights to Japan because I didn't want to sit around and wait possibly to get back together again. I have never talked to her in person since. I have been removed from OTK Discords. I did see her at a party once at Simply's house, one of my close friends. The house was very small and I opened the door. I said, whoops, I want to make it very clear I was not following her. It just happened that I was with someone she knew the entire night. The house is about 2,000 square feet with about 50 people. I, of course, was near her, but I was never following her. The specific incident she calls stalking is a party. Here is how she described it on her own stream from the certified transcript she filed herself. I made the mistake of thinking that I only had to cut him off through personal private communication, but I also had to start avoiding going.
Okay, but do you think putting your hands down someone's pants to cover them while crying is retarded, though? Maybe, I don't know. But also, like, people have sex when they're emotional, which is really weird to me. I can't do that at all. But a lot of people apparently do that, so I don't know. But regardless, if you say no and then the person stops to then be like, oh, yes, that's cringe. I'm sorry, that's just fucking cringe.
To the same parties or places I was worried he'd be. There was a party that I attended. I was aware that he would be there, and I thought it wouldn't be a big deal. We're adults, right? During this party, I felt like he was following me around and monitoring me. But I thought that was just being paranoid. About 30 minutes later, the room that we're in, the door opens, it's Miz. He opens the door, makes eye contact with me, goes ooh, and closes the door and leaves. That is the entirety of her stalking allegations. Read in her own words, this is obviously not stalking. She was never cut off. She says that she cut me off through personal private communication, but she controlled the contact. She didn't block me, and on her own stream, she showed messages proving that I could still reach her.
Holy shit. These are in March, January, February, March, April of 2025? Damn, wait, so what happened?
What? You can't do a little schizoing?
Oh no, why did he break?
It's love, you idiot.
Oh no, what happened? Our timeline. Hold on, 2148. March was during the Japan trip.
Communication, but she controlled the contact. She didn't block me, and on her own stream, she showed
Okay, I'm trying to think of how much of these are like stalker, or not stalker, I'm sorry. How many of these are like emotional relationship type, like I want to love you messages versus like what the fuck is going on? Because this here is him asking if she has a recording of him and why he got kicked from OTK. Here he's saying, I don't want to feel isolated here by my own org. I understand, I'll just leave you alone, but I really appreciate if we can talk. Okay. This is, I wish I had a date on this one. I really need to tell you things. I'm sorry for the past few months. I'm sorry for so much that happened. I need this time to be alone, but I really love you so much. I just needed to know what being alone, and I learned that I needed you, and I learned I need you. Jesus. Okay.
messages proving that I could still reach her. Choosing not to answer someone while never blocking them, while leaving every channel they could use to reach you wide open, and while showing no sign that you want them to stop is not the same as being stalked. She also
I half agree with that, but I mean, she wasn't responding, so it seems like she probably doesn't want to talk. But then also these guys have been like back and forth, so it's kind of more complicated, I think.
also knew that I was going to be there. In her own words, she was aware that I would be there and chose to attend the same party. Going somewhere you knew the other person would be at is the opposite of being followed. She also says that she felt and thought she was paranoid. She does not say I actually followed or monitored her. She said that she felt that way and twice told her audience that she thought she was just being paranoid. And lastly, I opened the door and I left. Her one concrete moment is that about 30 minutes later, I opened a door, saw that she was inside and said, ooh, and walked away. Stalkers follow you. They obsess over you. They don't open a door at your friend's party and walk away. This is the entire first-hand account in her own filing on the strength of it that she listed stalking among the crimes she accused me of. If I was stalking her, I would be the worst stalker on the planet. I left the country for months immediately after we broke up, flew to Japan twice, and moved across the country shortly after I returned. That is the behavior of someone pulling as much distance possible between themselves and the other person, not following them. And while she was calling me a stalker in front of millions of people, she was quietly making the rounds through the community, going from person to person, behind my back, spreading a version of events I had no opportunity to answer. Emiru also claims on her own stream that she filed a restraining order in 2 states. Emiru said, and I quote, I'm already in the process of filing a restraining order on him in both Texas and California. A restraining order is a public court record. It is not in her motion. It is not in her sworn declaration. It is not in her first reply. She has not produced one or any as of today, roughly 8 months later. After she announced it, there is still no restraining order or protective order of any kind against me that has appeared in Texas or California. My own attorney has received none, and the people who follow the case closely, watching for any filings of any type, have also found none. And the timing is the whole point. In both states she named, an emergency order is built to be fast because it's meant for people in real danger. In California, a judge can grant a temporary restraining order the same day you apply, with a full hearing set just 21 to 25 days later. In Texas, a judge can grant a temporary ex parte protective order the same day on a finding, a clear and present danger, with a hearing within 14 days. Someone who genuinely needs protection can have a temporary order in hours, not months. She said that she was already in the process in October 2025. 8 months later, there is nothing. She also told her audience that my lawsuit was a bluff that I couldn't win. In nearly the same breath, she predicted that I would sue her and waved it off in advance as meaningless. She put, and I quote, I would not be surprised if he tries to sue me for the stream that I did today and for coming out about him. Not because he thinks that he would win, but for PR reasons, like a slap lawsuit. Interesting. So on camera, she was sure of 2 things. A restraining order was already on the way, and that my case was baseless. It was a PR stunt that I couldn't win. Neither of those things have held up. There's been no restraining order or protective order that has ever appeared in Texas or California. And the judge who reviewed her motion to throw my case out recommended the opposite, that it moves forward. She told her audience I could not win. The court let me proceed. So here's the part that she leaves out about the party. Simply, whose party it was is one of my closest friends. We lived together for years. And at the time, we were going through our both breakups and dealing with our own problems. When I got back from Japan, he is the one who invited me. I was not there to find her. While Simply was giving me a tour of his house, I opened the door, I saw 4 OTK members sitting there in the corner and closed it. That is the whole opening the door moment that she describes as me stalking her. I want that to sink in, that is what she described as stalking. Moment she describes a tour of my best friend's house is me stalking her. In my own text from that night, prove it in real time. I messaged
I hope that he doesn't have like, so the thing that would hurt him here is if Emiru has a ton of texts of him like asking other people like, oh, is Emiru there? Like, where is she or whatever? Like asking about her at the party. Like this would hurt his case a lot if those existed. If they don't, then Emiru is kind of on an island here with this claim, I think.
extra Emily asking why everyone was upstairs, what the group in the corner was about, and what was going on. I thought that they were making another version of OTK, and I got worried. And extra Emily just told me to basically not worry at all. That was it. And she somehow labeled that as stalking. In May of 2025, 5 months after we broke up, I sent her a long message by her own account on her own stream. She received it and sat with how to respond until her friends told her it had to be AI. She said, and I quote, I had someone send me a massive apology message and I wasn't sure like what to respond.
He is very obviously misrepresenting her words. She said, I'm in the process of getting a restraining order. He's saying, she said she did get a restraining order. Subtle twist of word. What? No. What does process of getting a restraining order even mean? That's like a 1 or 2 day thing. What do you mean? And if it's been 8 months, she should be able to produce something related to that demonstrates that she was at least trying to, right?
I showed a couple of friends and they were like, Em, this is literally ChatGPT.
I had someone send me like a massive like apology message, and I wasn't sure if I like wanted to respond, so like I showed a couple friends and they're like, Emmy, this is literally ChatGPT. And I was like, oh, I guess I'm not responding.
You could put it back into ChatGPT and be like, is this?
Yeah, no, they did.
Just as a heads up, one, that's not a reliable way to tell something is ChatGPT generated. And then number two, like something happens where when women get into groups, they become evil demons. You guys are, at some point, it's going to swing back hard, and I'm going to have no sympathy for groups of women that do shit like this. You guys have the huge problem where, like, a woman on her own might be like a serial rapist murderer, but when that same woman is like in a group of people, she becomes like Joan of Arc. It's the most retarded, brainless shit in the universe. I don't know why women do this.
What do you mean she becomes Joan of Arc?
Every single thing she's ever done has become justified, and every single person that's ever slighted her has become the villain, no matter what, in every single way. It's beyond fucking retarded. Women can never, like, criticize another woman ever. There is a, I blame to some extent, like, Zoomers and shit, like, destroying all the psych words and all the psych terms. Like, there's this concept of a safe space that I think is really, really, really important. So the idea that, like, let's say that you break up with some dude, and, you know, it's like the day or two after, and you want to talk with some friends, and you're like, fuck this guy, and you just want to go off. I think that, like, a day or two, like, fucking have your moment, you know? And, like, to have it feels cringe, but a safe space where it's like, somebody's like, well, didn't you do this? Or maybe he was trying to do this, right? You just want to fucking vent, and that's fine.
It's a time and a place,
yeah,
you know?
That's totally fine and totally protected. Like, you should have that space to do that. But in the weeks and months afterwards, like, at some point, it's like, all right, hey, like, time to wake the fuck up, okay? And move on with your life. And it's not, you were not the 100% good guy. They were not the 100% villain. Like, calm the fuck down on this. But women will infinitely, especially in these spaces, will infinitely support them on the most retarded crusades on the planet. It's cringe as fuck.
And ChatGPT said it's probably ChatGPT.
This is obviously about me because we were in a relationship the entire time that ChatGPT has existed. This was months before she even went public with an accusation. You do not consider how to respond to the person you say sexually assaulted, abused you, and stalked you. The only thing that stopped her was that her friends decided that my words were too well written to be mine. Think about that. I would like to now talk about the abuse claim that Emiru tried to hint at on her stream. Here's the truth, in my own words. I have never hit Emiru. The one physical thing that ever happened was an accident. I had a habit of tossing my phone onto my bed, and one time it bounced off the mattress and caught her in the eye, and it left a bruise. I felt terrible about it. I apologized immediately. I stopped throwing my phone that day, and we moved past it. That is the only time I ever hurt her, and it was not on purpose. What makes that more than just my word is that, at the time, her own account matched it in 2022. When she had the bruise, she did not call it abuse to anyone. She called it an accident both publicly and in private. In Emiru's best friend at the time's chat room on August 11, 2022, surrounded by all of Emiru's close friends and even her brother, she said the same thing. When a friend asked her directly whether something had given her the black eye, she answered that it was not intentional and called the whole thing a funny story that she would explain later. Verbatim, did someone knock you out, Emily? Emiru said, not intentionally. I got a black eye a week or two and it's finally almost gone. It's a long story, but funny as fuck. LOL, I'll DM you later. There was never a police report. There is nothing in any record from that time that treats this as an abuse in calls, text messages, or anything that me and Emiru had. It was not called intentional abuse until 3 years later when Emiru went live. The bruise never changed. The story about it did. I will also have more messages about this as my lawyer lets me show, proving that this was never abuse and Emiru has changed the story of it to fit her narrative to make people think that I am a monster. Emiru has accused me of sexual assault, stalking, and abuse. These are all crimes. In the time since, there's been no arrests, no criminal charges, no prosecution, no police complaints against me have surfaced anywhere in this case. On January 15, 2025, the federal magistrate judge has said to the district judge, the Honorable Robert Pittman that she would deny defendant Emily Beth Shunk's motion to dismiss the First Amendment complaint. The order in which Ms. Rudino is to submit a more definitive statement within 30 days identifying each statement by Shunk he alleges to be defamatory, including the exact quotes from her live stream and how each statement is untrue and how it harms him. So what this essentially means is that Emiru's motion to dismiss did not go through and that we are continuing the court case. That recommendation still goes to the district judge for a final decision, and that same recommendation is why this record exists. The court told me to spell it out one by one, exactly what she said that I allege is false and how it harmed me. This is what I'm doing. It is the court letting my case move forward, not a verdict, and I won't describe it as one. To much of the internet, I'm a rapist, I'm an abuser, and I'm a stalker. None of that is true. And that is the version of me posted under every video I make and handed to people who used to watch me, people I worked with, and people who have never met me. It has cost me my reputation that I've worked 10 years for. It has reached my family, it has reached my friends, and has hurt my work directly. Making content, getting sponsors, and using the platform I spent years building, the same community she built her following on. And it did not stay online. At multiple events, I had been called a rapist. And at one event, minutes after I picked up a wristband, 3 security guards walked me out in front of everyone, and posts mocking me for it reached hundreds of thousands of people. I've been called a rapist to my face in bars and restaurants for most of the last 8 months, and I decided to stay inside because of that. This is a girl named Meg who said, "Imagine being such a prick you got kicked out of the FlyQuest party after showing up uninvited." This is another tweet. LOL, Mizkif got kicked out of the FlyQuest party after getting rejected on the Partyful app. And then someone asked, what is this party? Also, what is the Partyful ALR? Thanks for ahead of time. She said, TLDR, he was rejected from an esports party, showed up anyway, and got kicked out instantly. So they tried to paint a narrative that I was kicked out and that I was not invited. I want to make it very clear. I was invited by my friend Alana. She just texted me and said go. And I have been to hundreds of parties before Emiru's allegations with no problem in any way, shape, or form. And I got texted by Alana to go to this party with my friend Jeannie. We show up, we did get wristbands immediately, and we were able to walk in. 15 minutes later was when I was escorted out. I never had a problem getting into the party. I showed my ID just like everyone else and waited in line and was immediately let in, only to be almost immediately let out. This was not a case of someone who was simply disliked. And before I left for Japan, after I broke up with Emiru, I was around creators of every kind. And when I came back, almost no one spoke to me. And while I was in Japan, Emiru went through all of my old friends and everyone that we were friends with and spread lies about me. And instead of going to the police or any legal channel, she went straight to the people who matter the most in my life and my career. Whether out of bitterness that I was the one who ended it or for some other reason, I cannot say. What I can say is that friends stepped back, not for anything I did, but for what she told them while I wasn't in the room. And the harm was done before I even said a single word. People watched Emiru's live stream and came almost immediately to every place you can find me and said that I was a rapist and destroyed my name. A false story then took hold that I had admitted to everything when I had it. When I spoke, I denied everything, and you can see it on my YouTube channel. And the file transcript proves it. But people who had already made up their mind repeated the false version anyway. Her words were chosen with care, precise enough to be legally actionable, vague enough to let an audience picture the worst. She never had to say rapist. She said sexual assault. And to the millions of people that she said that to, people now call me rapist to my face. That is the harm. It is ongoing. It is every day. And that is why this record exists. Before the breakup, I was not an outcast as many of you think. I was the center of this community. This is the opposite of the story that people now tell about me. In the year before the breakup, 2024, my house was constantly having people there. I had 4 or 5 creators staying at my house almost every single night. I had Extra Emily who was in the backyard doing something. I was hosting something, streaming with others, and collaborating with people across the entire Twitch scene. In the year that people try to paint that I was a nobody, I had over 100 collaborations with other creators, and I helped lead OnlyFans, the hardcore World of Warcraft guild that had over 300,000 active people checking in on it every single day, that Soda Poppin and I ran together, which brought more than 300 creators into the same guild. And that was just a single month. In October 2024, 3 months before our breakup, I collaborated with Fusli, Pokimane, the Botez sisters, T10 Nat, Hassan, and Extra Emily. I had a boys' night with NMP, E-Rock, and my friend Dave. I went to go see all of the Game of Thrones collection before they went on auction, and I even hung out with Jason, Max, and Ron that year. I also collaborated with people like Mari, Julia, and Danny. Yes, people try to call me an outcast, but I was outcasted when I came back from Japan. To show you how little of an outcast I was, these messages are between me and my friend at the time, Leslie, who is also known online as Fusli. This was November 2nd, 2024, just 2 months before me and Emiru had broken up. I was in LA, and I wanted to meet up with her, but she responded, I won't get to see you before you go, but I'm coming to Austin for OTK game day, so I'll see you in like 2 weeks. And then you can just come to LA whenever, cause you'll love it here. Oh lol, wait, that's great. What was your apartment complex called? On November 4th, 2024, she then tells me her apartment number. This was someone that I once called one of my closest friends, Fusli, wanting me to move to LA as I was telling her 2 months before I broke up with Emiru that I wanted to move to LA and get out of Austin, Texas. Because I knew at the time that I wanted to end it with Emiru and move on. At the time, Fusli was one of my best friends in the scene. Her and I would talk all the time about our problems, our issues. We would play games together. I was hanging out with her on stream constantly for about 3 or 4 years straight. And whenever we had an issue, we'd call each other. Whenever I was in LA, she was the first person I'd call. Fusli, whose real name is Leslie, I met her 4 years ago when I went on a girl named Katamia's stream for her subathon. And it turned into some of the most fun I ever had streaming. We became close fast. We played games together all the time. We talked constantly about content, our lives, our relationships, and sponsors. When I was anywhere near LA, she was the first person I called. And just 2 months before my relationship ended, she wanted me to move into her own building in LA. Right there with her, November 2024 text will show that the unit under Valkyries is available and come to LA whenever. I'll love it here. That is the friendship this next part is going to show you that I had. Come to LA.
Waiting.
Oh.
Whenever. I'll love it here. That is the friendship this next part is going to show you that I had. I was very close to all of these people in LA, just like I was to everyone in Austin. But I wanted to move to LA, and I knew I wanted to break up with Emiru. This next part that I'm going to show will show you what has happened to my reputation ever since Emiru's accusations. On June 18th, 2025, after texting me how excited that she was for me to come over, Fuslie came to my house to hang out. She cut my hair, and I streamed it. The very next day, June 19th, is when Cutie Cinderella sent the message shown before you that Fuslie had gone to Cutie asking what she thought about me. And Cutie told her her feelings, and then told her to reach out to Emiru. Cutie is a dumbass, and sent that message to an account that she thought was Emiru, but it wasn't. It was Emi, who then gave it to me after.
Fuslie asked me what I thought about Ms. today, and I told her my feelings, and she asked what happened with you two, and I told her to reach out to you. Okay.
Emiru made her allegations, showing you that people were my friends prior, but then once they heard Emiru's allegations, completely stopped talking to me. That is a 24-hour window between Fuslie sitting in my house and excited to be there, and Cutie privately briefing her on what it is and how to think about me. After the one private conversation, Fuslie stopped talking to me.
Wait.
And then told shown hair, and I streamed it. The very next day, June 19th, is when Cutie Cinderella sent the message shown before you that Fuslie had gone to Cutie asking what she thought about me. And Cutie told her her feelings, and then told her to reach out to Emiru. Cutie is a dumbass, and sent that message to an account that she thought was Emiru, but it wasn't. It was Emi, who then gave it to me after Emiru made her allegations, showing you that people were my friends prior, but then once they heard Emiru's allegations, completely stopped talking to me.
Oh, okay.
That is a 24-hour window between Fuslie sitting in my house and excited to be there, and Cutie privately briefing her on what it is and how to think about me. After the one private conversation.
Wait, Cutie?
Cutie Cinderella.
Do we know if Cutie said anything bad?
I think that's just what she said.
What was that sentence? I think that's just what she said.
Right there on the screen, if you use your fucking eyes, that's what she said. That's what he's talking about.
No! Cutie said something to Fuslie. What did Cutie say to Fuslie? She said that I told her my feelings. Man? Well, because Miz is making it sound like Cutie said really bad things about him.
Well, Fuslie stopped talking to him after.
Well, sure, but that could have just been Emiru that said bad things to Fuslie, right?
Why would it be Emiru saying... Oh, Emiru. Sorry, not Emiya. Sorry. You know, whatever. I'm just... let me...
Good. Yeah.
Let me cook.
Completely stop talking to me. That is a 24-hour window between Fuslie sitting in my house and excited to be there, and Cutie privately briefing her on what it is and how to think about me. After the one private conversation, Fuslie stopped talking to me entirely. That friend...
Oof. Why did Fuslie even think to go ask her? Probably because there'd been rumors flying around and Fuslie just wanted to check with people what was going on, would be my guess.
On what it is and how to think about me. After the one private conversation, Fuslie stopped talking to me entirely. That
Damn.
friend who wanted to be there on day one of me moving to LA, that friend that wanted me to live in her apartment complex under her friend Valkyrie, was gone because she was told what to say and how to think about me. That friend who was at my house one day, who wanted me to live with her at one point, was now gone because of what she was told in a private message she was never supposed to have. A message from someone who was not even involved. Repeating claims about me that were never true. And making her doubt a real friendship over accusations I was never even given the chance to answer. About a month later, after she hasn't responded to me, I went to a 100 Thieves party with some of my friends, and she was there. And Fuslie walked up to me that night and began crying on my shoulder. When I asked her what was wrong, she told me that we could not hang out anymore because of what she heard I did to Emiru. At the time, I had no idea what was going on and what people were saying about me, and I would ask her to tell me what was said, but she would say no more. I tried to reach out to Fuslie afterwards multiple times, and she never responded.
Rip.
On June 27th was the date of the 100 Thieves party, and after crying to me for hours on my shoulder, telling me that she can't hang out with me anymore because of what she heard I did, she said, "You're okay, Miz." I then said, "Just sad the reality, but maybe whatever." I then said, "It's just so fake, the politics are fake, so much crap and so much cheating and drama, and nobody cares and they hang out, but here I am and people don't want to talk to me." I then say to her the next day, "We should talk, not drunk, off stream." She never responded.
Rip.
And on March 4th, to my friend Fuslie, I said to her, "I hope one day we can hang out," and you can see that she lied. So you have one day where she's at my house having fun, the next day Cutie Cinderella messages her, and then she never talks to me again. This is what was constantly happening to me for about a year until Emiru came out through allegations. I was not an outcast. I was friends with every creator. I slowly became an outcast over that year as Emiru's lies were spread amongst the community, and nobody told me what was really going on. For almost a year now, I've been forced to live inside a bubble that isn't mine, and it doesn't feel real. I've been wrongfully punished and treated and seen as a man that I am not. I've been labeled a rapist, an abuser, and a stalker. 3 words I have never been. Wrongfully attacked.
Kind of fuck her for not wanting to hear his side. The story itself doesn't actually matter. What happened was Emiru has convinced enough people of a particular thing, and then once it gets to Fuslie, enough of the friend group is on one side. Don't ever expect, especially a streamer, but most people will not like take a stand for a friend or whatever. They'll just go along with the friend group. So if most of the friend group is saying one thing, even if the person knows it's wrong, even if Fuslie knows that they're all lying, and then Miz has his side, they'll always just side with the friend group. And then that's all compounded and amplified by streamer stuff because you want to be able to collab with these people and everything else. You know that if you don't like side with the group, then you're going to get cut out from like collabs and everything as well.
Attached to my name and my reputation and my community for the entire world to treat me as such. It took more than my name. It took my reputation, it reached into my family's life, and it has completely destroyed me as a person. I don't wish any of this that has happened to me among my worst enemies. There were nights it would have been easier to just disappear, to be quiet, to let the loudest version of the story become the only one. But it didn't disappear, and I'm not going to. This is not the first time, and it will not be the last time that I will address these allegations. I spoke the same way she did, and I talked about it on stream since, but this is the first time I've done it in a way with a clear head, with preparation, in every document in front of me, in every quote sourced. I spoke the same day she did, and I've talked about it on stream since, but this is the first time I've done it in this way. This is only the beginning, and I'm going to go through all of this because I know she won't, because it will prove her lies. Because the truth doesn't ask me to shout, it only asks me to stay. To stand here with these documents, with the dates, with her own words, and not look away. I'm standing up for myself, I'm standing up for people who stood by me, and I'm going to keep standing for as long as it takes. This has been the worst year of my life. I wouldn't wish this on a single soul, not on anyone, no matter what they've done to me. All I have ever wanted is for the truth to be heard, and for justice, real justice, to find its way to the surface. To my community, and to everyone who never stopped believing in me. When believing in me costs you something. Thank you. Before I go, there's just one more thing I want you to see. Just one. This whole case will be decided on evidence. The messages, the devices, the documents, everything both sides has to hand over. Under oath. I filed this lawsuit on November 3rd, 2025. By her own side's account, she knew about it November 10th. And on November 11th, the very next day, she went back on stream and told everyone, watching this in her own words,
I got 2 new computers. My other computer is gone. I gave it back to Starforge and they wiped that shit.
Does anybody have a link to the VOD on this?
I'll see you in the next video. Subscribe, comment, and please spread this everywhere. It needs to get out the truth. I'm tired of people thinking of lies and understanding. Emiru is a massive liar, and she needs to be stopped.
Wait, do we have... Somebody find the VOD where Emiru says that. I'm just curious what prompted her to say that. Hold on one sec.
I'm holding. I will always hold for dear leader. He's gone? Shit. Best Lego set so far this year. All right, I've learned that I don't like the big fucking honking Lego sets. I like the little 18 plus diorama ones where you get like a scene. Those are the ones I like. Did I see the Pokeball? The Pokeball's kind of cool. I'm not going to buy it. Because I'm only going to buy Star Wars sets. Now, you want to know what I think is real cool? My wife and I, we've been watching Lord of the Rings, and she likes it. Pretty good. We're watching the extended edition, too.
Oh boy, of what?
Lord of the Rings.
Really?
Hello! Hi, guys. Wait, playing double. Okay, I fixed it. My stuff is all fucked because I got 2 new computers. My other computer is gone. I gave it back to Starforge and they wiped that shit. Hello, guys. I'm a bit nervous. I haven't done a normal stream in a while. Today is gonna be a normal stream. I can confirm that we will.
It was just a totally unprompted.
Words.
I got 2 new computers.
Documents, everything both sides has to hand over. Under oath, I filed this law to the surface. To my community and to everyone who never stopped believing in me. When believing in me costs you something. Thank you. Before I go, there's just one more thing I want you to see. Just one. This whole case will be decided on evidence. The messages, the devices, the documents, everything both sides has to hand over. Under oath, I filed this lawsuit on November 3rd, 2025. By her own side's account, she knew about it November 10th. And on November 11th, the very next day, she went back on stream and told everyone, watching this in her own words.
I got 2 new computers. My other computer is gone. I gave it back to Starforge and they wiped that shit.
I'll see you in the next video. Subscribe.
Uh-oh. Well, we'll see what
You
happens.
can't wipe a computer anymore?
True. What does that mean? Why did she say that? I don't know, to leave something for why she wouldn't have to turn over discovery-related stuff, maybe? But, I don't know.
How do you feel about that? Does it feel like a little close to home or no? People,
Yeah, it feels like I'm
not
close to
turning
your
over
mom's
discovery.
home. Ooh.
Yeah.
This is the better timestamp. Wait, what?
Put in the PC. Oh my god, okay. Yo, Big Lisi, thanks for 4 months. Yes, the Annihilator Cup for sure, if they invite me again. Yes. Yo, Kosio, thanks for the sub. Sorry, I haven't been reading the subs today. Bad streamer. Wait, after the PC? Oh my god, okay, so... This is gonna sound schizo, but I promise it's true. People keep fucking trying to get into my computer, so I sent my computer back to Starforge to be wiped, and they gave me 2 new PCs so I can do a setup where I have one PC that's only for streaming, and I have one PC that's only for, like, my banking stuff and my
Wait, what? People keep trying to get into my computer?
Discord and stuff. So they're completely separate, but I've got 2 PCs under here now, and one of them, oh my god, Starforge fucking hooked me up, bro. They gave me the ultimate. It has a 5090, and I'm gonna use it to play TFT and League of Legends and Megabonk. Sorry, Starforge. Yes, sir. Yes, sir. Sorry, Starforge type, haha, it's okay. Thanks, Starforge. Thank you very much. Thank you. Oh shit, yo, Code Red, thank you for the 25. Thank you. But yeah, Starforge has my old computer, and it's not even the first time it happened. The same thing happened, I think it was in January or February. I also had to, okay, so you know how I know? Because, oh my god, I don't want to, like, explain it because I don't want to, like, so basically, stuff on your computer will just start moving on its own, and that's how you know. But they'll try to do it when you don't see it, but I saw it, so, yo, Chaos Fruit, thank you for the 25 gifts.
I don't know anything about, like, her computer knowledge or whatever. Is she retarded, or is this, like, a troll, or?
Thank you.
Maybe she's a schizo.
Sitting on Reddit addicted to Megabonk, dude, fuck yeah. I love that. Very sick. Oh my goodness. Yo, Bedhead, thanks for gifting a sub to Maple Story. W Maple Story. Yo, Oaf, thank you for the 10 gifted subs. Thank you. What else have I been doing? I was only in Kansas for like 4 days. Besides that, I've just been here. I hung out with Bonnie a lot. We went out and got sushi and shit, and yeah, good times. Besides that, I've just been like chilling. Like, oh god, I'm so thankful. I don't want anyone to think that I'm like complaining, right? I learned something new because of all the
I don't understand. Wiping your PC doesn't delete chat logs. No, all that shit is integrated on, like, all your devices nowadays. I mean, yeah, but I mean, you can argue whatever the fuck you want to the court. I mean, and try to obfuscate as much as possible. I mean, Pixie was claiming in her deposition that, oh, I think Aaron blocked me, so I don't have any of the logs on Discord. Or, like, she said a million retarded fucking lies about why she doesn't have any of her stuff, so.
Incidents in the past month. Did you guys know that when you get too many DMs on Discord, Discord starts hiding them? I didn't know that either. But, it's
What? Hold on.
complaining, right? I learned something new because of all the incidents in the past month. Did you guys know that when you get too many DMs on Discord, Discord starts hiding them? I didn't know that either. But, it literally took me like 3 weeks to reply to everybody, but I replied to almost everybody now. Yeah, they start like...
I mean, what would possibly be on the old PC when any relevant evidence would be in Discord? Well, like, say she'd redacted her Discord logs and she only had a local copy or whatever, and then she wiped her computer. Those are gone forever. Any end-to-end encrypted chats that don't sync across devices could theoretically be gone. So I don't know if WhatsApp or Telegram syncs automatically. I know Signal could or couldn't, depending on your settings, so those could be gone. Any other, I don't know what kind of, like, I don't know if you have, like, local text syncing on computers, depending on what you have, but...
Okay, so how does this, like, it'll fill up your sidebar, and then they're like, oh, okay, it's only, like, 20. It's not that bad. And then it'll open one at the top, and a new one will pop up, and a new one will pop up, and a new one will pop up. And I was like, oh my god. Oh my god. But, I mean, yeah. That's just how it goes, I guess.
Is her Discord like public? Like anybody can message her, or I don't understand.
Like, it will fill up your sidebar, and then they'll be like, oh, okay, it's only like 20, it's not that bad. And then it'll open one at the top, and a new one will pop up, and a new one will pop up, and a new one will pop up. And I was like, oh my god. Oh my god. But I mean, yeah. That's just how it goes, I guess. Bro, my PC's got hacked the same way 2 days later. I got 2 fraud charges on my bank account. Yeah, I think that, okay, so apparently a lot of these people target people that they suspect have a lot of crypto. I don't got any crypto, so they didn't get no.
I just don't watch her streams normally, so I don't know if she normally acts like this. But like, just on a whatever, if I had like an ordinary basis, like this is a person lying 1 trillion%. But some people have their own quirks with how they speak and things that they say or whatever. But if somebody has like an odd behavior that they've engaged in, and then they try to over-explain the rationale for it with weird details that are hard to understand, like that always comes off as a lie. When people are lying about things, they try to add a lot of detail to it because they think that having detail makes it more likely to be true in the other person's mind. But if you know what to listen for, it very much comes off like the person is lying. Like, what were you doing yesterday? Oh, I think, we went to John's house. I think we watched School of Rock, I think, because that movie's awesome, and smoked a little. Is like a story. But you're like, oh, what'd you do last night? And it's like, we went to John's house last night. I remember we watched School of Rock on his Netflix account because he uses his sister's login. And we had we smoked. They had these the Continental vape smoke things from the local weed shop, and they were so good. We got super high off of people will add details like this because they think it makes the story sound more credible. It doesn't. It makes it sound super obvious you're lying. But it's the fact that she's like adding a bunch of random stuff, but it's also like so retarded. Like my mouse is moving on my computer and I can tell I'm hacked because my files are moving when I'm not watching is like, that's like the most retarded thing. Like your computer's ratted or like, I don't understand. Like if that was the case, she needs to go and change the password on every single account that she has and potentially close some accounts completely. Like that's just like the dumbest thing I've ever heard in my entire life. I don't understand. What she's saying sounds like she needs like a full audit and cleansing of every single account and every single thing she has that's attached to her on her computer and off her computer. So
okay, so apparently a lot of these people target people that they suspect have a lot of crypto. I don't got any crypto, so they didn't get nothing out of me, but they sure tried. They tried twice.
Like that this statement is either a lie or it's like the most retarded thing I've ever heard in my entire life. But also, like, doesn't she have friends who are streamers, like Espend or other people? Yeah. Like, I think other streamers would be messaging her like, hey, we should chat after. Like, you need to change every single password you have on a new computer or like on a freshly reinstalled OS because your shit is probably all compromised right now. Like immediately, like you should end stream and do it because if they have like your email and then if they have your email and a SMS, even with just your email though, they can basically unlock every single fucking thing you have. Like your shit could be completely fucked.
Yes, sir. I don't have none of that. Yes, sir. Just let me.
Like that's just a crazy thing to casually drop too. They're like, oh yeah, my computer's ratted. I have no idea, I just see shit moving around on my computer all the time, but I don't have any crypto, so it's good. Like, that's just an insanely crazy thing to say. Like, that can't possibly be true.
Cheddar coin, bro.
But this would also be a really retarded thing for her to lie about.
Well, yeah, but I mean, unless she's trying to set up, like, oh, I can't hand over any documents, it's all gone because I just got a new computer because it was hacked before, right? So
yeah, it's just so stupid.
Like, doing this, like, the day after, or a week after the lawsuit was filed is kind of, yeah.
I didn't show you
Sussy
the star. Okay, you're sleeping.
Is that the only time she mentions it, or?
We're alive! Oh. Isn't he so good? Cheddar, did you miss me on my stream? He's like, put me down, you vile wench. I shall put it in the tree. There you go. Isn't it a perfect tree?
I won't be distracted by your cat, lady.
And look!
Is anybody in her chat saying anything? Like, bruh, you need to go, like, reset all your passwords, or?
Mox is as big as Cheddar now! She's getting large, but I think, like, her head is still smaller. I think it's just that she's getting fat. Oh, hi, Cheddar. She's getting quite fat. Can you move out of frame, please, bro? Seriously? After everything, you're still gonna be mean to me. Goodbye. Yo, Ajax, thank you for the 5 gifted. Thank you so much. Oh, shit, level 17 Hyper Train. Holy moly. Thank you, guys. Thank you. Hello.
Good business.
Oh, yo, I don't want to focus on me. Yeah, honestly, I just want to watch I'm just gonna watch my fucking daily dose, and I'm gonna play some fuck-ass shit like League. Remember I said at TwitchCon, I deserve to play some League. Fuck you guys. Maybe, I might play some other stuff. There's just like not a lot of games right now that I super want to play. Yo, anyway, thank you for the 10 gifted. Thank you so much.
That Quicksilver guy is memeing, right? I think he's definitely memeing.
What kind of game is Dispatch? I keep seeing people talk
He just said, I'm not even
about
gonna
it, but I haven't watched any of it. I thought it was a story game. Arc Raiders, bro, you know I would be dog shit at that. Yo, remember Day of the 10? Telltale? Oh.
I remember when I used
So do you
to
guys
play
like the
Arc
cheese tree or
Raiders.
not? Does it look ugly in my room? I think it looks perfect. It's good. Well, it kind of, you can't really tell, but this yellow is like, it's like greenish in real life. It looks kind of nasty. And why is there like cheese dripping off the cheese wheel? I don't know. Why is the big doll so dirty? I don't know. She's getting disgusting and filthy. And she's literally done nothing but sit there. She's collecting dirt. Oh shit, yo. Shall and Dave for the, what the fuck is going on? Yo, Shall and Dave for the 50 and OV.
Alright, is this everything?
Yo, Dave for the 50. Thank you. And Jonathan, thank you for the 10.
Yo, Shaolin
Oh my
monk.
goodness. But yeah, it should be a fun week. I have to go to a meeting tomorrow. For
Lara finally back clappy. Also, have you beaten Sinner's Mega Bonk score yet?
Meeting
oh
for
shit,
what?
TTS is back on.
Like, nothing she's saying here even logically follows. So people keep trying to get into my computer. I don't understand what that means. I sent my computer back to Starforge to be wiped, and they gave me 2 PCs, so I could do a setup where I have 1 PC that's only for streaming and 1 PC that's only for banking and my Discord and stuff. That is not like a computer on stream helps people get into your computer. Is she like typing her passwords in on stream? Like, how does that help somebody rat you? I don't.
She's lying, man.
Yeah, I guess 20.
Shrimple as.
Like what?
Bro, my PC's got hacked the same way 2 days later. I got 2 fraud charges on my bank account. Yeah, I think that.
Oh, she was getting a chat message there. What is this? Guys, I'll be right back.
Guys, I'll be right back.
Where'd she go?
Wait, hold on.
Back.
Alarma.
You know what? I just realized I didn't change anything when I made the. Guys, I'll be right back.
Wait, why do we see her OBS here if she has 2 PCs now? Wait, I'm so confused. Hold on. All right.
Well, wait, what's the OBS? Show me the OBS.
No! Bro, how does he believe what the fuck are his stream over like?
Remind yourself that overconfidence is a slow and insidious killer.
Okay, yeah, maybe I was wrong to say he needed to just go.
sad today. There's a great clown in town.
Poor Quinn, man.
The main PC is for stream, the other PC is for personal stuff. Oh, like she does the streaming on her streaming PC too. Oh, okay. So she doesn't. It's not like a capture card or anything. Okay, I guess.
Dude, I don't understand why, but Quinn has some of the like most obsessed hate watchers. I feel like he doesn't do anything. Like he's just a guy. That's not working.
Does Quinn have obsessed hate watchers? Is that true? Maybe some
have no
PoE
idea.
haters, but I feel like for the most part, Quinn is almost universally loved. No, actually, I'm so sorry. That's retarded. I mixed him up with Zazarian is universally loved. Quinn can be pretty. I'll
Does
say
he have hate watcher, like,
provocative.
snarkers?
He probably has some hate watchers. Quinn can be very provocative sometimes, but I think even he would acknowledge that, right?
Oh, I think he got some. Did Quinn go and kill like an opossum or something? People were mad about that.
He might have, but he's also had like I don't know if I'd say
Yeah.
yikesy, but like controversial political takes and says culture stuff sometimes. Like I don't know as much recently, but
What, is your video output OBS 1080p? You know what? I just realized I didn't change.
is your
What, is your video output OBS 1080p?
oh.
You know what? I just realized I didn't change anything when I made the. Guys, I'll be right back.
Okay, hold on.
Hello? Can you make sure it's 60 FPS? Guys, I'll be right back.
Based. Okay. Well, hold on. Now she's starting to win me over.
Hello? Sorry, I got a new PC, I forgot! I got a new PC! I had to redo everything, I forgot. That's not working.
Oh, okay. That's it.
Boring.
No! Fuck that shit.
The hair. And plus I have braids under, so it's like awkward. Hold up. I'm logging into my other PC. I want to see.
Oh, cute!
What do you think? Pre-flop, it is a flop.
This is from
Flop.
Dispatch? Yeah,
Oh,
I
that
should
was
probably.
her we're talking about. Okay, well. Wait.
What do you think about Mizkif's video?
I mean, we have to wait and see her response, I guess. I mean, it seems like he's pretty
That's what I
justified
said.
in everything he's saying, though. Like, so she's going to need, like, the ball's in her court right now. She's going to have to 180 some of these claims with some pretty crazy, like, reverse receipts, right?
Hit 10K. I accidentally did a thing that's blocking it, and I.
3 balls in her court even.
Okay, so having 2 PCs is actually kind of a pain. but I'll get used to it. It's for security reasons. People don't try to steal my crypto that I don't have.
I'm sorry. This has to be a lie. This has to be a lie. She has to be lying about this, right?
That's what I think.
Sam, wow, thanks for the gift sub.
What does she need to Uno reverse on? Well, I mean, that footnote was kind of a lie, implying that they broke up. That seems to not be true. Or at least there was a yo-yo back and forth. And then, like... I haven't read all the filings, so I don't know for sure. But, like, if a large part of their argument relies on that emotional truth thing, I don't know. I just don't know the case law on it. I'd have to read another court case. To be like... oh, like, yeah, he raped me. And then you're like, whoa, that's kind of defamatory. And you're like, that's my emotional truth. Well, excuse me. No, that's not an emotional truth. That's not a subjective statement, regarding your feelings about a thing. That's like, that's like a statement of fact.
Pretty big claim.
That's a statement of fact, yeah. And it sounds like that was how her legal team was trying to defend it as like an emotional truth. The stalking claim, yeah, it's definitely going to need more as well to it. Are streamers really that clueless in regards to anything related to computers? Yes, streamers are retarded. However, she just sounds like she's lying. Like,
This is
I don't even know where she
retarded.
would get these statements from. And most streamers are pretty nervous about like security related things because people are always trying to hack your accounts and everything. So for her to just casually mention that she knew that people had access to her whole system, especially if she took it to another company, what she would be complaining about was how annoying it was to change all of her passwords and then to go and get like a new SIM card, and that they made her download a password manager, and that now she has like a two-factor authenticate. Like, these are the things that she would be talking about if what she was describing was true. Not like, oh, I got two computers, so now I'm perfectly secure. That's retarded. Why would two computers make you secure? It sounds like you're just giving people twice the attack vectors because you're too retarded to even keep one secure. I don't understand. It doesn't make any sense. That's a nonsense statement.
Oh, thanks for 5.
That would be like a 3-day horror show of changing
Of a
all of your
whole
fucking
bunch of
passcode.
shit. Yeah.
Oh my
well,
god.
But actually, no, that wouldn't be true. It would actually be a 1-day immediate horror show, because as soon as somebody gained access to her box, they would probably do that fucking if it was people that do the ransom shit,
Cloudflare
then they
shit?
would ransomware it, and then her passwords would have been flipped, and then everything would have been compromised that way. It wouldn't just be like, oh, I'm gonna like rat this box and then just like move files around and just kind of like peek around for a little bit to see what happens. LOL. Like, that's retarded.
Dude, all of those people who got the fucking like what's her name? Caterino hack, like Pichao, Koibu, I would have killed myself, dude, if I lost my PC.
Sure. What? Hold on. September 1st.
Didn't transfer any of my files.
September, October, November. September is 2 months earlier, right? Yes, then November. I hate the fucking... What is this?
Lost my entire save because I had to... Converting to tier 1. Did y'all know if it weren't for Crapcat, I would have quit Dark Souls 2 because I literally lost my entire save because I had to get a new PC because my other one got infected by a crypto scammer. He was literally in my PC and I didn't transfer any of my files because I just fucking dropped that shit off at Starforge and was like, yeah, I can't just, And then he recreated my fucking save. Yo, Delph, thanks for the Prime.
In September?
What?
How is this happening? Does Steam not... Is she not playing on Steam? Or no, wait, this is Path of Exile. Or no, wait, Path of Exile is an online game.
It is online, yeah. Wouldn't they have a cloud save?
She said Dark Souls 2. Oh, that was a Dark Souls 2 save. Well, but can you play Dark Souls 2 not on Steam?
I mean, you play on a console.
Oh. Well, wait, what? Your save wouldn't be on your computer.
Then that wouldn't make any sense, yeah.
And he's not VIP. Oh wait, I guess you're right. There. I think we have some VIP slots now. Yeah, you're right. I should have done that a while ago. But in my defense, I think he was like newer to the community at the time, and I didn't think that he was gonna be a regular. Diablo 5, yes. Dude, hell yeah.
You can turn off cloud saves on Steam. She doesn't know how to use her computer.
Yeah. I wonder if when did Mizkif say he was going to sue her? Has she always been this retarded, or did this
Mizkif said it was the day before that she said on stream
Well, no,
that
yes.
she gave her PCs.
I understand that, but this is a totally separate event 2 months earlier. This is September 1st, 2025. So if these things happened within pretty quick succession, I wonder if this has happened before, like in the years prior, before any like lawsuit stuff started to be floated, or if this all just started around. When did she make her big public accusation about Mizkif? What date was that stream? Okay, hold on. I'll just read the complaint.
No one knows anything. Katerina said that DM'd Mr. Moot and Destiny about make an indie game because she ran a malicious.exe from her friends that were the same. They just take all your accounts and shit. Yeah, she was the first retard, and then a bunch of others joined in.
Okay, so this happened in September, prior to October of her doing that stream. So it's hard to believe that this would be a setup then, because she would be planning pretty far in advance for that. So she might literally just be ultra super computer retarded. Or this legitimately happened then, and then she's trying to like reuse that event or something. I don't know. Whatever. It doesn't matter what happened. If she took the computer to Starforge, she would have had an obligation to back up stuff anyway. But that shouldn't even matter because most of this shit is backed up online anyway. So I don't know. Whatever. Jesus.
What do you want him to say?
I want him someone to beat this shit.
Yeah, boy.
Okay, hold on. What is ASMONGOLD's take?
Did you watch the Mizkif video? No, I'm not going to make any comments on that because I'm still in a lawsuit with Mizkif. I saw that he released a new video, but like I'm not going to make any comments because he's literally suing me for defamation. So when that's over, one way or another.
Is Mizkif suing him for defamation? I'm trying to think for when they're all listed on the complaint. Does that mean all of them, or is it mainly about the contract thing? I don't know. I don't know how it works. What?
I don't know. I think Mizkif has like 2 lawsuits out, but I'm not sure.
Well, in this lawsuit, he does list OTK and ASMONGOLD as part of the defendants in the case. But I don't know if the defamation claim carries over to ASMONGOLD and OTK, or if it's just this breach of contract claim. Oh no, Hoyt is under the defamation thing. Have repeatedly published untrue defamatory statements concerning Ronaldo to an audience of millions, painting as a rapist, domestic abuser, and emotional abuser. Oof. Him getting kicked out of the company is going to complicate this a lot too, because that makes it look really sus. But
Sussy baka.
oh my god. Hassan looking like such a proud dad when Kaya nudged the door open. This was so cute. It looks like Kaya's trying to fucking escape from prison. Hold on.
Okay. Go. I want to see if you can watch her.
She's probably worried that she's going to get shocked because the training or whatever is probably still from the every time she would try to like escape the room, he would electrocute her. So that's probably what she's worried about.
Kaya, okay. Kaya, okay. Open the door. Open the door. There it is. Yeah.
Freedom!
She's brilliant.
She's brilliant? The door's already open? Holy shit.
She's brilliant. She's brilliant. That's it. She has a PhD. It's crazy. Okay. Go.
Dude, this dog is so terrified of him. Oh my fucking god. Jesus.
I want to see if you can watch her.
Oh my god. Right.
When that's over, then I'll make comments on it. But right now, I'm not going to say anything. Why would I do that? It'd be stupid to do that, right? And so, yeah, sorry to say, guys, anybody expecting any drama or anything like that, it's not going to happen. So, yeah, anyway, does Nick's mom hate you? I don't know. Why does Nick's mom hate me? I have no idea. I know people have asked. Obviously, like I said this earlier, I've had like 5 comments in chat about this. I did see people want me to watch the new Mizkif video. That's not going to happen because Mizkif is suing me. When this is over, then I will discuss it. But I'm not going to make any comments or any sort of input on things based off of, somebody that's literally I'm in a lawsuit with, right? So I just want people to understand that. I did see it. I saw everything that happened. But I'm not going to be making any comments at all until the lawsuit is over. How long until you think it's over? There are multiple finish lines, and I don't want to make any assumptions or any analysis on it because my goal is in getting out of it and then explaining pretty much what's going on. So,
hey, ASMONGOLD, you're going to react to your Queen Emiru's 48 minutes of lies, or do you want to keep hitting on her saying how cool you are for using the N-word as passwords at 33 years old? Emiru sent this to me in a screenshot years ago. Oh my god, not the N-word. Screenshotted JK, but not actually JK. Diabolical. Diabolical. Diabolical.
What do you want me to say, man?
Okay. The clan's take on the drama. Who is the clan? What is that?
Oh,
mean?
I love the clan.
Powder? Don't get... What? Our time has come to an end. What? Oh, don't care. Okay. Is this like the Nazi VTuber or what?
I have no idea who the fuck this is. I've never heard of Powder.
And it comes across as very feminine to me. This person is retarded. Okay, I'm good. All right.
I wish someone would call me feminine.
Really? I'm law retarded, but page 17 contains the case law Emiru's side used for arguing dismissal. The thing is, I would have to read the underlying case law, so... Texas law is long held... I remember reading some of this at the time, but I don't know how much we dove into anything. It's long held that even a verifiably false statement is not defamation if the context of the statement reveals that the statement was merely a reflection of an opinion, not a statement of fact. The Court of Appeals took this up in a case strikingly similar to the one at bar.
It's just your opinion, man.
Did we ever read the fact pattern of the suit?
No one reads anything, man.
So I'm no one to you. Court lister. Nice, good one. Court listener. Nice. Fuck. Stop going on court listener. You guys are liking the site.
Stop.
No, you stop.
Hammer time.
Boom. District Court D, Delaware.
God, I'm never lucky, man.
New chat message. Hi, welcome to FindLaw.com. I'm a real person. I can help coordinate consultation with an attorney. Say hi to begin. Is that really a real person? No! I didn't mean to do it. Okay.
Would they lie?
True. Background. Okay, allegedly were private figures who were married to one another. According to the Bensons, on or about April 2nd, 2023, Guerrero published a video on TikTok. The Bensons alleged that in the video they made numerous defamatory statements about them, including statements of Guerrero and others were sexually assaulted by Chris while on a cruise in 2020. Vicky knew that Guerrero was sexually assaulted but did not care. Vicky Carr's sexual assault is a mistake. Vicky told Guerrero it wasn't her problem. Guerrero had been sexually assaulted. Benson's also alleged that Guerrero, through the TikTok video, had knowingly or negligently published to third parties false and unambiguous statements that Chris had sexually assaulted her. According to the Bensons, there's false statements about Chris that he had allegedly committed a criminal offense constituted defamation per se, which are further as a result of Guerrero's false statement. Chris alleged she had suffered mental anguish, blah, 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 blah. Benson alleged her statement about Guerrero also directly and approximately caused injury to Chris, which resulted in special damages, including harm to his earning capacity, loss of income, and loss of employment. And they alleged that Chris was entitled to exemplary damages because Guerrero had acted with actual malice in making her blah, blah, blah. As to Vicky, the Bensons alleged Guerrero made false statements about Vicky. Answer: generally denying the allegations in the Benson's petition and asserting various affirmative defenses. Guerrero also moved to dismiss the Benson's defamation claims against her under the TCPA, arguing that the trial court should dismiss Benson's claims because they were based on or in response to her exercise of free speech. Specifically, Guerrero asserted that Benson's claims that she defamed Chris by stating that she and others sexually assaulted him while on a cruise were accusations of criminal conduct unless a statement regarding matter of public concern for the purposes of the TCPA, as were her claims, or as were, sorry, the videos about asserted that the Bensons did not have clear and specific evidence to make a prima facie case for each essential element of the defamation case required to survive a motion to dismiss under the TCPA. Requested attorney's fees under so that they did not dispute that their claims for defamation per se were subject to the TCPA, but as to the other alleged defamatory statements reportedly made by holy shit. At the hearing on Guerrero's TCPA motion, the trial court viewed her TikTok video in which she stated the following. So I think it's time. I feel I need to make this for myself. I think I need to make it for the miscommunication that I receive from a lot of fans and people in general. So I'm going to go ahead and just start because the story going so in depth. I'm just going to my family is well known, obviously, blah, blah, blah. I need to serve it. So a lot of people ask me if I talk to my mom and sister, and the answer is no, blah, 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 blah. I'm tired of crying. Come to an right before COVID. There was a cruise that my family had went on, and basically on this cruise, I got sexually assaulted. And the unfortunate part is that this was by my stepdad. Yeah, it was by my stepdad. And was I the only one? No, that's not my business to put their story out there, but it happened to me. And the fact that I protected somebody that doesn't clearly give a shit about me is beyond me. But hey, you know, growth, maturity, right? There's basically fast forward, maybe like the following year, when I got injured in my knee, my mom was only out here in Houston, blah, 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 blah. And it's been fucking hard. It's kind of crazy, blah, 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 blah.
For you.
My journey. After the hearing, the trial court granted Guerrero's motion to dismiss, ordered the Benson's defamation claims against them be dismissed with prejudice, knowing Guerrero was entitled to an award of court costs. Damn. In their first and second issues, Benson's argued that the trial court erred in granting Guerrero's motion to dismiss because TPA did not apply to Vicky's defamation claim. We've reviewed de novo the trial court's ruling on a TPA motion, deciding if a legal action should be dismissed under the TPA. We consider the pleadings evidence a court can consider under Texas Rule of Civil Procedure and supporting opening allegations. Basically, we review the pleadings evidence line about a procedure for the expedited dismissal of retaliatory lawsuits that seek to intimidate or silence as a matter of public concern. The purpose is identifying summarily disposed lawsuits and only to chill first minute not to dismiss them.
You want to go to the Happy Turtle?
Yeah, let's go. To be entitled to dismissal under the TCP, movement has the initial burden to demonstrate that a legal action is based on or in response to the movement's exercise of the right to petition, cessation of free speech. If the movement's their initial burden, then the burden shifts to the non-movements to establish by clear and specific evidence a prima facie case for each essential element. The non-movements may satisfy their burden of establishing a prima facie case. It's a matter of law. This burden is not onerous. Although conclusory statements do not... The non-movement establishes a prima facie case. The DCP still allows dismissal if the movement establishes an affirmative grounds or other defense on which the movement is entitled to judgment as a matter of law. Okay, public concern. In a portion of their first issue, the Bensons argued that the trial court erred in granting Gary's motion to dismiss certain of Vicky's defamation claims against because RGPT only applies to wrong statements about Vicky's being a bad Vicky's mother did not constitute communication made in connection with a matter of public concern as Vicky was not a public figure. So noted above, the DGGP allows the oh my god. It's just necessary that Vicky's defamation claims no. The Bensons in their brief assert that Vicky's audience was not substantial enough to give Vicky public figure or celebrity status, but they do not set any authority that says a substantial audience threshold. Fuck, I might chat in 7 minutes. I would need to read about how this TCPA is applied, because that sounds like that's what they dismissed us under. And since argued the trial court erred in granting the motion to dismiss as to all of their defamation claims because they established by clear and specific evidence a prima facie case, blah, blah, blah. As noted above, what's the movement's initial burden of understanding the legal action based on the non-movements, but established by clear and specific evidence prima facie case for each essential element. Defamation claim requires a plaintiff to prove the publication of a false statement of fact that was defamatory about the plaintiff with the requisite degree of fault, and in some cases damages. Certain categories. In a briefing, they assert that they established prima facie for each of the claims of defamation by specific evidence as Chris's defamation per se based on this. She got sexual assault. Benson's argued this statement is defamatory per se because according to the text penal code, a person commits offense, sexual assault, blah, 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 blah. It's commonly understood as merely, in her reply in support of her motion to dismiss, Guerrero asserted that her statement about Chris was not defamatory per se because sexual assault is commonly understood as merely touching someone in a sexual way when they do not want you to. But the fact that a term may have multiple meanings does not factor into our analysis at this stage. Plenty of a statement is capable of at least one defamatory and at least one non-defamatory meaning. It is for the jury to determine whether the defamatory sense was one conveyed. Okay. In reviewing whether Chris's defamation claim survived a TCPA challenge, trial court was required only to consider Chris denied sexually assaulting them on the 20th. Chris also denied Guido's statement in her declaration attached to motion to when she forced his hand. In her reply, asserted that Chris denials were conclusory and thus did not constitute the clearance of evidence required to survive a TCPA. Party claims an event occurred and the other party claims it did not. A plaintiff's denial can satisfy his TCPA burden to present prima facie evidence of falsity. Here, Chris denied having committed the specific acts alleged and published by Guerrero. His statements, if uncontested, would be sufficient as a matter of law to establish that he did not commit those acts. It's also established also argued in her reply in support of her motion to dismiss the trial court should dismiss Chris's defamation case because she establishes truth as an affirmative defense of the claim, but in defamation cases involving matters of public concern, the burden is upon the plaintiff to prove falsity, not upon the defendant to prove truth. Because Chris met his burden of establishing a professional case of defamation per se, and Guerrero did not establish a valid affirmative defense, we hold that the trial court erred in granting this. Okay. So these defamation claims continue. He alleged that started getting messages accusing her of not reaching out to her mother. Fuck, 4 minutes. Hold on. I'm almost here. And viewed in that context, part of Guerrero's description of how she became estranged from Vicky and how she felt about it, even if Vicky were correct that certain statements which had purportedly recounted what Vicky had said to her involved objectively verifiable facts. Viewing the TikTok video as a whole shows that Guerrero shared her personal viewpoint, i.e. her own emotional truth, and not purported fact. In the informal and intimate setting of the video, Guerrero described her emotional journey and expressed her sadness about being estranged from her family. Her recollections about the conversation with Vicky and how they led to Guerrero's feelings of abandonment were no more than opinion masquerading as fact. Oh, okay.
Shrimp blast.
She'd been living with the Bensons. After the cruise, she decided to live with them because the government worked hard to move out of their home and into an apartment. After which she tried to talk with Vicky about how uncomfortable she was with Chris. But Vicky was less than sympathetic and responsible that she perceived it as lack of respect for Chris as a way of disrespect to her and her relationship. I think her to say that Vicky had blocked her telephone calls and her described her sadness about not having spoken with her mother for more than 2 years. It became obviously emotional to her once by recording the TikTok video expressing her unhappiness about the estrangement with her mother and her hurt, her feeling like her mother did not protect her, and the same as that Vicky alleged to be defamatory when viewed in context, part of video's description of how she became estranged and how she felt about it. Even if Vicky were correct that certain statements in which reportedly recounted what Vicky had said to her involved objectively verifiable facts, being the video as a whole shows her personal viewpoint of her emotional truth and not purported fact. Oh, so the Guerrero person is, when she talks about sexual assault, she's explaining what she says Vicky said to her. Benson's allegedly made, including statements. He knew that Guerrero had been sexually assaulted and didn't care. I don't know. Okay, whatever. This is a little bit messier than the whatever thing. Okay, sorry. Good, get fucked. I'm glad we wasted all day with this. Hell yeah.
Yeah, waste our time.
Problem?
I mean, what else would we have done? You know what I'm saying?
Bang your mom? Wait, one more meme?
No.
June 29th.
I got a new PC after I moved to this house because my last PC got giga super mega ultra infected with a hacker virus. I'm not even joking. And I was like, you know what? Well, I was just gonna replace my hard drive, but then Starforge was like, nah, just give us that one and we'll trade it out. So, oh yeah, it was awful. Okay, let me sign in. I don't remember my Roblox account. I just make a new one, I think, too.
Emiru, have you played Death's Door?
I have not. Anarchy, thank you for the... My password is incorrect. Oh no. I've been locked out of my Roblox account.
Wait, how many fucking times does your PC shit get hacked? Wait, what? Hold on one sec.
Problems. My PC was actually compromised. So I've been dealing with that, but everything's fine. So it's all good now. And then my capture card wasn't working after like all the restarts and stuff, but it's fine now. Everything's fine. Yo, Butters, thanks for 21 months. Did they leak the league logs? I don't have league logs. I've said this before. I don't have any. Oh my god, bro. My brain does not work when the vacuum is going. I can't think. Yo, Kude, thank you for 27 months. I don't have any. I actually don't have any.
Leak Destiny's league
thank you for the
logs?
gift sub. Thank you, thank you.
Oh, I will.
I was gonna turn the music up so I can't hear it.
I could play some League right now, actually.
I can't hear it anymore! I'm free! Yo, Rain Check, thanks for the 10 months. Guy named Fab, thanks for the sub. Oh, I can hear it again. Whatever. Whatever.
Based. Okay. I love you. Be careful. I'm gonna go chat with this guy.
Right.
Hey. Can you hear me? Hello, hello?
Yeah, can you hear me? What's going on?
All right. What's up? What's up? I'm joined today by Tom Joscelyn. We spoke in the past. You were the principal author and compiler and presenter for the January 6th Select Committee report. We chatted about that a while ago. You emailed me because you were publishing an article, or you had published an article, or you were publishing it the next day after emailing me about Eastman and I guess his crusade against birthright citizenship.
Yeah, I mean, basically, I thought it was a continuation of our last conversation. I looked it up. Last time I talked to you at all, I think it was before the election in 2024. So
yeah,
that's a long time ago. And obviously, the whole world has changed since then. I think a lot of what we talked about at the time has basically come true, in terms of what's unfolded. But yeah, I mean, basically, you probably your audience, or you saw the birthright citizenship decision by the Supreme Court that came down, which upheld birthright citizenship, which had been the constitutional law of the land since the 19th century. And what I thought was interesting from your vantage point, since you and I talked about January 6th before, is that the lawyer, one of the main lawyers who was behind Trump's effort to overturn the 2020 election, was also behind the challenge to birthright citizenship that went all the way to the Supreme Court. And it's a continuation of that story that show you that sort of how the far right is really pushing the agenda.
Mm-hmm. Can I ask, for your background, are you do you have a law degree or anything, or a JD, or are you?
No, I'm basically just a super nerd. So I like, you want me to go through what I can. I mean, I after college, I went and worked as an economic consultant and ran these multi-million-dollar economic consulting projects. 9/11 happened earlier in my career. I started building up my own side hustle on counterterrorism, counter-extremism issues. Ultimately became sort of a big counterterrorism figure in like Republican circles. And then this is the very abbreviated version. You know, I did all sorts of stuff that I think is interesting, including getting the CIA to release Osama bin Laden's files in 2017, which is a whole other story. And then January 6th happened, and a lot of people on the Hill knew me and knew my views on it, and they asked me to help put together the report and a lot of the other materials. So I have a long career. I'm skipping over a lot of stuff, but
yeah, that's fine. I guess the reason I asked this is kind of one of the complaints that I've had recently that has been massively exacerbated over the past year, but it's been plaguing us kind of on and off for the last decade, is I started to read a lot more at the end of 2023 because I realized that like if you trust yourself to read an entire Supreme Court case and you're willing to like look up stuff that you don't fully understand, that it can kind of like flesh out your understanding of where a lot of these things are coming from. And one thing that I've had a difficult time accepting myself and then kind of conveying to other people is there's this huge issue of people don't realize, I think sometimes, how important it is that we all kind of agree like on some reasonable level of like how to interpret basic sentences. And there are just so many of these cases I go through where like I really firmly do believe this. And given enough time, I feel like I could confidently navigate any argument that as long as you're willing to be creative with your interpretation of English, you can really just say whatever you want about anything, like literally.
So
yeah, go ahead.
Let me tell you something. That's a very smart way to intro this conversation because that's what John Eastman does for his career. Like that's what he does is basically the way I put it is he tortures the text of the Constitution.
Yeah.
Take a sentence and he'll read into it all sorts of things that aren't there. He did that. Remember, there was the whole pressure campaign to get Vice President Pence to overturn the election results or at least prevent Joe Biden from being certified the victor in January 6, 2021. Right. That was all a novel, fictitious theory that was invented by John Eastman about the vice president's powers. Same thing on birthright citizenship. He took a single clause within that in the 14th Amendment, the citizenship clause. That's the first section of the 14th Amendment. And he read a whole bunch of stuff that isn't there into it.
Yeah.
Right?
And then same thing with the oh my God, I just cut you off and I forgot what I was going to say. But yeah, go ahead. Yeah.
No, so your intro is exactly, I mean, that's why I like talking to you because that's a very smart framing for it. And it's exactly right. It's exactly what Eastman does, right? So that's what he did here. And that's what he did before with the vice president challenge. And this is what a lot of what they're doing across the board when it comes to the Constitution. A lot of the far right, which is in charge now, is trying to reinterpret the whole thing to meet their agenda. And they're trying to read into it things that aren't there and reinterpret the whole thing.
Yeah. I was going to say for the unitary executive theory that like your single line is like, oh, actually every single person serves at the pleasure of the president and everything. And then I guess the thing that triggers me the most is that you hear these people say these stupid things like originalism and textualism, and then you'll read. So like I don't know how many of these you read, but the birthright citizenship, or not the birthright citizenship, the Voting Rights Act case. It was really interesting to me because going through. I've learned to always like have a few shots before I read anything by Alito or Thomas because it's going to be the dumbest shit I've ever read in my entire life. But where he just so easily with a single sentence will like do away with what you would imagine is going to be like a really substantively heavy argument. It was something with how he interpreted like the things that would make it sufficient to bring like a Section 2 Voting Rights Act case or whatever. He's like, oh, well, you know, we can just see that this is like clearly that. And then boom. And then he just does away with it. And I'm like, there are all these things that I read where it was, I believe it was Gorsuch who wrote a really nice thing on, I think it was Loper that overturned Chevron about stare decisis and how when we look at what is good law, we're thinking about things that have been practiced for a long period of time. We're looking for harmoniousness in our Constitution and our laws. We're looking for unity between the Congress and the Constitution. And these things are said and they make sense to me. It's like, oh, okay. If, you know, the Supreme Court said this after Congress passed a law saying this, and for 100 years, we all understood it to be that thing, then that's like settled. But then to have something that's just come out where a guy like Alito or Thomas will just say like, well, we read this word as meaning something different. And it's like, I just don't know how it doesn't undermine everything related to jurisprudence, to the Supreme Court, to the fundamental structures of the United States. It blows my mind. And even on this birthright citizenship thing, you know, some people are like, well, it was 5-4 on the constitutional issue. And like, well, it was 6-3 on the case. And in my mind, I'm like, why the fuck is the court even hearing this case? We're having EO to dismiss a chunk of the Constitution? Why was this even heard? That's crazy to me.
Yeah, but see that the thing right there. Let's stay right there for a second, right? It should be crazy to you, right? This is what I want people to understand because this is crazy, but that's how far things have slid.
Yeah.
Right. Like so, the way things were not too long ago. Remember, in the first Trump administration, This was considered then, right? So the same people who pushed it in the second Trump administration pushed it in the first administration. Didn't go through. Trump didn't ultimately back down. He doesn't issue the executive order. He doesn't try and overturn birthright citizenship, which had been law of the land since the 19th century. He doesn't try and overturn it by executive fiat, right? He comes in first day of the second Trump administration, first day, issues an executive order trying to overturn it. What it shows you is that the far right, the radicals who were kind of held at bay, at least somewhat during the first administration, aren't being held at bay anymore, right? They're totally in charge. And they are getting to test their unconstitutional theories over and over again. And let me give you another example. You're talking about the wordplay, right? So I want folks to look up the 14th Amendment. People should learn about the 14th Amendment and the actual text of it. And there's one specific clause in it called subject to the jurisdiction thereof, right? So, and this is about babies who are born in the U.S. And if you're born in the U.S., obviously you're subject to the jurisdiction thereof because you're born in the U.S., right? Yeah. And that's what it's always meant. It's always meant the territory of the United States that's governed by the United States government. They try to take that word jurisdiction, to your point, to what you're talking about, and completely reinterpret it. Right. So they went off on this whole tangent where it basically saying, it means all these things that aren't actually in the text. And that's exactly what they did. They got shot down. The five justices you mentioned, including Roberts, the Chief Justice, they rejected the reinterpretation on that grounds. They said, look, you can't try and twist the text of the 14th Amendment. The executive order clearly violated the text of the Constitution and the 14th Amendment. Right. Brett Kavanaugh, he's the sixth deciding vote. He also shoots down the executive order, but he has his own torturous opinion where he says it violates the subsequent statute, but not the actual 14th Amendment, which is ludicrous because they're the same language and there's a lot of problems with it. And then you have these other justices who are looking to entertain alternative theories, But to your point, right, this is what's going on here is that the basic text, the words that mean certain things are now being challenged, and that's because the radicals are in charge.
Yeah, and it's frustrating because I don't know how to make people understand. It speaks to like a fundamental issue when it comes to I don't even know what the fuck you would call this, philosophy or language or metaphysics or like this concept of one of the things that I hate. I'm curious. Actually, I don't know how you feel about this. I don't like that they updated the ECA. If you read the Chesbro documents, if you read what Eastman said, like you know this, when a conservative says constitutional, that's code word for breaks the law, but they think they have a right to do it. And it's like, it doesn't matter if you update the ECA, their plan was already to break the law. And there are so many of these conservatives where they're coming through with these, I don't even like the word theories or novel interpretations. It's really just like these ludicrous like tortures of the English language to try to front
torturing the text of the Constitution.
Yeah, that's not, and it brings it totally out of harmony with everything else in the Constitution. You would never apply this language the same way every other time this phrase is used to the Constitution or any of the amendments. And then but then the issue that we run into is so many people coming to this next term, whether it's if the Democrats win the midterms or the president comes in next, they're like, okay, we got to think of like all the laws that we can pass to stop this from happening again. And it's like these guys don't care at all about the text or language or the jurisprudence or the stare decisis. They don't care about any of this stuff. Like even reading on that Voting Rights Act where it's like basically they say you can have a gerrymander now, but it can't be racial. But if it is racial, as long as you can prove that it was done for partisan reasons, it's fine. Well, what is a gerrymander if not done for politically partisan reasons? Who the fuck is doing racial gerrymanders and then losing seats because of it? Why the fuck would you ever do it? It's so stupid. Like, it's so obvious. Why would Congress even bother passing that law? Like, it's so obviously stupid. And it's like example after example after example after example. And it's like, what, Jesus? Yeah, it drives me insane that you have a bunch of people that don't have any good faith grappling with the law or with the English language. And people are like, well, how do we write a law to change how they're doing this? It's like, I don't know what you would even possibly do for that. Yeah.
Well, I mean, the bottom line, though, when you look at this, is they've built up a well over decades of institutional support to really challenge and overthrow parts of the Constitution, and statutory law passed by Congress and other things. The challenge of the Voting Rights Act, that goes back to the 80s. Chief Justice Roberts was thinking about ways to undermine that going back to something like 1982. Sure. And you think about it, it's all the way here to 2026 that they finally bring that to culmination. This has been, they think, and it's funny, we live in this conspiracy age where we have all these like crazy conspiracy theories running around. You got the Vice President of the United States is a conspiracy nut job, by the way. But on top of all the stuff that's going on, but here they actually do have a conspiracy going back decades in the constitutional jurisprudence to really torture and change the original language of the Constitution and also overturn things like the Voting Rights Act. And
Yeah.
to your point, yeah, I mean, by the way, where, racial gerrymanders in the South, like, what's a white district in the South? Is that going to be a Republican district or a Democrat district, right?
Yeah.
It's like 100% racial and political. So,
Yeah, it's just, all of it's been pretty annoying to me. And then, like, the solutions are very annoying because everybody keeps talking about patching, we just need new laws or something. But I don't know how you bring the other side to, like, the table to say, like, hey, we need to have, like, a good faith engagement with stuff. Again, like, we can't, like, I always bring up the example that, if you're playing Monopoly with a friend and some guy pulls out a knife because he landed on your boardwalk and starts stabbing you, like, there's nobody at the table is going to say, next time we show up to Monopoly, we're going to write the rule, like, no knives or stabbing people. Like, it's just so stupid. Like, you would never even think that, like, obviously that we're not killing each other over a game. And when it comes to all these legal things, just the inconsistent arguments from both sides. When I see these guys, and they did it with the, because I did read a little bit of the birthright citizenship thing, and he did it with where they'll talk about, like, originalism and textualism, and we can't just change laws because it would be inconvenient. But you better fucking believe that when it's inconvenient to them, that what was he? I think this was in Alito's, where he was saying at the bottom, he was like, "Who knows what's going to happen in the next whatever years now that we leave birthright citizenship in? Like, we haven't had this for over a century already, or a century already, or like what are we talking about? Like, why are we looking to the consequences of your thing when before you guys have said it doesn't matter what the consequences are? You could make a consequential argument for instance to get rid of the Second Amendment, right? But they did make a consequential argument when it came time to get rid of the part of Section 14 about keeping Trump off the ballot, because they said that a patchwork of states having him on or off the ballot would be unworkable. And then they do make a consequential kind of like appeal when they talk about the birthright citizenship thing, and it's the inconsistency. It just drives me insane, like how unbelievably partisan it all is.
It's partisan, but it's all about power.
Yeah,
right? They're driving toward power. It's all about political power. I think that's what a lot of people, sort of on the pro-democracy side, don't really get or understand. Is that really at the end of the day, this is about power and how you exercise it. And there needs to be really thinking about how to do that in ways that sort of constrain them going forward in the future to doing this type of thing. Because the right is now a post-constitutional movement. There's one of the great paradoxes of modern conservatism is that it wraps itself in the flag and pretends like it's this movement that's adheres to the Constitution. And meanwhile, they're doing things like trying to overturn birthright citizenship, which has been the constitutional law of the land since the 19th century, or inventing fanciful theories of the vice president's power on January 6th, or all these other things they're doing. You mentioned the Electoral Count Act, by the way. The one thing I'll say about that is the revisions to that. One of the things that I thought was telling was the revisions to that mainly just restated what was already in the original in terms of the vice president doesn't have the power to do anything other than play this ceremonial ministerial role. And Trump and others seized on that to say, see, he really did have power before the reform. I
hate that. Yeah, that's the only reason I said it, is people bring that up. Yeah. But again, if you read there, and you have, obviously you did because you put together a whole thing on it, they knew they were breaking the law. Right. That was part of the committee. I think Eastman admitted that to it was either Donahue or Rosen, that he said they'd probably lose in the Supreme Court. I think initially he said 2-7, and then he said 0-9 or whatever. We'd probably lose if we were to fight this, but it would be past the election anyway. And maybe they wouldn't even want to hear it because it'd be a major question or some whatever political questions, whatever bullshit they used to not listen to cases that they probably should be listening to.
Yeah, I mean, Eastman after the fact denies all that, but but if you look, I trust the people who testified about what he was up to. I mean, and the proof is in the pudding, right? The contemporaneous documents that they produced, right, shows what they were really up to. I mean, Kenneth Chesbrough, there was this memo that the committee didn't get from December 6th of 2020, written by Kenneth Chesbrough. Go check that out, because that gives away the game right there, that the whole thing is really about preventing Biden's victory on January 6th, 2021. I mean, this is all in the weeds for a lot of people. Was this the
one where he was like, the document was like game planning out what would happen, and then he goes through all of the different things of like, if Pence does this, then this would mean that Biden would win, but if he objects here, and then if they convene here to count, he can call like an end to debate, and then that means that Trump would win, and blah blah blah. Is this the one that had like the win and lot?
Yeah, there's scenarios like that in it. I mean, but what it does is it sort of belies all of their claims that they were really about trying. When they do this fake elector effort, right, in that election, they try and claim that they were just a contingency. They were just there in case they won litigation in order to have them ready for January 6th. And that memo shows that was all a lie. Yeah. Right? That they weren't contingency at all. The fake electors were all about trying to prevent Biden's victory, and they didn't care if they won litigation or not. They knew they were not going to win any litigation.
Some of the stories that some of those people told too, I don't know if this was in the actual report or if this was just some news things later. I think it was in Michigan where the lady said that they had floated the idea of like hiding in the basement overnight the day before so that they would be able to certify their fake elector ballot, so that they were technically in the Capitol, but they knew they wouldn't be able to get in, so they would hide overnight in the state court. It's the Jesus Christ, yeah.
Yeah, but I mean, to your broader point, I mean, the thing is, what happens when you have a movement that is completely living in a broken reality? Doesn't care what the truth is, doesn't care what reality is. It tortures the meaning of words like jurisdiction, even though it's been settled for well over 100 years in the courts.
Yeah.
I mean, what do you do when you're dealing with that kind of movement? You know, and I don't know. I don't know the answer. I mean, I just think that this is very much a political brawl, you know, about political power and how you move forward. And you know, they're very much, you know, there's the right is bound together by just this intense, insane hatred of the left and Democrats. And I don't think people understand that either. You can talk to these people. I mean, I know a lot of these people. I used to be a Republican. I ran in Republican circles, right? The number one thing that they will do when you bring up anything is, well, what about the Democrats? But the
what
left,
about Hunter
right?
Biden? What about when they,
Hunter
did
Biden's laptop,
lawfare?
right?
And
Yeah, right. We got Trump and his sons overseeing the most corrupt regime in the history of the American government. But what about Hunter Biden's laptop? You know? I mean, it just, you know, by the way, I had two, like, to tell you how sick this stuff has gotten. I was at two family funerals, in which somebody independently came up to me to talk about Hunter Biden's laptop because they know I'm like politically connected and this other thing.
Sure.
And the second time I said to the family member, I said, you know, I don't know, but I do know this has nothing to do with my father-in-law's ashes, which are 3.5 feet to my right. You know, like this is how, but that's how, like, how sick this stuff is now, right? They've built this entire echo chamber, this media ecosystem that puts the stuff in people's brains and they can't help themselves. They're just constantly on the attack about it, you know?
Yeah, it's just been a wild ride for how much stuff they could just blatantly lie about. And then on the law side, they just get so, I don't like to use, like, creative to where people just don't understand that you're in a totally different world where, you know, it's like Biden tried to forgive student loans and he got shut down. So why can't Trump try things? And it's like, well, Biden did try it, but he was citing to a law that allowed the president some forgiveness in, you know, crazy times. But like, I'm pretty sure that the Supreme Court issued like an emergency injunction against, or emergency stay against that while they heard that case. And then ultimately Biden got shot down on it. And then I think he found some limited forgiveness, but that was it. But he was like citing to a real thing or a law. But then they pretend that like all of Trump's attempts to do just the craziest stuff imaginable are like the same thing. And it's like, it's not really... These aren't really the same things at all. These are like total, but they always have like a reason why they can do something different for themselves. Like we talk about, like I got into an argument with a guy. I just couldn't. It had to do with stealing Supreme Court justices, right? Because they arguably deprived, not arguably, they deprived Obama of his Supreme Court pick. And it's like, well, the Constitution says, you know, with the advice and consent of the Senate. So, and it's like, well, what happens if they just never hear it? It's like, well, they have the right to never hear a thing. And it's like, really? That's how we're going to read that? So the president could theoretically just never have a Supreme Court pick, and you think that the founders intended that ultra super clever loophole of them never getting, like, it's so stupid. Like, it's obviously dysfunctional.
Yeah, but I mean, what you're saying, you're talking about board game earlier. They don't agree to the rules of the game at all, you know?
Except for when it's on the Democrat side. Then you have to play by all the rules. Then everything becomes like, well, hold on. Didn't you say that you would never break the filibuster? Didn't you say you would never do this? And blah, blah, blah. Yeah.
Yeah, but I mean, there are things they're trying to do with laws that are on the books and rules that are on the books that they're trying to use their own advantage now, you know, in ways that are kind of scary and are problematic, you know, to say the least, you know.
Yeah.
And I don't know, like, how much people out there kind of understand, you know. I look at the Trump, I don't call it an administration, I often call it a regime, because they're not trying to administer according to the law, according to the Constitution. They're actually trying to break the law and break the Constitution in so many different ways, you know, but the character of it across all these different things, you think about it, I mean, it oftentimes boils down to white political power. You know, that's what it boils down to, whether it be trying to overturn the Voting Rights Act, which they did, or the mass deportation scheme targeting, you know, Latino members of the community. You know, we got tens of thousands of people in detention camps right now around the country. We just had a shooting in Houston. We had, you know, 2 protesters in Minneapolis executed. I mean, a lot of this boils down to, you know, the propaganda the White House and different executive agencies are putting out using white nationalist tropes from the online world, you know. I mean, a lot of this, that's what bothers me the most, is that they've kind of gotten away with their extremism in some ways in terms of public perception, while branding the entire left or center left or anyone who's not even on the left, you know, who just, you know, likes democracy as being extreme. I think they've gotten away with a branding, you know, a real branding scheme here, you know.
Yeah, I mean, I 1,000,000,000% agree with that. And just some of the things that have happened, like I don't think that the 2 ICE agents, I don't think they'll ever see a courthouse or any charges formally, just because if the FBI torched all the evidence, or if they didn't say anything and they're not obviously they're not investigating or going to prosecute them. I don't know if Minnesota will be able to do it. That's just crazy that they were whisked away by the feds and then that's it. We're just probably never going to hear about that again. The pressure to get to, I don't know how much you follow the Tina Peters story.
No, I follow it, unfortunately.
Did you see her like 20-minute allocution? Yeah, like everything about that was just so crazy. And then the fact that Polis, right, was the governor who just that capitulated and let her out, and now she's out just repeating the exact same things as like a victory, and it's just like. And I just, every day I say something that is like, oh no, guys, don't worry. I read this thing about law. Like, you can't do this. Like, I feel dumb because it's like, oh, I guess you get, like when Trump sues social media companies is like violating his First Amendment right. It's like, oh, don't worry. This is stupid. Like, you can't do this. And it's like, oh, well, they all settled with him for millions of dollars. Like, Trump is like, I'm going to pardon Tina Peters. Like, well, the president is a state charge. He can't do that. Oh, well, I guess maybe he can. Who knows? You know, he pardons our red cards, I guess, for FIFA. So maybe the president of the United States really can do anything. I don't know, you know?
But it goes down to the point of political power, right? I mean, the thing with Tina Peters is that Polis did the thing. He bent the knee and he succumbed to political power and pressure. He didn't have to. He could have just followed the law, which is what he should have done.
Yeah.
And there's a whole process for Tina Peters to challenge her sentencing and everything else and just stuck to it. You know, that's what he could have done. And she could have challenged her sentence and challenged everything through the regular system as opposed to just kind of going above and beyond to satiate what Trump wanted. But that's an example of how they exercise political power, you know, with no scruples, you know, and do so in ways that are really damaging to democracy and the Constitution. And here's a governor on the Democratic side who won't even just stand up for the rule of law, you know, and gives in and uses power to stand up for what the actual legal process is, you know.
Yeah, one thing that I think is really damaging is like the concept of the pardon is, you know, regardless of what they said in the Federalist Papers, because none of that is true anymore. But like the idea is that you're pardoning somebody for a crime they committed, giving them clemency, you know, reducing a sentence, whatever. A pardon, I don't know, maybe it was like this before Trump, but it's happened and I'm just not aware of it. But a pardon is not supposed to be like, hey, I'm pardoning you because I don't actually think you did the thing that you were convicted of. That's like a crazy usurpation. And look at all the Gen Sixers. Look at Tina. Like, these guys are not out of prison, you know, with their heads kind of held in shame, like, you know, whatever. It's like, oh, I got out because Trump saved me, because he knew that I was a patriot and he knew that the courts were corrupt and rigged and he knew that all this was bullshit and we should have never been convicted. And it's just, yeah, that's just crazy to me.
Well, I mean, the January 6 pardons were another example. That was a day one effort. You know, I had discussions with journalists about that leading up to that. They're like, well, he's not going to pardon everyone. I'm like, yes, he is. He's going to pardon every single last or community sentence.
All the cope around like, oh, he won't pardon the violent offenders. And all the people that said that, well, I wouldn't support pardoning the violent offenders, all silent when he pardoned every single one, right?
He pardoned or community sentence of every single one, roughly 1,600 people. And remember, most of these people, their crimes were caught on video, sometimes either recorded by themselves or recorded by the Capitol Police surveillance footage or whatever else. You know, the January 6th thing, what bothered me about it is it's the most well-documented day in history in terms of video. There's no big mystery there, you know, release everything, you know, whatever. Look at every file clip you want, every video clip you want. It's all right there. And the idea that, you know, there was something done by the left to prosecute these people is just totally fallacious. I mean, a couple things. I mean, one, you know, they didn't even prosecute everyone who was on restricted grounds of the Capitol. You know, there's about 10,000, let's say, people who were on restricted grounds in the Capitol, maybe more, maybe less, whatever the number is. You know, they only prosecuted in about 1,600 defendants, and they basically focused on people who went into the Capitol or did violent acts, insulted police, that kind of stuff. So there was actually a very selective process for who was prosecuted. It wasn't willy-nilly. And the idea that, you know, these people were victims and martyrs, this again feeds into the rules of the game not applying to them, right?
Yeah.
Because now you have a system where they were opposed to the constitutional peaceful transfer of power for the first time in our nation's history. They interrupted it, and yet they're the victims of the system. I mean, that's a pretty sick mentality, you know.
Yeah, I mean, especially considering the guy who gave the pardons was the president, who was the guy who was cheering all of it on and hoping that it would serve his interests in the end. It's very crazy, yeah. And then you see these people that
are... I was a lawyer. By the way, you asked me earlier if I was a lawyer, and the lawyers had all sorts of tortuous debates about whether or not he could be charged with inciting and insurrection and all this other stuff. And I said, oh my God, this is really, you're killing me here, because it's, as in terms of plain English, that's obviously what happened. You know?
Sure. But even, I mean, Jack Smith, he left incitement off. He didn't even go for the incitement charge.
I know, because the lawyers didn't want to go for it. Yeah.
Sure. Yeah. You initially, when you reached out to me, it was about the Eastman argument on birthright citizenship. I guess, do you have anything more specific, I guess, that you wanted to say about that now that the ruling is out and everything? Like, how do you see that going in the future?
I just think that I thought for you in particular, like you get how much things have shifted.
Yeah.
Right. And how much things have now we're not living in the world. You and I last talked, I think, October 2024. Right. We're now talking in July of 2026. We're in a totally different world now.
Oh, yeah.
You know? we're in a totally different world. I mean, the world that as it existed before the election in 2024 is gone. And they came in, and this was an example. I thought the birthright citizenship challenge, and you get it immediately, right? This is an example of where they tried something crazy, something that was clearly not within the bounds, even during the first Trump administration. They tried it right out of the box in the second Trump administration, didn't get away with it. It was a narrower loss for them than it should have been. But the point is that they tried it in the first place. And I thought you would get that, right? Like, I think you get that, like, that's why we reached out to you, because basically I thought, you would get that. This shows you the frame shift that's occurred here,
Yeah. And then the scary thing too is that, like, I hate hearing over and over again, like, well, I'm sympathetic towards it a little bit, but like, the courts are holding. And it's like, kind of, but like, they've grabbed a lot of power for themselves. And I think they have shown a very scary willingness to sometimes venture into issues that there's just so much stuff that I think would be kind of like off limits. Like that. The Voting Rights Act thing was very scary. I think that, I don't remember if it was Kagan who wrote the dissent for that, but like going through the history of, like, it got passed one time, the Supreme Court kind of had an issue with it, and using the same language from that ruling, they amended the Voting Rights Act, and then like this worked, in parsimony and harmony with the rest of the Constitution, with the Supreme Court, and with all of Congress, and with all the states' understandings for like 30 or 40 years. Like, everybody knew what this was. And then for Alito to come by and say, well, I don't really think we're that racist anymore, and partisan gerrymandering is fine, and then just like just completely gone from all these same people who would get so mad about the breathing document and about legislating from the bench and all these other stupid things that they'd always say all the time. It's super.
The racist point was particularly egregious, offensive,
especially because they immediately, the next day, like every state almost, except for Clyburn, they were like, bye, like all gone instantly. Like, our whole gerrymander fight that we've been having for the last several months was like completely flipped. It was like, holy shit, they instantly got rid of like every single majority black district. It was crazy.
Yeah, I mean, and the president of the United States has a whole encyclopedia now that you could fill of racist rhetoric from him. The idea that he's not racist. I mean, are you on X at all? I don't engage. I very rarely engage on X because that's such a sewer. Are you on X at all? Though?
I'm from the sewers. I live in the sewers, so I am unfortunately on X. Yes,
I can't. I have X. I can't stand, but X is a great example. We're not that racist anymore, really. I mean, you can look at. Every time I look on X, all I see is racism. I see it all the time, and you see it from politicians. You see it from people who are actually in elected office. I mean, Nancy Mace had a racist post about black people and how they speak just the other day, and she's an elected representative of Congress. We're not that racist anymore. I mean, I think the racists get to fly their flags now as high and proud as basically they have been able to in a long, long time, So it's sort of the opposite of the Alito vision of the world, is that we're not that racist anymore. And meanwhile, racism is more acceptable now, because of the culture wars and the defeat of the quote unquote woke and all that other stuff. I think we're in a whole another world that way too, So.
Yeah. What do you think is, when you look at like the elections coming forward, what do you think is like the way back?
I think that, first of all, the biggest problem we have is that we have a two-party system, and one of the parties is in an authoritarian cult of personality.
Yeah.
Captured by it, right?
Yeah.
That's not a functioning democracy. So we're not going to be a healthy democracy until we have two political parties that are actually looking to compete for political power on normal terms. And as this whole conversation we've laid out there, they're not trying to do that. What Trump and his administration are trying to do, right? Even this week, there are multiple examples of how they're trying to undermine the elections for the midterms because they want to seize on power. In a democracy, there's a pendulum, right, to the power. It goes from left to right, swings back and forth. And the authoritarian push is to try and stop the pendulum from swinging back. So it swings to the right, and now it naturally is going to swing back to the left because that's what happens in our politics. And they want to stop it. They want to freeze it. They want to stop it from doing that. So I think the first way back is to all hands on deck to make sure we have free and fair elections in November. And I think that's a big fight. And I think that's a big fight legally and in terms of rhetoric and in terms of everything else. And people need to understand what they're trying to do. I mean, we were talking about the ways they've tried to undermine constitutional authority and constitutional governance. One of the things they're trying to do is seize power over the elections for the federal government.
Right? Or the USPS thing, where they're trying to say that your voter rolls have to be turned over to the federal government. Yeah.
Yeah, and a number of different ways. DOJ suing states for voter rolls.
Or the FBI just with a subpoena just seizing records and everything.
Yeah, I mean, there's a lot we could talk about. I mean, the DOJ, or now you have the Department of Homeland Security and FEMA threatening to withhold counterterrorism funds if people don't comply with the rules they want for the elections. That's a story that came out just this week again. I mean, this is all stuff, right? Again, folks, under the Constitution, the power over elections is reserved for the states. that power over the federal elections included, right? And Congress can amend the rules. Congress can act and pass a statute to amend the rules. But the executive branch, Trump and his executive authority have no role to play. Zero.
Yeah.
There's no role under our Constitution for the President of the United States and his executive branch to play any kind of constitutional role in our elections. And they're challenging that every day. They're trying to insert themselves and take control over the election process in a way that's unconstitutional. So that's
I remember
what I mean.
one of the scariest things that I bring up is that when obviously Trump has said people act like 2020 was rigged. Trump has said every single election is rigged. I think back to like 2008. I know that beginning 2012, even the ones that he won, he said all the elections were rigged. In 2016, 2017, he put together that voter fraud investigation panel or whatever. When they made a request to the states for their voter rolls, like not only did every single Democratic state say no, every single Republican state said no. All of them said, no, you can't have our fucking voter rolls. That's never happening. And now, this time around, I think most of the Republican states have like voluntarily turned them over. And then Trump is fighting, like you said, withholding FEMA funds, withholding disaster aid, whatever else, sending investigators in. That creepy fucking picture of Tulsi Gabbard I feel like I'm watching a Jason Bourne movie where she was outside the Fulton County warehouse or whatever. I don't even know why the fuck she's there. It's just like so weird. Why are you even, what is happening? Everything about it is just so crazy.
The FBI had an affidavit, and you're talking about Fulton County when they went and raided all the materials from 2020, including the ballots. That affidavit was ridiculous. I mean, it just was one disproven conspiracy theory after another as a justification for the FBI to seize ballots and election materials. Everything in there had already been disproven, right? Everything in there had already been investigated by the Georgia Secretary of State's investigative division.
And I think signed off by like a Missouri or Tennessee judge. I think it came from out of district. Yeah, it was just everything about it was just.
Well, everything, but that's the point again where everything is broken now, right? Everything has slid. It's slid from normalcy, from the bounds of reality, into this netherworld of online conspiracism that's being weaponized against us. You know, that's the number one thing that worries me the most is that. Right, is like basically the people are now motivated to by stuff that they get on their phone or whatever, you know, that's total crap, right? And they can't tell the difference between what they're reading on their phone and reality, you know.
Yeah.
But I mean, there's other ways they're trying to seize power too. I was just curious if you've been following any of like the counterterrorism stuff, because this is the world I know very well, given my past and all the work. You know, I testified more than 24 times as a Republican invited witness, so I know the counterterrorism world pretty well.
Yeah.
You follow what they're trying to do with like the Antifa stuff and everything else?
I know. I think for the first time in all of U.S. history, I think we labeled a domestic terror organization. Was that Antifa?
Yeah, which has it was Antifa, which and you know the domestic terrorist organization label does not exist.
Yeah.
It does not exist. It's not a lawful label.
FTO for foreign, but not. Yeah, it was crazy. Right. Yeah, like the Ku Klux Klan. None of these people have been labeled ever as like domestic terrorist organization. Yeah,
right. I mean, even Timothy McVeigh, who was rightfully convicted for the Oklahoma City bombing, for example, was not convicted as a domestic terrorist because there were no statutory laws labeling, you know, individuals or organizations as domestic terrorists. But what they're trying to do is they're trying to use those authorities, the authorities that came up after 9/11 to fight foreign terrorist organizations. They're trying to apply them to entities inside the U.S. This is another place where people should be on guard and worried.
Yeah.
And one of the things that they did last year was I don't know if you saw this, but they designated 4 so-called Antifa groups in Europe as foreign terrorist organizations and as specially designated global terrorist organizations. And I did a breakdown of that at the time. So, you know, Antifa, I'm in the camp, unless you show otherwise, Antifa exists as like an idea. It's an extremist ideology. It doesn't exist as an actual organization with a hierarchy and divisions. And also, it just doesn't exist that way, you know? But they're trying to make it look like that. They're trying to make it look like an organization, right? And just to be clear, anybody who commits out like an act of terror and like is legitimately an Antifa adherent or whatever, yeah, they should be prosecuted. And people who are, you know, if you're taking a shot at federal agents, you need to be prosecuted and upheld the law. It's all, unlawful, right? But what they're trying to do is invent like this boogeyman where Antifa becomes this supernatural, international organization that's like coordinating, and that they need to use all these massive terrorist authorities after 9/11 against people who are supposedly part of this organization, including in the U.S. And so they did this they designated 4 quote unquote Antifa groups last year. I ran it down. Okay. So only 1 of the 4 was actually branded as Antifa. And you know what their big act of violence was that they got designated for? Because they went to Budapest to fist fight neo-Nazis.
Okay.
That was it. You know, so that's where we're at now. Like they're trying to basically stitch together. And there's news that came out from the Washington Post just in the last day or so about how this is one of the ways they're trying to use things that are on the books, laws that are on the books, authorities are on the books in ways that kind of worry me, you know?
Yeah. One thing that's really annoying, and our whole media and alternative media environment is just so garbage now, that there's not like the understanding that needs to be communicated to people, is when people want to get into these fights over like, well, what is a terrorist organization? I remember Biden said that to Trump on stage, I think in a 2020 debate, where he was like, he said Antifa is just an idea. And of course, everybody ran with that as him saying like, oh, so Antifa terrorism is fine, but right-wing terrorism is bad. Like, what do you mean by that? And the idea that he was conveying that was accurate is the reason why people are so eager to get these like terrorist labels is because I don't know the actual laws themselves, but I know enough about how this organization works. And I know enough about how US law works. My guess is once you have this FTO designation, there's probably a whole bunch of like US like federal investigatory power and shit that comes under that. A lot of it's probably less reviewable or maybe unreviewable by your actual federal courts, and you just get a whole bunch more leeway to start investigating people. It's like you almost have like a supernatural RICO case now that you have against all of your political enemies. And when you've got a president, like, and this happens too, you know. When people say the radical left, Donald Trump, when he says the radical left, everybody online is like, oh, he must be talking about like the communists and stuff. No, he's talking about Chuck Schumer and Jeffries and Nancy Pelosi. They're talking about every single moderate Democrat. Every Democrat to them is the radical left. Why would I want this guy calling all of us terrorists? He thinks we're all Antifa. Yeah, and it gets really
that
scary.
goes back to the branding point I was talking about, right? Like, you know, on July 4th, what was the marketing campaign that Trump had on July 4th? You remember the way he was doing in posts? Marxist. Marxism is the big threat, right? Yeah, I mean, there are Marxists that exist out there, but are they like some major threat to American security right now? No, right? It's just insane. But who are Marxists, right? They're trying to brand much of the left, the center left, as Marxist, which is crazy, you know? But yeah, I mean, it's exactly what you said. I actually edited and wrote some pieces for Just Security, an online legal publication last year, warning about what they're doing with these counterterrorism authorities. It's exactly as you said, right? Like the point is they want to open this Pandora's box to use surveillance authorities, to use different things to tie these supposed organizations overseas to individuals in the US. And that opens up the ability for them to look at people and go after people. And I'm worried about that because, you know, if somebody commits a crime, if somebody, you know, like I said, if there's somebody who is like some far left radical who attacks an ICE facility or something like that, yeah, prosecute them, absolutely, detain them, send them to jail, whatever, right? But there's a gross exaggeration here that's going on with how they're treating this stuff, which is very worrisome, you know, and it's very worrisome across the board, including giving sentence, you know, there are now people getting sentences for storing documents that supposedly inflammatory, these crazy long sentences. So I think there's a good reason to be worried, is what I would say.
Yeah. One thing that's frustrating, too, is that because of when the Republicans are in charge of the media, nobody on the left ever gets anything wrong. It's always like an intentional conspiracy where they're trying to undermine rule of law. And the frustrating thing is that when I see, what was the name of the special counsel? It wasn't her that did the Crossfire Hurricane investigation where he wrote it was like a 250-page thing on the whole Crossfire Hurricane stuff. Oh God, I don't remember the name of the special counsel there, but like when he's writing about the things that went wrong for this, when there was maybe over-reliance on the dossier, where at least one of these FISA warrants, you know, maybe they messed up in doing this. And when you read like his suggestions on like what the FBI should do in the future to avoid these things, like all of it reads like the FBI tried to get things right, but like maybe sometimes some of the, I don't want to say like the political partisanship got ahead of them. The problem is that like it is kind of political partisan, but like Donald Trump is out here saying insane shit as the Republican candidate. And it's like, how do you like have a bias against Trump, but it doesn't come off as like political partisanship, right? You know, when he's saying things like Russia, you need to find the emails and everything, like it makes sense why you would get people in the United States who are like, well, I don't know, you know, but like it seems like they did try their best and there wasn't like intentional, like trying to destroy everything. But then on the Republican side, like none of these guys show up to any testimonies. None of the, like it's the fifth. There's not special counsels to investigate any of these people. There's no accountability for any of these people. Like you don't have all of the reports and investigations. Comer and Jim Jordan are not trying to investigate their own side for wrongdoing. So when you do these like FTO designations and then you start writing these crazy warrants, you do these crazy investigations, if there are mistakes there, I have zero confidence that any part of this government would be interested in accountability or self-investigation and holding accountable any of the people involved there, you know? Like,
well, I mean, a big part of what you're talking about too is the information warfare, and they've got a vast conspiracy mongering machine that exists across, you know, from Fox News across all right wing media. I used to go on Fox News quite often, by the way, you know, and I remember leaving Fox News at 3:30 in the afternoon one time and calling my wife and going, "Who the hell am I talking to at 3:30 in the afternoon on Fox News?" You know, like this doesn't make much sense here, but you know, but they promulgate this conspiracy mindset, and they're very quick to metastasize a single thought or a single idea and blow it up into this mountain range of conspiracy. And meanwhile, they're doing real conspiratorial stuff, and like it just doesn't get conveyed, right? It doesn't get
in the open. The annoying thing is when they argue their conspiracies, like you said, man, every time somebody's like, January 6th, where Antifa super soldiers fomenting everything, and it's like, then why the fuck is the only thing you have is one video of the Ray Epps guy from the night before, where you guys were already calling him a Fed? Where are all of the Antifa fomenters? There's like 20,000 hours of footage from 400 different angles. They all avoid every camera. They avoided every camra. Really?
I know.
And then
you and I talked about the whole Ray Epps thing the last time I was on.
Yeah.
Talking in October, right? I mean, 2024, and it just. That was all, I did 60 minutes on that because they wanted to have me on as the January 6th investigative guy to talk about, Ray Epps, right? And I reluctantly did it because you could just get all these right-wing conspiracy theories. But I mean, here's the point on all that. This is talking about accountability. So in the lead up to the election in 2024, right? And November 2024, and even thereafter, you spent years of the right building this whole machine. The FBI did January 6th, the FBI, the deep state, or alternatively Antifa or whatever else. And when we get into power, we're going to prove it. We're going to show it, right? I mean, Kash Patel was the FBI director. He trafficked in this stuff all the time. These conspiracy theories, right?
Same thing with the Epstein stuff too, and the voter fraud, everything else. Yeah, but yeah, I've got. Yeah.
But let's just take the January 6th stuff. You're in control of the FBI now. Now's the time to show us how the FBI did it. Go ahead. They claim that the Ray Epps was working for the deep state and working for the FBI. Where are the files? Kash Patel was the FBI director. Actually said at one point, that we're going to uncover all this stuff. He's probably paid by them, by the FBI, and all this other stuff. Well, where is it? Where is all of it? And this is what bothers me the most is that they traffic in this crap and they do it for years, and then they actually have a moment where they can actually prove and test their bullshit theory one way or another, and there's no comeuppance, right?
Always nothing.
They just move on to the next nonsense conspiracy theory,
Yeah.
It's pretty tough to watch. I gotta be honest with you, and that's where I'm disheartened the most is just living in this broken reality now.
And then to bring things around, actually, because I don't even talk about this, but then to bring things around to your area of expertise, all of this is scary because the environment and the battlefield has been so prepared that everybody could just leave us alone, and we're already like eating ourselves. But now you do have foreign actors that are very invested in a lot of the workings of this stuff. Anyway, I don't know if you want to get into this or what your opinion is of this, but like there are a few conspiracies that I've done a lot of research in. I would be willing to fight to the death on stage. Well, maybe not. Maybe you have a different opinion. I very, very, very much believe with like 85%, and I would bet with odds confidence that the Hunter Biden laptop story, that was a foreign plant. I'm very confident that I don't think that might have been his it might have been his laptop, might have been his hard disk, but I think somebody else took that to that store, and then from there it kind of like grew organically. But I don't think that he dropped his laptop off, showed up the next day to give them an external drive, and then was never contacted again or found again, and there's no video footage. I don't believe any part of that. And the more you dig into that, everything around it just looks very strange. So you have these like foreign actors that are trying to like sell all of this negative information about Democrats. You had, Assange with WikiLeaks and the Podesta, the DCCC hacks and everything else. And then
that's been proven. That's been proven.
Yeah, with Stone communicating with them directly, with the lawyer, the Russian lawyer, and the Trump Tower meeting.
Cut out and the whole thing. The Republicans, mainstream Republicans, were arguing that in the House and the Senate not too long ago.
Yeah. So who knows, like, what kind of insidious, subversive stuff that they're up to today? Because one, if it was in favor of any of the Trump kind of populist stuff, they wouldn't report it. I don't believe for a microsecond that they would report on any of it. I don't even know if they're investigating it because at times they've suspended different things. I think it was was it near the Tenet? Like they dropped all the Tenet media stuff, which what the fuck?
That's actually what I want to ask about. So I don't, Hunter Biden's laptop, the origins of it, I don't know. I whatever. It to me, assume it's all true, everything they ever said about it. It doesn't add up to what they've claimed, right? It didn't add up to impeachable offenses by President Biden, and it was all, at the end of the day, it's all, a pebble next to the mountain of corruption that we're seeing.
So researched. So many congressional, Senate committee things, DOJ, FBI, different administration, nothing. Yeah.
Right. They've had their day on that, right? And it's been, and the whole idea that it was suppressed by Twitter and that cost Trump
for
the election.
One day. Yeah.
Insanity, total insanity, right? Exactly, one day. And by the way, that drove traffic to the New York Post article. Because of everybody was interested in it. There's all sorts of studies on it. But I want to ask you that this is the thing that bothers me too. You mentioned Tenet Media, right? So the same hucksters who are all on this platform, YouTube or elsewhere, you're on different platforms, and they're pitching to do this type of content, right? They get caught with their hand in the Kremlin cookie jar. Right, the Kremlin is giving them money, right? They get caught. I don't think any of them has issued a credible denial at all. They just basically said they didn't know.
Yeah.
Right. And these are some of the same people that said that Russia's not interfering in America at all, in America's elections, and American politics.
One of them, Tim Pool. It's so funny because I always used to say prior to that indictment going out that foreign influence on YouTubers probably couldn't really happen because the dollar amount you would have to pay would be so high. And then I find out that Tim Pool got $5 million for a non-syndicated bullshit. You know, he just like gave them one thing a week to upload. But the fact that this guy got $5 million in 1 year and at the same time is on his stream pounding his desk saying Ukraine is the enemy of the United States and it's all their fault. Like, in any sane world, even if I'm somehow to believe, which I don't, that he didn't know that this money was probably not on the up and up because $5 million is way too much for what he was offering. You wouldn't stop and think for 1 second, it's like, man, even if I didn't know, Russia felt like I was such an asset to their propaganda machine that they funneled me $5 million without even communicating. That would give me such a pause and like, whose job am I doing right now? Like, what the fuck? Yeah.
Well, it shows how they've weaponized our idiocy, right?
Yeah.
Like they've weaponized the idiocy that we find online. You know that this stuff is so stupid, and even after these guys get caught with their hand in the cookie jar and they claim they didn't know, whatever. Okay, take them at their word. They didn't know, right? Just take them at their word for a second. It still doesn't lend them any credibility, right? It means they're too stupid to know they're taking Kremlin money.
Yeah,
you know,
especially when a lot of these people are like, I'm an alternative media investigative journalist. How the fuck can you investigate? You didn't even know you were getting, what the fuck?
Exactly. You couldn't even investigate your own bank account.
Yeah.
So, you know, we're done here, you know.
And then the person who was the Lauren Chen person who was in charge of organizing all of it, who did know, the one who was actually a named and indicted person, who was at the Easter egg event for the White House because Trump just wiped it all away.
I know. But I mean, here's the thing, right? Their audiences, I don't think their audience size suffered from any of this, did it? Like, did there was anybody who said, you know, no. I don't think so.
Because they don't believe, because everything in 2017, whenever the indictment happened related to the Russia stuff, which in and of itself is just the fact that I can go and listen to a 45-minute call with Giuliani talking to a Zelensky aide to ask them to open false investigation, that's just insane. But like ever since then, now nobody can talk about Russia. The libs can't because they're all mind fucked into thinking that it was all fake. It wasn't. So they won't bring it up, and conservatives won't say anything related to Russia because they don't want to, bring up anything there. So yeah, it's crazy.
Giuliani, I was actually the chief counterterrorism advisor for his 2008 campaign. Believe it or not.
Oh, geez. Okay.
Yeah, and I always say to people, like, don't hold it against me, okay?
Yeah.
I always say to people, like, that's when he was supposedly America's mayor, Rudy Giuliani. Yep. And I say supposedly, I'm going to undermine that. Not Four Seasons Total Landscaping Giuliani.
Yeah.
You know?
My aunt was NYPD for 20 years, Cuban family, so they love Giuliani. Trust me, I've heard so many great things.
I'm a New Yorker. I mean, after 9/11, I mean, I was, I still, have a lot of patriotic sentiment about rallying around the flag after 9/11. Horrible. I had to walk by a banner every day of our sister company was wiped out on 9/11. So the company I was for the time, there's a whole banner of the people who were killed. I mean, it's a very emotional thing still, what happened there. And he was a good leader in that moment. But man alive. I mean, after that, he became a total disgrace. And that kind of shows, I mean, to me, that's basically what's happened here, right? Is you go from being, somewhat, whatever his personal demons or inner stuff was going on, at least pretending to be a noble political servant publicly to people, right? To being what he is now, right? And and being what he was in 2020 and the challenge up to January 6th. I mean, this is what's happened here, right? There's been a degradation of our politics to such a degree that it's mind-numbing,
Yeah. What are the things on the horizon, I guess, that scare you the most when it comes to counterterrorism related stuff? Do we still have a formal relationship with Five Eyes, or did Trump nuke all of that, or?
I think the Five Eyes, so you're talking about the five, just people don't know, they're five, Western countries that are closely related to us and share intelligence on counterterrorism and other sort of cybersecurity and other sort of conventional national security threats. I mean, I think they've got to be looking at us skeptically and probably not sharing everything and probably be careful, right? I mean, they don't know what to think of a country that's run by somebody who's as erratic and as self-interested as Trump and his administration is, So, I mean, who knows? I mean, this is part of the problem when they're off. Remember I said this, when they're off, chasing phantom threats. And again, there could be a left-wing terrorist attack tomorrow. I wouldn't be surprised, neither would you, right? But they're trying to turn that into a boogeyman, like this massive, like Spectre-style sort of conspiracy against America. The problem, one of the many problems is that they're not focusing on real threats and real problems, And you still have jihadism still alive. You still have Al Qaeda out there. You still have ISIS out there. I'm not saying they're going to attack tomorrow, but who knows? There's still have a lot of anti-American terrorists like that. You have other threats. You have cybersecurity threats. I'm very worried about what's going to happen in the cybersecurity realm. I think there are certain things that could have a cascading effect across our society and do a lot of harm. Like something that's somewhat small targeted attack that actually has ripple effects we don't anticipate.
Mhm.
You know, I think there's a lot of things to be worried about, and that's why you need rational actors to be directing your sort of infrastructure, not chasing conspiracies in Fulton County or, you know, doing all this nonsense that they're doing, you know.
Yeah, one of the things that annoyed me so much when the ruling came out a few days ago related to whether or not the president can just basically fire any of his officers without cause. For some reason, they like carved out an exception for the governors for the Federal Reserve, and it's like, come on, like, because
Well,
you
that
know
goes
that
to your point earlier. You talking about there's no logical
yeah.
consistency.
Well,
Well,
there
that's
is.
exactly the point.
They're lying about it, but the logical decision is like they're like, we know this guy's fucking crazy, and we know this ruling is fucking stupid, and if we actually give him like the keys to this thing, everything is over. So we're gonna say he can do other things, but not that one thing. And it's like, come on, like, what does that say for the rest of our government? You know, like the fact that we went into, I feel like a lot of people misread this, and I was kind of out on an island a bit when I made this claim, but I think I was ultimately correct. When Tulsi Gabbard came out and she made her statements to Congress about the war in Iran, like I viewed, she was throwing the White House under the bus completely there. And a lot of people viewed it as her like, she's not accepting responsibility when she says we didn't say there was an imminent threat and blah, blah, blah. And it's like, no, what she's saying is that the White House is not talking to the intelligence community. There's no back and forth there because she's saying over and over again, we don't make those assessments. The White House, of course you make those. And we all know you make those. And then she left shortly after, you know? And it's like, who is, you know, to what you're saying, who is deciding what are or are not threats to the United States if there's not even like that back, you're not even talking to your IC when it comes to dealing with enemies in the Middle East. Like if there was anything the fucking intelligence community's been looking at for decades, it's got to be fucking Iran and all of their proxies. And you're taking the word of Netanyahu, who has his own set of interests over the entire U.S. intelligence community.
Yeah. I mean, a couple things on like the Iran stuff, you know, that's an unconstitutional war, right? Didn't go again, another way the constitutional power is being tested and being undermined. You know, like should have had congressional approval for any kind of action there. I know the Iranian portfolio as well as anyone because I wrote about it and analyzed it and I took controversial opinions that turned out to be right about Iran's sponsorship of terrorism and where they were actually in the game. Actually, this there's a book over here I wrote that was published while I was writing the January 6th committee report that was by Columbia University Press called Enemies Near and Far. There's a lot about, you know, how Iran is working with different terrorist groups against us, including Al Qaeda, which defies a lot of the norms on that, what people thought. But I mean, you know, Tulsi Gabbard is not somebody who's actually looking at any of this stuff in any kind of critical or reasonable way. What was one of her big efforts as DNI, as Director of National Intelligence, was to accuse Obama
of that stupid Russia. Oh my God.
Accusing them of treason, right? She's accusing them of treason. I mean, it's a cockamamie theory that you can walk through piece by piece from the stuff that she produced, from the memo she produced to the claims. Like, you know,
we read them. They were, yeah. Oh my God.
Okay.
Go ahead. Yeah.
I'm sure. Did you do it? Did you do that on your screen?
Yeah, we
here?
did. Yeah, because you can see it. It'll be a report where they're saying something along the lines of like, "Hey, like we think that." Like one thing people don't understand sometimes is like when an intelligence not an asset, when a specific branch says something where it's like we're at low certainty at this or whatever, people are like, oh, that means it didn't happen. That means that they looked at every single thing and they said that it didn't happen. It's like, no, that's not what's happening. Or when they're making assessments on like potential threats or things that are going on, they're like, oh, well, the threat was here, and then Obama asked for a new assessment and magically everything got higher. And it's like, well, they had more time to work on it and they gave the justifications of the reason. And how hard would it be to get all of your different IC heads? Obama was blackmailing all of them and getting all of them to agree on some opinion, and then the thousands of people working underneath. And for Tulsi Gabbard to take all of that for where Obama is essentially making a statement of like, hey, I think we should like do an assessment on this. I forget the specific names, but some kind of intelligence community assessment on this thing so that we have something to publish. She's like, yeah. And she's like, he was telling them that they had to give one opinion and that was it. And it's like, it doesn't even follow from any of the underlying things you're stating.
No, I was going to say like that. I had a boss years ago who used to talk about building an argument, and from one link in the chain to the next has to be, unbroken. There can't be any broken link in the chain, otherwise the whole chain is broken, right?
Yeah.
And she put this argument out there, and literally every chain in the link, every link in the chain was broken. Every single one. There was not a single link in the chain that was right. I mean, she even talked about how the main thing they were trying to do there was they claimed, well, beforehand, the intelligence community said that Russia didn't hack any machines.
Yeah.
So therefore, the intelligence community said that Russia didn't interfere in the election. So therefore, when they said that they did actually interfere in an election, they were reversing themselves. No, they said from beginning to end that Russia didn't hack the machines. They said that from the first assessment all the way to the end assessment. That was not the only type of interference in the election, right? There are other types of things that happen here. And she conflated the whole thing. She basically used one part of the assessment and then claimed that because Russia didn't hack the machines, and that was the assessment all the way through, that they lied when they claimed that Russia ultimately did interfere in the election, right?
Yep.
I mean, it just, this is like, I gotta be honest with you. I mean, my children, when they were in grade school, like K through 3, would spot the logical error there, right? Like, I mean, I mean, this is not hard, right? This is not hard, and yet this kind of idiocy is now leading things, is now leading the government, you know?
I think one of the dumbest specific claims that I had a back and forth with another person, I wanted to blow my brains out for this. I think this was part of what Tulsi published, was a claim that initially, like, our intelligence, I don't even remember who this involved, but there was a specific email, and the claim was that this email is a fabricated email because what they've done is they've taken like different chunks of other emails and created one email here. And I think Tulsi said in some...
How to do with Hillary Clinton's planning about, you know, the whole plan.
Yeah, something like this. And I was arguing with a guy, and I think Tulsi repeated the same statement, or somebody else in the media repeated the statement. It's like, oh, well, this wasn't actually a fake email then. They lied about that. It was just like a combination of like things from several emails. And it's like, are you fucking kidding me? Do you think that's the same fucking thing? That's like it beggars belief that anybody could seriously be of the opinion that, oh, well, it's not.
That's why we're in the dumbest timeline, right?
Yeah.
This is why we're in the dumbest timeline. I mean, and this stuff that, I mean, you watch like how this stuff is portrayed on Fox News with such credulity and is repeated and amplified, and they build on it. They quickly, what's scary is they take this stupid thing, which is easy to debunk, and they very quickly build this whole mountain range on top of it, you know? And then have people walking around and talking to me at family funerals about their conspiracy theories, you know?
Yeah.
Like that's what's happening, you know? It's frightening, you know?
Yeah, and fighting against all of it. And like I always ask, like, well, okay, fine. You know, Doge found all their things, and Tulsi found all of her things, and Comer and Jim Jordan. Where are my charges? Okay, you have investigated so many of these things, and you know, you had Hillary for 11 hours, and it was 11 hours. The whole video YouTube was up, 11-hour hearing on Benghazi. You have Hunter Biden walking into Congress when they're trying to do all of their behind closed doors depositions. Like, if you want to depose me about this, let's do it in public. You had all of the Epstein depositions that idiot. It wasn't Nancy Mace. It was the other one. Was it Boebert who was leaking pictures of the deposition to Benny Johnson? The behind closed doors depositions of Hillary and
guy who was funded by Tenant Media.
Yeah. Oh, who was also doing a podcast episode in the White House because they invited all the podcasters after Charlie Kirk got killed. It was just like so crazy how stupid all of these things are, and then they have nothing to show for it either. I don't know why that never bothers them. Like that they at the end of the day. Like, what do we have? There's nobody's being charged with any real crimes. We've got the Kobe stuff. We've got them failing to return indictments half the time. We've got nothing to show for all of the crazy conspiracies that they've so far supposedly uncovered.
Well, one of the only places left standing that truth matters and facts matter are the courts. That's why.
Yeah.
Like this, but that's what that tells you is, you know, and it's not perfect. There are definitely ways that they've succeeded and they've gotten away with things. There's Supreme Court decisions that we've talked about that are bad decisions, right? But the facts do matter still largely in the court of law, you know, and that's where the pro-democracy resistance has been, I would argue, very effective at putting up roadblocks, if not speed bumps to roadblocks against a lot of what they're trying to do, you know. And that's an important point, you know, because that is still holding to a large degree, not entirely. I mean, there's still things they're getting away with and doing, but you know, it's but that tells you a lot about our society, that is one of the few places now where you can go to adjudicate facts. Everywhere else, there's no adjudication of facts or claims or whatever. People just move on to the next thing. They say something stupid for months on end. It's disproven time and time again. Well, just move on to the next thing, you know?
Especially because I keep stressing this to people that like courts are here to dispense justice at the end of a thing, or they're here to make some party equitable at the end of a civil suit. But we're like looking to court, like a TRO or some kind of stay or preliminary injunction. These are like exceptional things that we don't really want our courts issuing all the time. And it really does feel like we're kind of relying on them as almost like a secondary executive to be exercising these like preliminary rulings to try to save us from stuff. And like, that's not very stable or safe at all, I think.
I totally agree, but that's where it comes down to political power.
Yeah.
And again, politics, getting back to, you know, I don't, you know, politically, we need to have real competition politically. And, you know, right now they control all the levers of power, you know, and that's a very dangerous place to be. They control the House, they control the Senate, they control the Supreme Court, they control the White House, obviously, they control all the executive branch. I mean, they have immense power right now. They're kind of at the zenith of their power, and there need to be political checks on their power.
Yeah. I feel like every single person has to go when the Democrats come back in, who the fact that nobody can honestly answer like who won the 2020 election is that's beyond insanity to me.
Well, the problem is, at the end of the day, I don't know what you do about that. right? Like I don't even know how you like if you have that many people who are living in this broken reality, how do you even reason with them? Right? I mean, the thing is you go back to the founding of this country and the founders understood that there had to be reasonable political discourse, right? There had to be bounds of the reason, coming out of the Age of Enlightenment mattered a great deal to the founding fathers of this country, And what we're talking about here, all these things we've talked about, are fundamentally unreasonable, right?
Yeah.
They're just from torturing the text of the Constitution to believing conspiracy theories that are unproven to chasing phantoms, overseas and claiming that they're terrorists, this terrorist organization that's threatening all of Americans. I mean, this is all stuff that's outside the bounds of reason.
Yeah, a really difficult conversation topic for me when talking to Americans especially is understanding kind of like freedom of speech and the concept of freedom of speech and how that's supposed to cash out in the end to like reasonable discourse, and it doesn't just mean that everybody's saying whatever. Like there's this phrase, this concept of like reasonable minds can disagree, and I think people don't understand that a lot of our discourse probably needs to be bounded by that. Like it's worth having a debate on whether there should be a minimum wage or not, or whether we should be proactively attacking Iran or not, or whatever. Like these are like reasonable minds can disagree here, but it can't be that we're trying to figure out if every single violent right-wing extremist in the United States was actually secretly funded by George Soros through the SPLC. That there's no reasonable minds here, or that Comey needs to be indicted for the seashell thing after Jack Posobiec and these other guys were selling T-shirts saying, I think even Matt Gaetz might have been, like the 86 or whatever. I don't want to say because I don't want to get sued and arrested. Like this is not like like you said, these are unreasonable people. Like we're not in the reasonable minds disagree world anymore. We're in like, here's a bunch of unreasonable things, but then we have to pretend to be reasonable when arguing them, and it just feels so stupid to just hop from thing to thing. Yeah,
I think the data are in that social media broke a lot of brains.
Yeah,
and that's really what happened. You have a lot of people now who, because they're able to voice their opinions on social media, they think that their opinions are reasonable. And just because you can voice your opinion doesn't mean it's reasonable, Doesn't mean you actually know what you're talking about. Like there's all sorts of things I never talk about because I don't know anything about them, right?
Sure.
And there are people, but you watch a lot of what's going on social media and everything else, people are pontificating and popping off at the mouth about everything now, And you mentioned Soros. I had a family member who, I'm a big Knicks fan, longtime suffering New York Knicks fan. Finally got a championship after 53 years. I suffered. I'm pushing 50 myself. Never saw him win a championship. They finally won. And there, a few, some, people, rabble rousers, set some cars on fire or commit some crimes or whatever. And I had a family member say to me, "Those are George Soros people."
Yeah.
Like, Soros people. Like, what are you talking about? George Soros people. Like George Soros is somehow behind these people, but they've managed to build up this network to vilify George Soros and turn him into a boogeyman. And meanwhile, they have billionaires on their side who are literally the boogeyman, right?
Like, well, yeah, I mean, like the Trump coronation or whatever, or the inauguration, where it's like all the 6 like wealthiest people in the United States of America are all sitting right next to each other. They all contributed $5 million and settled lawsuits. So it's like, what the fuck? Yeah. On what grounds?
Go through the ideology of all the top billionaires who donated to him and donated Republican causes in 2024, and you'd be hard pressed to find somebody who's pro-democracy there.
Sure.
Yeah.
So wait, going back, I'm sorry, I didn't hear a positive enough answer, a non-doomer answer. What does it look like to return? I agree with you that it can't just be one governing party and one ungovernable party. How do you bring the conservatives back to reality? Like, what does that look like? Because
they have to lose. They have to lose politically.
Well, they did. They lost in 2020, and then they just tripled down on everything, and then they won in 2024. So
yeah. I mean, the thing is that goes to the unique nature of Trump's cult of personality, I would say.
Yeah.
One of the more genius things about what he did, and I don't want to oversell it as quote unquote genius, but by not admitting defeat, he kept the cult alive, right? And he fed the grievance complex. I mean, MAGA and a lot of what these people are about, they're very much into the grievance complex. And there's left-wing grievances too, right? There are people who have a grievance mindset or a victimology mindset about the world. It's not unique to the right, but it's very acute on the right now, and it's politically central to their whole cause and what they're trying to do. And I think overall, over time, they have to lose in order to be taught that, like, your grievance isn't going to carry the day, right? You can't just stew in your grievances. And I don't know, and that's not an endorsement, of the Democratic Party or everything that's going on, because there's, politically, I find myself pretty homeless a lot of times. But as somebody who's interested in preserving democracy, right, we need to have real competition and have a real division of power. I'm all about dividing power, politically and otherwise.
Yeah.
That's where my philosophy of life comes from. On economics, originally I was an economist, right? The accumulation of economic power is usually a bad thing, right? And that's what we're dealing with in our society right now. And I did a lot of antitrust economics work because monopolization and the consolidation of economic power harms consumers, harms people. Same thing politically, right? The monopolization of political power around a single individual harms people. And so we need to have real robust competition, and so that you can get back to a point where there are more reasonable minds disagreeing. And I don't think there's any one thing. I can't give you a cheery answer, because I think this is a political and ideological brawl now,
Yeah. Yeah. Yeah, I mean, I don't disagree with you. I think, one of the most irritating things I saw recently was when JD Vance went on Bill Maher, and Bill Maher was like, can we just get you to come to the middle on this, that, it's not that you either win the election or it was rigged. And JD Vance couldn't even, first of all, saying that like that's a middle ground, that we have to agree on the outcomes of our fucking elections is crazy. But the fact that JD Vance wouldn't even grant him that is just like, yeah, I don't know, man.
Have you read Hillbilly Elegy by JD Vance?
No, I haven't. I've seen him give interviews about it, though, but I haven't read it.
So you don't have to read the whole thing, but here's what I suggest to you and other people on stream, because this tells you about where we are.
Yeah.
Go read just the parts of Hillbilly Elegy where he talks about right-wing conspiracy theories and Alex Jones. And this is a very telling thing. I mean, I think he writes this and publishes this in like 2016, 2015, 2016, somewhere around there, right? Before the 2016 election, anyway. And he's warning about it. He's saying that in right-wing audiences, that this rabid conspiracism is gaining steam. And he has family members and friends who are sharing Alex Jones stuff and all this other crazy stuff with him. And it's a big problem, but it isn't mainstream yet, he assures us. It isn't being trafficked on Fox News. And he's warning about the threat of it. Flash forward, not only does it become mainstream on the right, but JD Vance himself,
one of the largest purveyors. Yeah.
He's one of the large purveyors of it. I mean, he's defending Alex Jones. Just a few years after he's warning about Alex Jones in Hillbilly Elegy, he's defending Alex Jones in a speech before the Teneo Network of this, this donor fund thing. I mean, he traffics in conspiracy theories all the time. After Charlie Kirk was assassinated, a horrible thing, and the individual responsible that's being held according to the law, being tried according to the law. But he very quickly went out there to the American public and said there was this vast conspiracy behind it, this broad network of organizations and actors, without any kind of evidence whatsoever. Just asserting this. I mean, this is a guy who's the vice president of the United States, right? And his brain is clearly broken by online conspiracism, and that's where we're in real danger. Because I don't know how you reason with somebody like him. And I think somebody politically, when you see him debating people, I think people need to be a lot more aggressive in questioning him about his conspiratorial beliefs and how nonsensical they are.
Yeah, that's probably my biggest complaint. And I understand I live in a different space, but like, well, no, actually, I'm so sorry. I get rid of those hedges. That's not true. Journalists need to do a better job at having real conversations with people. It can't be that like a guy is on your show and you're here to interview this guy about what animals are capable of, and a guy's like, well, pigs fly all the time, and you're like, okay, well, I understand that's your perspective, and well, now let's talk about like, what do you think bacon would taste like from flying pigs? And it's just like,
right.
It's just
sane-washing.
Yeah, it can't be. That like they can just I think Caitlin Collins is one of the only people I see who will consistently push on like what the fact is. But yeah, when these people are allowed to just go on and lie and lie and lie and lie, it's just, oh my God, it drives me insane.
Listen, there's legacy media is a weird thing. There's still good reporting every day from legacy media, right? But it does not serve the same function as right-wing media.
Yes.
Right-wing media is pure propaganda. It is not about doing reporting, right? Fox News has not done news in a long time. I mean, it's not very little of what they do can qualify as news. Almost all of it's commentary and opinion and propaganda. And I think that's true across a lot of right-wing media now, right? It's all propaganda and reacting. And a big problem with legacy media is it doesn't serve the same function. And a lot of center-left people are, in my view, more reasonable in their media consumption than sort of the right-wing fire breathers, And so it's tough because you're not going to have the same type of right-wing thing on the left. I don't think it's the same type of ecosystem, but there needs to be a lot more of aggressive challenge to the right-wing conspiracy mongers from the center left, from people who are being reasonable, from legacy media journalists, and from everybody else, and just say, no, you don't get to move on, right? You said this crazy thing. It was crazy. We don't, there's no go past go, collect $200, whatever. We don't do that, right? You stay right here, until you answer for it.
100%. Yeah, so I've been having a lot of talks recently behind the scenes with like just like high-ranking DNC people or some media people or journalist people who used to work on campaigns. And like a lot of people, I don't know if it's the same for you when you talk to any of these people, but like a lot of these people can identify kind of like discreetly things that are going on. And some of them will have like a little bit of a macro picture. But the two huge things that people are missing that you just kind of brought up is I think that people, they end up looking at what's being produced at the very end of the assembly line, and they're not cognizant of how intentional the product is from the conservative media. They view a lot of it as like, well, organically, conservatives tend towards one thing and liberals tend towards another thing. And it's like, no, organically, liberals might tend towards one thing, but on the conservative side, when they want to out an idea, they are going to all of these anybody on Fox or whatever else, and they have a mutual understanding. I'm here to say today that Donald Trump ran a marathon yesterday. I don't want you to second guess that. I want to come on to your show and you're going to ask me, what shoes did Trump wear and what did he say to you when he crossed the finish line? That's it. There's no challenges. And then when they go on there and they do this at this level, that filters all the way down to the podcasters where Joe Rogan's like, I can't believe this guy's still running marathons. And then all, you know, on your social media feeds, you see it show up on Fox News, like, well, yeah, they're biased. Oh, but all the podcasters are saying this too. Oh, yeah, this must be true. And it's that thing times a billion for every single fucking fact. My mom thinks that somebody dragged a machete across the fucking reflecting pool. Like there's no security cameras or anything, but she believes this among a million other trillion other facts. And then when you talk to these people, they don't realize sometimes, I think, how intentional it is on the right. But then they'll say these things like, well, yeah, but we're a bit different on the left with how we approach things. If you exist in an environment where one side is self-critical and the other side is not self-critical at all, you're always losing that battle. There is no virtue in self-criticism if that means your side is going to be annihilated. And I hate to say that, like, well, we have to be a sycophant against the right or whatever, but what's set up right now doesn't work. I don't need the next Jake Tapper book on Biden's senility or the next MS Now report on how the Democrats actually messed things up, when they were termed blah, blah, blah. Like, we don't have fighters on our side who on the other side is like, we're going to be the most vicious pro-Trump people ever in the mainstream. This is not just the sycophantic networks. This is Fox News, right? And yeah, people don't understand these two facts. And so they're not able to kind of like push like any kind of left-wing media entity to be where it needs to be. And yeah, it's so frustrating, man.
No, I think there's a yearning for fighters. I think there's a yearning for people to fight. I mean, you can see that politically in the primaries the Democrats just had and everything else. Sometimes they go for people who are scumbags because they're fighting and they appear to be fighting and they like it,
Yeah.
But there is a yearning for fighting. I just think that the fighting has to be. It's not going to be a replication of, like, you remember after the 2024 election, there was this just unbelievable how dense a lot of the Democrats are. The Democratic consultants. There's like, oh, we need our own Joe Rogan, right?
Sure.
I'm like, you're not going to have your own Joe Rogan, right? Like you may have like 5 other people who are doing other things, right? Maybe their audiences will add up to Joe Rogan, but it's not going to be the same thing because he's going to have one conspiracy kookadoodle on after another, and his audience loves that stuff, right?
Mm-hmm.
And yes, there is conspiracy mongering on the left for sure. Like there's blue anon stuff. I'm sure you've seen it, and you probably had to engage in stuff, but it's just not as acute or as central to the sort of center left mindset. Certainly not the centrist mindset that is 47% of Americans who are independents now. Like that type of way of viewing things is not how most people view things. And the problem is that they're I'm very concerned about monopolies. They have a monopolistic kind of media engine, which does what you're talking about. We're top down, a message comes out, bang, that is the story, right? And there's not going to be any questioning it. And I can tell you just from doing stuff, I've been doing this now, 22 years publicly, writing and commenting publicly on this stuff. It was much easier to get something out in right-wing media than it is left-wing media, because you do something even centrist media, because on right-wing media they just take what you tell them and they go with it and they just run it.
Yeah. And then on the left, it feels like everybody thinks there's like so much virtue in being self-critical and well, I'm not just going to go along with the flow. And I feel like that's a lot of what we talked about earlier. It's why nobody likes to bring up Russia anymore, because they're like, oh God, maybe we did go too far with this. And it's like not even close to far enough with how insane all of that was.
Well, they can't even talk about it. I mean, you see somebody like Benny Johnson or any of the other tenant media connected people get mentioned in the media. And like the next line in any story about them should be who receive funds perhaps unwillingly from Kremlin or whatever, like it has to be some sort of tag where the stuff lives on them forever, the way that they try and tag anybody else with stuff, so. Yeah.
I remember even one of the things that frustrated me so much, I didn't even know when liberals lost the fight on this, but like even Snopes changed it, where people will be like, because this talking point was really common about a year and a half ago around the election time, where people were like, I realized that the liberal media lied when they lied about what Trump said about Charlottesville, that there were good people on both sides. He actually condemned the Nazis or whatever. And it's like, go back and watch the speech. there was a question about a neo-Nazi march the night before. That's what it was. It wasn't a big right-wing march where there was. It was a tiki torch neo-Nazi march. We can go look at the flyers. It was all neo-Nazis. That's what it was.
The Right rally was. That's what the United the Right rally was.
Yeah, that's what it was. And when he said there were good people on both sides there, he's talking about the Nazi rally. But even if you go and you check after this, if you go and look on Snopes, they have a fact corrector. It was like, no, actually, Trump didn't. Both saying there were good people on both sides is actually misleading. Trump did condemn the Nazis. Like after being pushed over and over again on it, but it was a meaningless statement, right? It's like saying that
word salad. I've read the transcript myself. So I know exactly what you're talking about.
Like imagine, ISIS is fighting some U.S. troops, and I'm like, well, there were good people on both sides of that, But I do condemn the terrorists. Like, what the fuck? What does that statement even mean? What do you mean you're ISIS? What are you talking about? It's just crazy. Yeah.
Well, but here's the conspiracy mongering now, and they built this whole thing. I don't know if you're up on this at all, but they charged the Southern Poverty Law Center,
unfortunately,
and accused them of sponsoring the Unite the Right rally. Right?
All of it, every right-wing extremist movement, all the ones that weren't violent. Actually, they were violent, but they were violent because the SPLC literally solo funded all of them, by the way. And it's just
so it goes from white supremacy isn't a thing, isn't an issue. Oh, white supremacy is an issue. It's a threat, but it's because of the left.
Yeah.
Right. That's the mindset now.
Yeah. Just like how January 6th wasn't violent at all. Okay. Yeah, it was pretty violent, but it's because Antifa and the FBI spurred it on.
Right. Yeah. Right. It's all cognitive dissonance, I mean, but the SPLC thing, I mean, it's remarkable. I mean, the SPLC, it's very clear from the filings that they had an informant that was telling them about the Unite the Right rally, that they used that information to warn the FBI about the potential for violence at the Unite the Right rally. And yet you have the President of the United States and everyone else claiming that they sponsored it.
Yeah.
And they sponsored the Unite the Right rally. And so now go from your point about, it's that same thing about him saying there are good people on both sides. So now they've gone full circle from saying he didn't say that, he didn't mean it, to actually it's the left's fault, it's the Southern Poverty Law Center's fault anyway. They're the ones that sponsored it, right? And there's no challenging you within right-wing media of that narrative at all. No, just total regurgitation of it.
Yeah. Yeah. Harris was saying that Trump was going to get us to war with Iran, and all the people were saying he's actually the president of no new wars. And he comes in and it's like, well, actually, we've already been at war with Iran for 47 years. And it's very like, I don't know if you read or if you remember, it's very like 1984-ish, where the guy's giving the speech and he changes in the middle of the sentence, like whether they're at war with Eurasia or Oceania or whatever. He like changes in the middle of the sentence and the guy realizes, the narrator realizes it. And it just very much feels like that. Like Trump can just say whatever tomorrow.
At war with Eurasia, right?
Yeah. And it's just so, And then this is... Yeah, and there's a million other things, the trade wars and the tariffs and the fights with NATO and Trump is apparently Nicki Minaj is in the government and Trump is calling Zelensky Putin and just thing after thing. McConnell is maybe dead for 3 weeks and we have no idea what's going on with him. Maybe he's, in the basement with Jordan Peterson somewhere, it's everything's just so insane right now. Jesus.
Have you debated Jordan Peterson, by the way?
Yeah, unfortunately, I have a long time ago, yeah.
Oh, yeah. Jeez. He's another one of these guys who, very, very slippery when you try and actually pin him down on what he believes and what he thinks and all that kind of thing. He's always trying to speak in roundabout terms. He's a good example of like, I think, there was sort of an excess of the woke era. I mean, I experienced it myself,
Yeah.
But like they've built like this whole grievance machine on that where they've capitalized that to the nth degree. And now it's like, they're still living off their grievances. And it's like, well, wait a minute, dude, you're out there with like millions of views on YouTube.
Yeah.
You're able to not, get over yourself.
I'm sure there's some dude that got in a horrible accident in 2016 who like wakes up from his coma and he goes online. He's like, oh, all the talking points are still the same on the conservative side. Like these people talk like they're locked in 2016 or whatever about, like, hey, what's going on with our economy, with our tariff trade war? We have no new deals. We're at war with Iran. Like, what's happening? And it's like, well, the drag queens aren't reading trans stories to our kids anymore. It's like, holy Christ, is that really where we're at? We're still there? Or like all of the fomenting about, I don't even know where the march orders from this came from, the Islamic extremism in the United States. Like, what the fuck are we?
Sharia law. They're doing a whole, it's another right-wing talking point. I mean, in Texas, they're actually passed, the governor of Texas is actually, pushing, a statement or legislation, whatever, saying there's not going to be Sharia laws unconstitutional. It's not going to be implemented here. Muslims are like 1% of the U.S. population or whatever it is, or 2%, whatever. It's some insignificant percentage. And not all Muslims like Sharia law, obviously.
Yeah.
Most of them don't. I could say from the Muslim best man at my wedding, a lot of them do not like the idea of Sharia law, no matter how you apply it, But the idea that it's a threat, like this existential threat to constitutional order, is insane. Right? It's totally insane. Meanwhile, Christian nationalism is a very real thing on the right, and that is a threat to constitutional order. And yet they don't want to. Their grievance mongering means they don't want to deal with that.
Yeah. The WCW or the WWF superstar like Charlie Kirk funeral event with Erica. It's just like watching all of it is just unbelievable to me. But man, not good.
No, No, I tend to be a Debbie Downer, so it's like people don't usually come away from a conversation with me thinking, "Oh, that's great." I mean, it's I'm doing this podcast with Bill Crystal. I don't know, we just launched it called "It's Happening Here."
Okay.
It's a play off of the old Sinclair Lewis novel from the 30s about it could happen here when it comes to the rise of fascism. And we talk about a lot about this stuff, but it's these types of freewheeling conversations I like because we just covered a lot of ground, a lot of different things, and you can see what's going on. And I told one of my daughters that I'm going on with Destiny. She said, "Oh, I watch him. I like him."
Yeah. It's frustrating talking about all of this, I think, for a lot of it, because it's like if you ever watch like the spy movies or everything, like all of the conspiracies are like very secretive. There's like 7 layers of like what's going on. But then it's like today, everything is just so out in the open. Like if I want to cite to anything, I don't have to look at some crazy out there stuff. A lot of it is just like Trump saying it, right? Like we can just look at the fake elector certificates. They're just there. We can go and listen to Trump repeat the exact same lies at the ellipse that were said and debunked within, I think, like 8 hours by Raffensperger about like you can look at the videos at the State Farm Arena where they say, "Where'd the boxes go?" They pushed them under the table and they brought them back out. The whole videos are online. And to see all of it just happening just so openly, like we can't do it now because it all comes off as politically partisan, but that's a failure in like our open media that needs to be accounted for at some point. Because the whole reason about why we have like an open alternative media stuff where citizen journalists can report and everything, it wasn't supposed to be so that cognitively deficient children like Nick Shirley can go to Minnesota and not know how to read a schedule, or to go into an office building and not understand what an office is and is wondering why there's not 20 hospitals in here. It was supposed to be for this type of stuff. It's like, oh, look at all this stuff that's openly happening that the mainstream media is not talking about. Let's talk about it. And yeah, it just all goes by the wayside. And yeah, conservatives have the unbeatable strategy of like, like even Mike Johnson saying that, "Oh, I haven't heard about that. I don't know anything about that. I don't know. I've never heard about that." And it's like, what the fuck do you mean you haven't heard about it? You know what World Liberty Financial is? You don't know what Witkoff and Kushner are doing in the Middle East? It's like, God, yeah, it's crazy. And it is thing after thing after thing after thing. I mean, we've talked about 100. I'm sure we could talk. I'm sure you 1,000 more things, and like every single one of these is like fucking, in my mind, would be like career ending. Like JD Vance said something that was very true, but for I think exactly the opposite reason, where he was like, if Watergate happened today, that would be like a 12-hour story. And it's like, yeah, because you guys have done so much fucking crazy shit that it's not even a big deal compared to that.
It's an indictment of him and the administration. It's not, and he's bragging about it. I mean, look. I mean, the bottom line for me is, I come from a world where when I get something wrong, my toes curl.
Yeah.
Right? I've got OCD. I don't like getting something wrong. I don't like pretending I'm right about everything. I try and get things right. That's the way I try and go through life. Right. That's sort of my whole outlook on it, is trying to figure out what's true and what's not. What's very disheartening is you see now that the incentives are all aligned on people who are fantastically wrong.
Yeah.
And they're fantastically wrong all the time, and yet it doesn't matter, right? Their audience seems to grow, and there's like all these incentives now to just spew nonsense constantly, and there's no comeuppance for it, ever. I mean, somebody can be completely wrong on something for years on end, and there's no mechanism for it. Like if my biases lead me down the wrong path and I'm wrong because of something, I want to correct it. I want to figure out how to get back to a place that's sound. I don't know a lot about the world. I don't know. A lot of that most of us don't know. But these people act like they're know-it-alls and they don't know anything. That's a problem.
Yeah, not good. Yeah, that's all I got, I guess, for now. I hope in the future, like I do think, and I've noticed this a lot more over the past few months, especially unfortunately with my like subversive left-wing movements that are starting to kind of grow in the U.S. I remember I did a lot of research on Israel, Palestine, and the history of that. And then I went to Israel for 2 weeks to go to the West Bank and to interview a bunch of politicians and to do a bunch of stuff. And I was very cognizant the whole time of like, and people today still say that like, oh, I got funded by Israel and blah, blah, blah. But I was like very aware of like, I don't want to get like a government tour. I don't want to have like, it's just cause even if I would still do nonpartisan reporting, but like even the appearance of it, I think would be bad. And to see like these leftists that will get like a CCP sponsored trip in China, or to get like a coordination with like the Cuban government to go and do these things, or to get like Qatari paid speeches, and then to come back to the US and like nobody has any questions at all about any of this. It's like, this is really, really spooky on top of like all the other Russian stuff. And we know that people are so interested in influencing our politics and everything.
This is a whole other. I mean, listen, I dealt in the foreign policy world for 2 decades in DC. This is a whole other conversation about foreign influence. You want to get disheartened? It's far worse, right? I mean, it's like there's so many foreign influence plays across the board, and there are people who are just on the payrolls of foreign actors and are not really, on the side of any American, and they're in DC shaping policy and abortion policy. It's terrible, you know. But I mean, the stuff you're talking about, like on the left with the CCP or Cuba, right? That stuff, what that will be done and what it's already being used to do is to demonize anyone they're associated with. Right?
Sure, the center left, yeah.
And those types of connections that they want to take, like, you know, there's some guy who's in China who funds, like, whose like wife is like a co-founder of Code Pink or something like that, and something around one of somebody she knows showed up at a No Kings rally, so therefore No Kings is funded by the CCP. Like, that's the logical leaps you're seeing here now.
Yeah,
you know, and like that's where people on the left have to do the gatekeeping and not you know, give into this stuff, like the foreign influence stuff, like people who are actual left-wing extremists who are attacking ICE facilities, whatever. You know, peaceful protests, fine. That type of stuff, no, right? Like we gotta do this the right way, you know?
Yeah. I don't know if we talked about it last time, but reading over the Mueller report, and when he was and that was in 2016, and reading about like the Internet Research Agency and all of the or I'm sorry, maybe that was 2020. I don't remember when the Mueller report came out. But reading about how sophisticated all of the Russian stuff was in terms of them running like sometimes huge Twitter accounts, like 250,000 followers, that 10_GOP account. I remember engaging with this account. I thought this was like a, you know, the Tennessee GOP, and like how sophisticated all of their advertisement campaigns were on Instagram, you know, like these big accounts where it's like, you know, as a black person, I don't like that Hillary doesn't stand for criminal rights and the super predator stuff. And it was like very sophisticated. And this was 10 years ago, before you had infinite like AI driven accounts and everything else that you could like infiltrate on every other thing. And we're not even in a position to even begin to have a conversation about what that looks like.
You know, that stuff. I mean, you're talking about, like, I don't want to keep you, but so you talk about 2016, the sophistication of the play, the whole Russian interference, the actual Russian interference in 2016 was to hack the DNC and the Democrats' emails, right, and then highlight the fact that Bernie was ostracized by the Democratic establishment to disaffect Bernie voters and prevent them from voting for Hillary and try and switch some of them to Trump. That was actually the political play, information warfare in 2016.
Yeah.
That happened. There's all sorts of
that's known. You're not speculating. That was known. Yeah,
it's all known, right? But think about that. That's a very sophisticated understanding of our politics and how to play it and how to prevent, you know, a candidate from getting elected, right? To play that game, to actually know enough that they could stoke division between Bernie supporters and more mainstream centrist Democrats, or the establishment Democrats, however you want to put it, right? And basically play that with an information game, a hack and leak operation. Yeah, no, they didn't hack the machines, right, in 2016 because they didn't have to. They hacked minds, right? That's what they did, you know. And that's the thing that Tulsi Gabbard then lies about going forward, even much afterwards, you know, like we talked about earlier, you know. And so but that's the point. Like, that was 2016. We're here in 2026. What the heck are they doing now, you know?
Yeah, I can't even imagine. Well, I can, because actually I feel like sometimes I get targeted depending on who I'm tweeting at or what's going on. And you see, and it's hard now on the internet. The boiling frog thing is like very true, because we used to talk so much in the past about like, man, it's going to suck when like there are so many bots for spam accounts on the internet, or it's going to be horrible, blah, blah, blah. And we're there. We're beyond that, especially on X, where I don't know how much real engagement. I don't know if any of these people are real. And even the, oh my God, this is a whole other thing. There are these large content creators now that will lend their voice towards like political projects on YouTube, where they'll start like alternate YouTube channels and they'll do like narrated pre-scripted videos that are being scripted by somebody else. And the video, and it's hard if you like, if you have a political savvy or understanding about a certain topic, you immediately can hear like all the buzzwords and you're like, oh, this guy fucking hates, you know, whatever, America, basically, right? But like, I remember we watched one and it was about Canadian stuff, and it was like, this is a brave Alberta separatist movement that's fighting against Eastern Canada. I was like, first of all, Eastern Canada? Who the fuck even says that? Yeah, and it's like, this is like fuck the USA and fuck Canada propaganda. This is like divide the West propaganda. But for a lot of people that aren't aware of like where the political speech is at, it just kind of looks like an informative video to them. And then there are like these foreign actors that are paying like all this money to like these other large YouTubers to do these like political projects, and it's just like, bro, what is happening? And we don't have the laws on the books for this. Like, I feel like there should be so much more disclosure when it comes to people that do anything remotely resembling even what I do, where you have to like disclose publicly your nationality, like who's paying you. I think because imagine if there was like a political campaign where you have 200 actors on YouTube, like political actors, like people who are doing media, and you find out that all of them are pushing for this idea of like, oh, we should really conquer Greenland. Imagine you find out 194 of them, like, oh, all of them receive huge 5-figure, 6-figure payments monthly from the Kremlin, from Russia. It's like, it would significantly change the way I think that that the American public would engage with that story if they knew that, you know?
Yeah, I mean, the tenant media thing, that should have been a big eye-opening moment for everybody. You know?
Yeah.
Those were not small players on the right in terms of... Those were very big YouTubers who have very big platforms and have a lot of audience, and I've had to watch some of their stuff just to document sort of the conspiracy mongering on the right, and just, shocked at how big their audiences are. And I don't know how much of it's authentic or inauthentic, or how much they're, you've been playing inorganic, games to grow their audiences. I'm very suspicious of everything now, because I mean, on X in particular, do I think that Cat Turd is a more critical voice than the New York Times? No, I don't, right? And yet the X algorithm seems to value Cat Turd more than the New York Times, So, like, what am I looking at here? Like, what is this even? It's why I don't engage really on X. I think I've done one post in the last, like, 6 months or a year,
And how should, like, imagine asking a conservative, imagine George Soros buys Facebook and then takes over the @America Facebook account to use it as a pro-Democrat entity. And like, you ask a conservative, well, no, trust me. Like, it's not like all of Facebook is they already think that these social media companies are like left-wing right? But like, Elon buys X and he's like on the daily posting just the most unhinged fucking white nationalist, whatever, anti-immigrant weirdo shit. And he also he donates to the @America PAC, and it's like, what the fuck? They're like, they have a George Soros, and he's like so out in the open, and none of them care. We're just supposed to accept it. And
well, it's the great irony of the whole woke era and the excesses, right? That they warned about racism and misogyny and all these other things, and there were definitely, they took it too far rhetorically and otherwise, I would say, and experienced that, in terms of dealing with people who were unhinged on those issues. But the general gist of their criticisms ended up being correct when you look at Elon Musk and X, right? I mean, what is that? That's a whole mess of white nationalism.
That's how I feel. Yeah, that's how I feel about the Voting Rights Act thing, where Alito's like, I actually think racism is gone, so we're going to get rid of this. And then every single southern state was like, bye, goodbye, black districts. There's 20 plus for us. Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, it just shows you, like, this stuff is really potent. But I mean, I think the center left needs to get much more aggressive in fighting on these cultural issues. That's part of it. Like, and not be cowed about, like, there's 2 trans athletes in Maine, so therefore Trump's cutting off all the federal grant money to universities in Maine. I mean, that's totally insane, right? Normal people should be able to defend that and explain why that's crazy, you know?
Yeah, I definitely agree. Well, yeah, where can people find you, or any upcoming projects? I know you said you wrote an article recently. Did you release a book or anything recently, or?
No, I mean, I've had some stuff over at this news site called Home of the Brave, including this podcast that's happening here with Bill Crystal. I jokingly almost wanted to name the podcast The New Wokes, because, you kind of see all this stuff now culturally in terms of all this, but we talk about politics and power and what's going on, and, talk about, how this regime is moving forward through the world. And, it's nonpartisan, but it's also very much interested in trying to get things right and explain what's actually happening and how to counter it, and very much from that perspective. So I think, I've got stuff I post often on Blue Sky, which I know is an echo chamber for the center left. Of course it is, but I find that whatever sort of like woke stuff I get there, it's better than dealing with white supremacy over on X, or racist stuff. So, I'm much rather at home with wokies these days than the white supremacists, I would say.
I will say, quick, because you brought this up earlier, I do think it is very funny that when the left made like Blue Sky, like, I agree, it's like you basically get this like cringe lefty wokey circle jerk platform. When the right makes their social media, you get places like fucking Gab and Parler and fucking Truth Social, and now what X is, and it's like, Jesus Christ, guys, like oh my God, it's like,
yeah. I mean, the thing is, I'd rather be, listen, I think that racism, for example, is a potent force in American society. I think Trump has weaponized it. I think that most people we need to figure out a way to start fighting on those issues in a way that makes sense and that can communicate to people. I think the way a lot of progressives talk about this stuff doesn't really work. I don't think it really appeals to people. It's more scolding and lecturing as opposed to trying to convince or woo them, right?
Yeah.
That's recognizing that much of the right is not going to listen to him anyway,
Yeah.
if not all right. But you got to be able to talk about, like, wait a minute, no, this is not just some abstract thing. This is a very real thing in terms of what's happening with the Voting Rights Act and targeting black political power. I testified before Congress more than 24 times. I never sat in a hearing and thought, gee, there are too many black representatives here. Like, that never happened, right? Right?
Yeah.
There were times where the entire panel was white, across the whole board. So you know, we got to be able to talk about this stuff in a way that's about, I think, about centering on rights and protecting constitutional rights and people's rights. And that involves, you know, combating these racist ideas. I think this administration is incredibly racist, and I think they're pushing for incredibly racist stuff. We also need to be able to protect people in the LGBTQ community, right? I understand that's sort of a word salad phrase for a lot of people on the right, and they kind of mock it. But, you know, rights are rights. And I've never felt threatened by a trans person, for example. I have felt threatened by a white supremacist, you know? So, you know, I think we need to fight for people's rights and fight for who they are and not back down from it and be unabashed about it. You know, yeah, there are things we can debate like the role of sports and that kind of stuff, but I think what you're the sort of the ocean you're swimming in, what they've done that I think a lot of people on our broad side miss is that they're constantly in a perpetual cultural war, constantly fighting a culture war, right? And their political arguments are downstream from their cultural arguments. You know, we need to fight for the American multiculture, and we need to do it in a way that's just unabashed.
Yeah, I agree. Yeah. All right. Well, thanks a lot for the struggle session, and good luck. Hopefully,
I'll send you a bill for the therapy if you want.
Yeah, thanks a lot. Well, when we talk next, it'll be after we've packed the Supreme Court with different justices and everything else, I'm sure. So yeah. All right. Thanks a lot for the conversation. I appreciate it.
Thank you. Bye.
Yeah, have a good night. Oh, wow. Destiny, can you start using Pacific time, as I'm the only one that matters, and it's annoying that you say I'll be on at 1 p.m. when it's fucking 10 a.m. for me, bitch. It's fucking rude. I am so sorry. Okay? Destiny, finished abundance. Ironic that when mRNA research started, it was the type of thing Rogan types should hail. Only after it's successful, they critique it as mainstream science. Oh. That was just because I got caught up in the whole COVID stuff. Oh my God, bro. This was crazy.
Okay, no, what it did, just to be clear, what it did said it was probably an amalgamation of true emails. So the information when it was true.
This was so wild.
True, but the actual email itself was put together.
Hold on, I need to know.
Nonetheless,
wait. Do you actually believe the statement that you just said?
Yes, I do.
You think that you can cobble together random statements from other emails and that the email you put together from that is true afterward? Are you actually that fucking stupid? You're really saying that? That's the argument.
No.
Hold on. Wait. Link me the thing and we'll read the IC assessment. And then if you want to roll with that argument, you can.
That's so crazy.
Probably the dumbest thing I've ever heard you say in my entire life.
I think
Link
it
me
is.
like a 22-page report that Tulsi released and also hope that nobody read the entire thing, but apparently you didn't either. But we can go through that if you want.
No, I read the entire thing. Okay. I read the entire thing. Oh, shit, that's the wrong one. Oh, shit. Nonetheless, we'll get to this. I promise.
No, wait.
No, wait. I just want a line of questioning, then we can get to this.
You're going to build a line of questioning off of a fake email, off a fabricated email. It does matter. It's fake. The whole point is to make you think the theory you're about to say. How are you so stupid? You're that easy to control? What the?
If you would stop spurting out, I would tell you. The only point that I'm trying to make here, let's assume it's 100% fake. The Russian invented this whole thing. And yeah, did our intelligence agents get access to what Russia was claiming to have?
No, I don't think they did.
Yes, then how would they know that this fake email existed?
The reason why they know that this fake email existed is because when they did a search of the entire database of all the emails sent, 1, they interviewed every single person from the organization. Nobody had an awareness of this email being sent. 2, they couldn't find the original email sent or received on any inbox. And 3, they were able to match whole sentences from the email to other emails that were in the Outlook system or whatever. So they assessed, oh, this email is probably a fabricated email. There were other fabricated emails as well.
Here's the fake email, right? There you see it, fake email, right? It's fake. I made it up. It's fake.
Bro. I'm so sorry. Hold on one second. What was this?
To begin on that, the president yesterday, you've inferred that the former president helped lead a coup. Based on what you now see, do you believe President Obama is guilty of treason?
Oh.
I'm leaving the criminal charges to the Department of Justice. I'm not an attorney, but as I've said previously, when you look at the intent behind creating a fake manufactured intelligence document that directly contradicts multiple assessments that were created by the intelligence community, the expressed intent and what followed afterward can only be described as a years-long coup and a treasonous conspiracy.
This was all cringe as fuck. All right, what do we got? What is this?
This is like, how many years do you think I need to be doing this for you to assume that this is like, you know, appropriate? If 13 is not enough, then I don't think you're ever going to say that my opinion is worth a damn, which is fine. You can just click out. Perhaps it's not my credentials that you are calling into question. It's that you don't like the things that you're hearing from me. So you're calling into question the credentials. Not a lot of people that do political commentary of this sort, especially on the internet, that have even remotely the credentials that I have, ironically enough. Something that I don't usually bring up.
What the fuck are his credentials? Did he has a communications degree or whatever from Rutgers?
Unlike my counterparts in this space, I at least graduated with a political science degree.
I also like that, and it's whatever, I understand, because they have no values and no principles. But I like that sometimes they like to present themselves as like the working man or something, and then they'll like shit on me because I had to quit school because I was working full-time, like at a service job, and I couldn't do school and work full-time because I didn't have mommy and daddy to pay my way through college. And that's like an attack against me, I guess. Okay, chief.
And a communication double major, ironically enough, again. Many of the people, especially on the opposing side, did not even graduate from college or ever graduate with a degree of this sort. They don't even...
Like, bruh, it's an undergrad. It sounds like a BA undergrad. What do you... This is like what you're going to beat me over the head with? Really, bruh? We're like in our 30s, bro. Are you okay? Like, what?
Try to make it seem like they know what they're talking about. Oftentimes they will say things like, who needs reading anyway? I can just use my imagination. Do you have
Oh, I think that's an ASMONGOLD hit, right?
any qualification when you got no subs in hours? True. Please subscribe to the Piker Broadcasting Service, the People's Broadcasting Service. It's the only way to support independent media, by subscribing. No ads. Subscribe to the Piker Broadcasting Service for tomorrow's news today.
Wait! Give me the clip. You guys know what it is. Wait, give me a downloadable video. Ooh, that's getting tweeted out. Whoo! You know what I'm talking about. Where is it? Hold on. No. Can you name a single book? Name one female. Can you name one book?
I'm not sure I want to make a deal. I just finished the job. Go ahead.
Yeah, I'm the second largest political commentator on this platform.
Ooh, you know that hurts. Spring. He has to say that. Ooh.
We're on, one of the largest in North America, the largest left content creator, the largest left political commentator on the independent media side. Here's the largest on this platform. He just happens to be right-wing. Let's take a look at what he had to say.
Did you ever read Atlas Shrugged? No, I don't really read books. It's a waste of time. I only
Thank you, Drew.
I invent my own narratives in my mind, and I just build everything off of my own fantasies.
I know he's trying to be sarcastic, but it is quite literally what he does.
I just make everything up.
You're class 4 obese.
Yeah. The problem is you can't joke about this when you have also said it sincerely in the past. And we've also heard your commentary. You know, dude likes sarcasm skills. No, I know he's trying to like say this sarcastically, but he's also said it sincerely. You know what I mean? If you've said it sincerely in the past, you can't just sarcastically claim it now, because it just comes across as you saying it sincerely. Also, for you to say this sarcastically, you would also had to have, you know, shown at other times that you know what you're talking about. Oh yeah, here is him saying it sincerely and not with a shred of irony or sarcasm. Here it is.
You admitted you never do research or read articles outside of Twitter. How can you shamelessly tell others to read more? I don't need to understand whatever article you want me to read. All I need to understand is human psychology and incentives. And incentives and human psychology are the deciding factors of how people will behave. I don't need to read your little special book or your Wikipedia article or anything else besides that. None of that stuff matters. What matters fundamentally is how do people act, how do people think, and how do people respond to incentives. If you can understand that, then nothing else matters.
He's a Chongist. Yeah, he's a Professor Chongist. Professor Chong. Yeah, he also uses a lot of grok to fill the holes that he has, I guess, in his brain.
Which is unironically, unfortunately, more research than Hassan even does. Bro, they fight through Twitter tabs of each other's clips. True. What is this?
Clinton was a rapist because I believe. I mean, do a lot of the people, and I'm not talking about like,
July 2026.
The people on the left. I'm talking about like the center on this point. Like, do they believe Tara Reid? Because I did. I always did. Right. And do they believe that Bill Clinton was a rapist? Because I believe he was too. It'd be nice to like have the actual full accounting on this. I think it'd be a good occasion. Maybe.
Bill Clinton was a rapist? Is this about Monica Lewinsky or Epstein?
Wants to say, does she believe Tara Reid?
Yeah, and I think I said this on the reckoning yesterday as well.
Well, and when Joe Biden was a senator in the early 90s, he raped Tara Reid. I know that is the accusation, indeed.
I think that, to be honest, guys, there's been some holes poked in that story.
Yes, I mean, Tara Reid has some serious credibility issues, it seems to me. But do you think it'll become an issue again for the Democrats in 2024? I don't think so, no.
If Trump wins again, I could see a similar sort of cultural type of reckoning playing itself out.
Oh, with Trump?
Yeah, Trump wins again. Is that what the question was?
No, I think it was, do you think Tara Reid will become an issue for the Democrats in 2024?
I said at the time, like, I unfortunately, I think the calculus is you need more than one accuser for one of these guys. Like, I think like, even if Tara Reid, like, I haven't followed that super closely, but like, I don't think people are going to believe one person, which is a horrible thing, like a thing, but just generically, I don't think it will be if it's just Tara Reid again.
And she has credibility issues.
Wait, I don't.
I mean, do a lot of the people? I'm not talking about like the people on the left. I'm talking about like the center on this point. Like, do they believe Tara Reid? Because I did. I always did.
Right.
Like, do they believe that Bill Clinton was a rapist? Because I believe he was too. It'd be nice to like have an actual full accounting on this. I think it'd be a good occasion. Maybe New York Times wants to say, does she believe Tara Reid?
Yeah, and I think I said this on the reckoning yesterday as well.
Well, and when Joe Biden was...
Why are they pretend? I don't even know. Don't know. Okay. I don't even understand what the point is. What is this tweet? Is this a joke? P.S. Chinese don't use soy sauce. That's Japanese. What?
We all understand stan culture. We've talked extensively about... I think we all understand stan culture. We've talked extensively about like the unhealthy nature of it and stuff like that. But I think there's the opposing side of that as well, which is like hater culture, I guess, if you want to call it that. It's the same... It's the somehow even less healthy side of parasocialism, where there are a lot of people who just like develop anti-fandoms, and it becomes a fandom in and of itself. And unfortunately, it stops them from making any sort of like reasonable analysis.
Yeah.
And
analysis? Not the analysis.
In most circumstances, it turns into borderline cyber stalking. From my perspective, if there's a person I don't like, I don't spend a good deal of time like looking at what they're up to. I'll give you an example, like ASMONGOLD, right? With ASMONGOLD, people put a lot of the stuff that he says in front of me, but I'm not like going to, you know, ASMONGOLD hater communities and just like sitting around and being like, oh, what did he do next?
You are an ASMONGOLD hater community.
And for the most part, terrible example, Lamau. No, I'm telling you. Like I'm not like actively watching ASMONGOLD every day to find shit that I can say about ASMONGOLD. It seems that a majority of D's community now believes that you raped a child at a brothel in Germany and they're spreading that lie all over the internet. Dog, none of them believe that. They openly and knowingly are lying about it. There's literally a video of them admitting on the record that they know it's not true, but they can heavily imply it. And also, they've been doing that for like the last 7 years.
7 years? Really?
It's just, you have to understand something.
Yeah.
The whole point is when Destiny is credibly accused, and not even credibly accused, Destiny's outed.
Outed.
You know, I think they actually believe it now. They're that fucking insane. No, they don't. It's a cult. It's a cult that operates as a smear machine.
Oh.
Okay. The only reason why Destiny is doing that over and over again is because he was outed in a court case for the distribution of revenge pornography
to
have maintained and procured
a
child sexual abuse material. So whenever he's actually hit with something,
how can he say in one breath, I don't know anything about anything. I don't follow any of this shit. I don't know. And then he's like fucking quoting my court docs.
Cult that operates as a smear.
Like this isn't reported anywhere else on the internet. It's not like any other large YouTubers or anybody's covering this, right? Like somebody has to be giving hyper specific information about this, or he's seeking it out.
Machine. Okay. The only reason why Destiny is doing that over and over again is because he was out in a court case for the distribution of revenge pornography to have maintained and procured child sexual abuse material. So whenever he's actually hit with something, very specific, he quickly turns around and tries to deflect the attention by saying, Hassan has done this too. Okay? That's it. Some schizophrenic people in his community that do legitimately believe it because it's like a cult. Brother, my best man has not spoken to me personally for over a year now because of this. They are that deep into it. That's fucking nuts. I know you don't like suing, but this is why some people do it, and it's justified. If you don't take care of it, it just grows and people's lives get traction.
Yeah, true.
Yeah, even the brothel is projection. He literally went to an illegal brothel.
And he's got the clips up. He loves playing this one. Wait, is this an old thing? July 9th. Nope. Okay, yeah.
That the woman that he had sex with was like, or got, paid for the service was like sex traffic. This is his own statement. To be fair, I don't talk to my brother anymore because Destiny convinced him to work for JNF. Jesus Christ.
What is JNF?
The cult is also completely encompasses a person's entire identity. They spend all day in Discord, offline chat, etc. Leaving behind their entire identity. Yeah.
Jewish National Federation? No shot. Wait, what?
I guess the only positive is that
Wait,
Jesus
what?
Christ. The cult is also completely encompasses a person's entire identity. They spend all day in Discord, offline chat, etc. Leaving behind their entire identity. Yeah. I guess the only positive is that their form of internet radicalization is just like limited to following the whims of this weird cult leader instead of just like going down the Order of 9 Angles route and becoming like a school shooter. You know what I mean? Because I think a lot of these people are very vulnerable, and they could have just as easily found the wrong Roblox server or something and became like straight up school shooters, right? I guess the closest to that is literally the Jewish National Fund as far as like joining a settler.
Like, he doesn't even get good engagement on these tweets, but he's still... Why is he replying to the digital ground game people? Jesus. Fuck! Why did I close that whole thing? God damn it.
We all understand. Like, I'm not like, this is his own statement. To be fair, I don't talk to my brother anymore because Destiny convinced him to work for JNF, this weird cult leader, instead of just like going down the order. People are very vulnerable, and they could have just as easily found the wrong Roblox server or something and became like straight.
Like, wasn't it the guy that Hassan got that tour on stream with, and then the next day he got arrested for calling in bomb threats to like 12 different places?
Yep, school shooters, right? I guess the closest to that is literally the Jewish National Fund as far as like joining a settler, you know, a community that actively works to settle stolen Palestinian territory. Yeah, Jewish National Fund is JNF. They sell stolen West Bank land to settlers. Why does the secular...
I convinced somebody to work for the Jewish National Fund. Really?
Secular Talk Discord hate the mention of your name? I don't know. I love Kyle. We're homies. So I don't know. I don't know why his Discord would not like me. I mean, who cares?
Talking about this. What is this?
Who perfectly legitimately like to go and shoot clay pigeons, who like to go and shoot game, who like to go and hunt. Effectively, they're trying to make that very difficult through the licensing laws for guns. As you probably know, they banned handguns.
The 90s, right?
In the late 90s, because there was a murder up in Dunblane.
One murder.
One murder. So everybody, my father used to shoot pistols for Oxford University, and he's dead now, bless him, but he had, all his pistols were taken away. The pistols he used to shoot with at Oxford University. I mean, we now have a society which needs radical change.
The Dunblane massacre was 16 people killed. Oh, 18 if you include him killing himself. Kind of weird. Okay, maybe this tomorrow. Fuck. Is this person actually Dropsite News' social media guy? What the hell is going on over there? Of Darkness. Fuck, he deleted his tweet. What was it? If a woman I was casually hooking up with texted me at night about how she needed a breast massage, yes, I might have the crazy idea she wants to hook up. Oh. Political strategist Morris Katz was privately promoting Graham Platner as a future presidential candidate as soon as 2028 if he won the main Senate race. Oh, what, and he would, like, quit? Okay.
Jesus.
Christ.
That's what Obama did, right?
Did he?
I'm 90% sure, yeah.
Oh, well, if Moot says so. Good friend of the stream, genius economist. Gary?
So my proposal is a 2% tax on wealth of above £10 million.
Absolute populist claptrap, and the people pushing this should be ashamed of themselves.
Uh-oh.
If the Chancellor stood up and said, we're going to have a wealth tax, we're going to have 2% on all wealth over 10 million, it would require, let's be generous, like a year of planning at least.
Yeah.
You then need to build the systems. You need to tax 20,000 people. You're not going to raise any revenue from a wealth tax before 2029. You could be in favour of a wealth tax, but anyone claiming that it's an answer is deluded. Well, the Wealth Tax Commission did a huge amount of work on the wealth tax, more than anyone else in the world, maybe more than everyone else put together. They concluded an annual wealth tax is a non-starter. And that was as a result of the work that they did.
What they concluded?
That's what the report says.
Hit him up with the, listen, man, I made my hundreds of millions being a trader, and I'm just here to tell you the facts, and I don't care. You can do what you want to do, and I don't care, and my sister's dying on the street, but blah, blah, blah. Come on, Gary, you got it.
What I saw was that they proposed that for revenue raising, a one-off wealth tax they preferred, but they said explicitly in the paper, if you are worried about inequality, that will not be enough. And if you're worried about inequality,
that's good.
You probably want to look at annual wealth tax. That's what was in the report.
Well, it wasn't that strong. The foreword said, and I quote exactly, you can get, but the foreword said exactly that it's a non-starter for the UK.
There are limits to the extent of redistribution that can be achieved using existing tax on wealth, even after effective reforms. An annual wealth tax could be justified on this conditional basis.
That's pretty weak.
Is that saying it's a non-starter?
The foreword says an annual wealth tax is a non-starter. Let me ask you a question. Someone invests in the UK, a foreigner invests in the UK. Do you charge wealth tax on their UK investments?
If they're incredibly wealthy, I say yes.
Okay.
In their home country?
But then why is someone very wealthy going to make an investment in the UK rather than, say, France, if they're going to have a 2% hit on their investment every year? Why would they do that?
I think that's a very good point, and I think it's very possible that if you have a wealth tax, it will make it less attractive for foreign investors. But I think that what we can do is improve the wealth ownership of the general public, and we can make a wealthy general public, and it will be profitable to invest here, and we can have investments by British people then.
But so this is really serious. So suddenly you're creating a massive incentive for foreign private companies and foreign wealthy people to pull their capital out of the UK. These are big effects. In fact, the effect of a wealth tax has been modelled. It's been modelling in Germany and in the US. Wealth tax is less significant than the wealth tax you're proposing. And they estimated a hit to long-run GDP of between 2 and 5%. You were just completely blithely dismissing the idea that foreign investment is important.
No, I'm not. Of course, I'm not dismissing that. I'm not dismissing that.
Sometimes
I'm an economist, right? I know what's going to happen, and I'll tell you right now what's going to happen. This is my
no. If you were a proper economist, you would have thought about foreign investment.
You think I'm not a proper economist?
Why haven't you thought about foreign investment?
Of course, I've thought about it.
No, you haven't. I've read.
Why do you think I haven't thought about it, Dan?
Because there's no evidence you've ever thought about it. When I asked you that question, you were thinking about it for the first time.
Okay.
Why is he bullying him?
So my proposal is...
Why not? Okay. All right, last small video, and then I got another one. Hold on, what is this? One more Hassan Slopper.
The best example I can give what made me aware of his tendency was his reaction to the annexation of Crimea, identical to Barack Obama's, by the way. Barack Hussein Obama. I'm willing to bet this person loves Barack Hussein Obama. And his comments leading up to and immediately after the invasion of Ukraine by Russia, the use of the lens is what caused him so seriously the miss with regards to Russia invading Ukraine. My perspective on Russia's invasion of Ukraine was identical to Zelensky's perspective and Ukrainians' perspective. They too did not believe that Russia would do such an unbelievably insane and violent thing.
That was Hassan's perspective?
Yep.
He admitted he was wrong, but his reason for why he was wrong is paraphrased. I thought Russia was going to be more rational, but I guess this kind of makes sense when you look at the aggressive expansion of NATO and the U.S. The problem here is that NATO expansion is not why Russia annexed Crimea and invaded the rest of Ukraine. It literally is.
Oh, okay.
Zelensky literally begged people to stop saying an invasion was coming. Yeah. NATO not existing would not have made it so that Russia would not be expansionist. It would just mean that Russia's expansionism would be unopposed. A lot of the drive for people to join NATO is not because the U.S. aggressively forcing them to do so. It's because those nations are sitting too close to imperialist Russia and want to protect themselves. It's possible for the U.S. to both be on the right.
He's actually reading a... Oh, this is a subreddit called...
You thought he'd read an article? Good one.
Oh, is this just the politics subreddit? He's just reading a comment here? Okay.
Right side of something as rare it is, it's also possible for two imperialist powers who are both bad to be in opposition because of what their goals are. Wait, what? So you do agree with me? What the fuck? What? It's also possible for people to join NATO is not because the U.S. aggressively forcing them to do so. It's because those nations are sitting too close to imperialist Russia and want to protect themselves. It's possible for the U.S. to both be on the right side of something as rare it is. It's also possible for two imperialist powers who are both bad to be in opposition because of what their goals are. Wait, what? So you do agree with me?
How is that him agreeing with you? But what?
What the fuck? This dude literally took the long way home. I mean, he doesn't. I don't agree with the NATO expansion part, but yeah, his final conclusion is like, yeah, America found itself on the right side morally of a conflict for the worst possible reasons. That's my position. So many of these motherfuckers literally will be like, I actually don't like Hassan because he's pro-Russia. And then they will literally talk through their perspective.
Okay.
There's also a blanketing of like all irredentist action or all action that Russia has taken with what it's currently doing. Okay. There's a significant difference between the annexation of Crimea. You might have a disagreement with it. I think it's perfectly valid to have a disagreement with the annexation of any fucking territory that doesn't belong to you.
What?
I don't think it's the appropriate thing for Russia to do. I think it was illegal. Okay. But if you can't see the difference between the annexation of Crimea, which was allowed by the Barack Obama administration, ironically enough, versus what the Russian irredentist action in eastern Ukraine looks like, I don't know what to tell you. That's a very different situation. And once George W. Bush, that fucking demon, on his way out, decided to come out and say we should bring Georgia and Ukraine into NATO, we should start those conversations. Of course, it was shortly thereafter that Vladimir Putin was like, all right, well, I have to take a piece of fucking territory from Georgia to ensure that no such NATO expansion ever exists. And I have to take a piece of fucking, I have to make sure that I, you know, the Crimean base, Sevastopol, is still in Russian hands. He also used in his favor the demographic makeup of the Crimean population, which had been Russified long before Vladimir Putin ever came to control the Russian Federation, which didn't even exist when Crimea was being fucking Russified anyway. So, what are you to do in that situation? Like, well, you're presenting a through line between a time period where fucking Ukraine was also a part of the USSR to Vladimir Putin. You're making it seem like he Russified Crimea.
Okay. Quick history refresher, sorry.
They think the Crimea River clip is Russian exceptionalism. I know, it's so funny. Would they always be like, oh, you said Crimea River. It's like, big dog. Big dog. My position on this, albeit sometimes a humorous quip where I say Crimea belongs to the Tatars and therefore it's Turkish territory first and foremost, is utterly immaterial to what has already taken place. Okay? And it's always people who are pro greater Israel project that try to go, oh, it's hypocritical. You think I have an ownership stake in the same way that you feel an ownership stake in the greater Israel project? So annexation of Crimea and the war in Donbass were non-invasions, got it. Donbass is different than Crimea, and Crimea is an annexation that is, in my opinion, justifiable. It is a part of Russia.
Oh, that sounds a little bit different than what he says he said, no? Did I miss that?
Is, in my opinion, justifiable. It is a part of Russia.
Oh, because it's part of the Tatar from the Turkey people. That's what he's about to say, I think. And so Turkey could justifiably...
Why does he say Russia, though?
Well, I don't think he's going to say Turkey after that.
In my opinion, justifiable. It is a part of Russia, okay?
Oh.
You might not believe it. The people of Crimea agree with it. So I don't give a fuck. I don't care about what... In that circumstance, NATO is 1,000% an aggressor outside fucking force, okay? Russia is not. Russia annexing its own fucking territory that it's had, that its own territory full of its own fucking people is not the same as NATO being like, we're going to turn your country into a fucking base and put literal fucking military bases and rockets into your country. Throw the question marks all you want. I don't give a fuck about the Ukrainian constitution. I don't give a fuck about the Ukrainian like border sovereignty that some of you dumbasses are fucking talking about like you're like a 3%er but for Ukraine, okay? It's so stupid. Crimea is not the same as Kiev, however. Crimea is not the same as the rest of Ukraine, however. Eastern Ukrainian territories have a lot of fucking Russian people living in them because Ukraine, and just like Crimea and much of the rest of the fucking country, was a part of Russia, was a part of the USSR until not that long ago, okay?
What happened?
People's parents were alive back then. So obviously, there's a lot of fucking Russian people living there. So if you have, but like, you feeling bad about the Crimean annexation does not change the reality of the Crimean annexation being a completely justifiable fucking act.
Now it's completely justifiable.
By the Russian government, okay? So that's it. That's fine. And Hitler invaded countries based on Germanic ties.
Oh my God, I remember this one.
So that's it. That's fine. And Hitler invaded countries based on Germanic ties at first. Yeah, dude. Talk to me when he's fucking throwing Ukrainians in a fucking... What are you talking about? Talk to me when he's throwing Ukrainians at a concentration camp, okay? Hitler wasn't fucking bad because he decided to invade Austria. He was bad because he was fucking killing Jews, okay? That was the problem. He wasn't like, oh yeah, we're gonna fucking annex territory with like Germanic people in it. That wasn't the main problem with Hitler. I think. That was like maybe
he hedged at the end at least.
Down the line. You call Crimea? I call it a part of Russian territory, bitch. That's what I call Crimea. I call it Crimea River, a Russian river. Russia's historic access into the Black Sea, Crimea, that's like historically, fucking ethnically all Russian. Look like Tim Pool after that 49 state landslide? Yeah? I would look like Tim Pool after that 49 state landslide L if, you know, there was a bombing, active bombing currently happening on Kiev and like Ukrainians were being murdered left and right at this moment.
Jesus.
Good
That's your
news.
man's? And he's on what? He's on Twitch?
On Twitch.
Oh, Jesus Christ.
Actually, and this is true. You know what? Wait.
Waiting.
We shouldn't let him say that Ukraine was ever part of the USSR, because it was like one of those like autonomous, semi-autonomous republics, right? What we should make him say is, you mean Ukraine was part of the Russian Empire, right? You meant the Empire, right? That's what you're talking about.
Empire.
Right? That's what you were talking about, right? You mean the Empire, right? Hello? Hold on.
Holding.
If anyone has the skill to dig up the clip of Hassan saying people are going to start thinking I'm taking money from Russia, then holy fuck, 21. Based. 21. Really? Wait, what the fuck is this meme? Wait a minute, why does Aiden UG's Discord server know how to set up Twitter bots? Apparently it's so easy that even Doofus can do it. Claude bot. I'm going to set this up over the weekend. We should all do it. The Snark War will be fought by machines.
I love the machines.
Me too.
Name one machine.
I can name 20 machines. Emiru's computer.
Topical.
Okay. Apparently the Pragmatic Paper people made a video about some of their articles. We might watch this. Let's see.
My name is Eden, an organizer
The third founding project.
with Digital Ground Game, and the Pragmatic Papers and I are launching the third founding project. Prior to the launch of this project, I had conversations about each piece included in it. You'll hear some of those conversations with Jeff and Rory with the No Cap Fund on uncapping the House, Hack and Wally on reforming the filibuster, Mike on court reform, and Kafka discussing my pieces on an accountability agenda and reforming the federal rulemaking process. So,
Jesus.
I guess the first thing is, when you were on the call with Destiny, like a couple weeks ago, you mentioned that the country actually needs like a third founding on that call. And I was just curious, where did that language come from exactly? Because I haven't heard that language other than kind of the piece that I wrote really recently. It's kind of odd.
So I have, I've been, I got heavy into politics, like, I don't know, like 5 years ago, and I did it through history. I basically like read chronologically American history through biographies of our founders, and then through all the presidents all the way up. I've made it through Bill Clinton so far. Around the time I read the Civil War and I read about the second founding, I read Eric Foner's book on Reconstruction, and then he's got a book actually called The Second Founding.
One thing I'm kind of curious about is that the one thing that I guess is both attractive and unattractive about uncapping the House is that on the one hand, it's really nice. It's kind of it's a very tangible yes or no type thing. It's like either you kind of manage to get the votes and you've uncapped the House, and then like that mechanism kind of clicks into place. Are there other measures that are kind of directionally?
Which one did we talk to? We only talked to one of the guys from No Cap, right? Was it Jeff?
Alleviate some of the like the same policy ills that would be moving in a good direction. That would also, you think, be progressive.
So, I mean, I think at its core, uncapping the House is, it's about representation, and part of representation is we want a Congress that functions and does its job. And this is something that's preventing that from happening. There's a document put out by the Brennan Center just last week that Jeff and I have been talking about a lot that proposes 8 congressional reforms, and it's actually a point that they make in the document that uncapping the House will work best, in conjunction with some other reforms. And they touch on the same things that Jeff was talking about earlier. I mean, one of those is campaign finance reform, the manner in which we elect people if you're going to have these astronomical sums of money and no one knows where they come from.
Wait. This guy wants to drag him in first.
Drag him.
All right, what's up? Foliage. He is deafenaged.
You're muted.
Well, he's deafened, so he can't hear you.
What an idiot.
He can't hear you saying that he's muted, you fucking idiot. He'll come back.
You're oftentimes fixing the outcome, from the beginning. One of the things that gets brought up a lot in the context of conversations about uncapping the House is also the concept of proportional representation. Some people are likewise very passionate about that. I think that one is, as I was talking about earlier, a little bit more abstract and difficult for people to understand, but it is part of the conversation. There are things to try to combat partisan gerrymandering, as we were talking about. I mean, other things that are part of this conversation are things like age limits, term limits.
Increasing of the staffing and the kind of the power of House offices.
Oh, sorry. I didn't realize. I thought you were watching the video.
Oh, hi. What's up?
Doing great. Shilling for the Pragmatic Papers. I'd love to continue that video. First thing, I'm going to pop into the side chat. Hey, Mr. Moon as well.
Are you going to be at LibCon?
No.
I am not, sadly. I'm not able to make it, but I know a ton of the people who are going, and it'll be very cool. Oh, cannot load the side chat. I will send this.
Just damn him.
Yeah.
Damn your mom. Got him.
Okay. This is the July midterm report, so unrelated to the third founding, but it came out at the same time, so I want to make sure that it gets talked about. For this one, it is going over North Carolina and Nebraska, so a bit more into red country, and kind of going over, some exciting things about the North Carolina Senate candidate, who's running really strong, and I think is a good model that we should definitely look to for lessons beyond just all of the sloppy lists. So, of a way to run effectively as Democrats. Also, some background into the shenanigans around Nebraska. Wait, was it? Nebraska, yes. Where Republicans tried to get in the way of us not having getting out of the way of the independent candidate who's not planning on coalitioning with either the Democrats or Republicans in the Senate.
Okay.
And so it kind of goes into all that narrative. So should be, it was a pretty good read when I read it. The other thing, if you could link it in the chat, is the actual volume to the written product for the third founding project, which has a nice forward by our editor, Kara. And then also links to all of the individual pieces that were included in it. This video that you're listening to right now is a conversation that I had with each of the authors, snippets of each of the conversations I had with the authors like a couple weeks before release, an editorial conversation. I think one kind of big idea of this project is that when we look at, various liberals, that we might have different ideas about what the future might look like. We might have different predispositions. So some of us might, in the divide where, from Hutch to you, to other people, that people might have different ideas. But what the third founding project is aiming to do is to shift the conversation to mechanisms that we can all get behind as liberal and useful, and then it comes down to, okay, we can all sign up for the third founding project. And then when we actually get power, when we push for as much power as we can, then we can have that inter-party fight over, okay, how much power do we have? What is the political climate? How much of a trade-off makes sense between like our liberal priorities and our political realities? So,
Okay.
So that's the goal. So great. I'm gonna hop off, and you can keep watching. Okay, thanks.
Bye-bye.
Directional thing that might be use. I don't know what your thoughts are on that, just briefly.
Yeah, so that's really interesting because there's two things there that I would bring up. Really fabulous book, if you haven't read it, is The Broken Branch by Thomas Mann and Norm Ornstein. And Norm, they were both with AEI at one time. I don't think that they are anymore, but Norm Ornstein has also written about, uncapping the House specifically, but, they kind of go through the institutional history of Congress. And so, one thing is that Congress used to regularly have modernization committees. Like, they recognized that the nation was rapidly changing, and they would update their committee structure to account for that. And now we don't really do that. The last significant Congressional Modernization Act was in the 1970s. And so, we've ad hoc added committees here and there, like, oh, we're gonna have a technology committee, we're gonna, after 9/11, obviously they changed, some of our national security apparatuses as well, but we haven't had a big overhaul of the committee structure and, what needs to be overseen in our current society. So I would mention that. And then the other thing is when the Gingrich Revolution happened in 1994, again, Democrats had controlled the House for over 40 years before 1994. And that's really when part of this intense partisan divide started to take hold, because even though Republicans remembered what it was like being in the minority and they talked a good game of when we take power, we're not going to treat the minority this way, they actually did the opposite. And they took minority power away with a vengeance. And one of the things that they did was they significantly stripped the budget of committee staff in particular. And committee staff is technically, again, I can speak to this firsthand. It's one of the reasons that I left the Hill is, it's a monetary issue. You can get paid twice as much to do similar work at an outside organization than you can for, doing it as a congressional staffer. And particularly on the Republican side, you have House members who pride themselves on not paying their staff and having less staff, being like, look at me, I'm saving the government money. I gave part of my, the budget allocated to my office, I gave a percentage of it back. And
this is absolutely crazy, considering that that's budget for your district, and you're saving the entire country a few pennies per district. The math makes absolutely no sense if you're thinking about that from the standpoint of representative new issue. Another thing kind of in that more...
He's like the guy from Yellowstone who's like, I'm firing all of my staff because I can just figure my policies out on my own, because that's how we do up here in Montana or whatever.
Representation aspect of things is the recent assault on the Voting Rights Act. And kind of, I guess, one thing is that it seems like the no cap effort might be helpful in making it a little bit less plausible and possible to totally eradicate the representation of large black cities, for example, and things like that. But it would be very challenging to do that with a larger house that has more reasonable districts. Or I don't know your thoughts on that, of whether no cap, how complementary or would uncapping the House have any impact on that issue, or do you think that's something that would need an entirely different solution?
No. So again, it's back to the point. If your districts are smaller, it's going to be easier to have like-minded groups together. So you're not going to be able to carve up some of these urban environments in the same way if districts are smaller. So absolutely, I think that those two things go hand in hand. The law still is going to say what it's going to say. It's not going to be mandatory to draw those districts in the way that it was before the Cali decision was issued. But I think at its core, no matter what race you are, that's the point of uncapping the House, is having these smaller districts where you are with people who are more similarly situated, keeping these communities of interest together. It gets easier to do that when you don't have to draw this big sprawling heap of 800,000 people.
What got you kind of passionate about the filibuster specifically? When you heard that prompt or whatever, why was this the topic?
With the filibuster, I got passionate about that about 5 years ago.
The Discord sounded to be way quieter.
When I was reading some articles from Vox, when Ezra Klein was still there, and Ezra Klein's been talking about the filibuster for 20 years, but he's been really passionate about it.
Yeah.
And for me, when I look at stuff in American democracy that are problems, like the Electoral College or the Senate, fixing that stuff would probably require a constitutional amendment. But with the filibuster, it's legit just 51 senators. You can fix this at any time, a really easy fix, and I think it would just drastically improve our democracy and put us in the same level as other democracies. Because if I'm not mistaken, I think the United States is the only country where you need a supermajority just to pass routine legislation.
I think I remember back to similar to a journey of yours, I came to a similar type of position that that the filibuster makes it so that there's just a general incoherence between the what people run on versus what governing actually looks like, so that that Republicans have been able to go truly insane in their platform and in what they message on, partially because at least at the federal level they're not able actually to do any of the things that they're talking about, so they never actually have to face the consequences of actually having to vote for that legislation.
Yeah, some people will say that if we get rid of the filibuster, then the Republicans might do an abortion ban. But I'm like, if they want to do an abortion ban, God bless them. We'll just see how that works out for them in the next election.
Yeah, and we'll overturn that thing. Yeah, absolutely. Let them catch the car, for sure. So I think probably your ideas of having it so that it retains its original purpose of like ensuring debate.
I mean, like, I like the idea of debating, although I want to point out that I didn't get into this in the piece because I didn't have space for it, but like, with the history of the filibuster, it was never about debate or anything like that. Filibustering has always been about taking advantage of loopholes to stop legislation you can't via the vote.
I mean, I think the English word, as it, if you just said, "Oh, you're filibustering" or something like that, like I think it's pretty clear that's what it means. Yeah, kind of how it's.
Well, yeah, the original word came from like Dutch or Spanish. It meant like pirate. And basically back in the 1800s, if somebody accused you of filibustering in the Senate, they were kind of accusing you of being like a traitor because they were saying you were like hijacking the U.S. government and allowing Congress to function. That's the genesis of the term in English.
This is an interesting stat. Apparently, so the Washington Post put out a piece doing a whip count where they had apparently this would come up when the Democrats had a majority, according to I think a whip count. Oh, and it was the voting rights package in 2022. This issue came up, and apparently
they had 48 votes for that.
Yeah,
they have 48. Yeah.
Well, 21 to eliminate the filibuster outright.
Oh, really?
In 27 that are committed to changes to the filibuster. Presumably something that would make it so that there was a pathway eventually for a majority to pass them, which is fine with me. I really don't care as long as like you can keep some form of the filibuster to delay things out for a month or something.
Yeah, I don't mind the idea of like debating things. I just don't think ultimately
filibuster's got to go.
Veto, you know, I mean, I agree. I think the founding fathers got something wrong, but I do think they were right on the importance of majority rule.
What I was generally going for was
they got to edit it better.
What? Are you confused?
No, I just don't like hearing it.
Really?
In the introduction, basically saying, regardless of where you are on the political aisle, even if you're a Republican, if you like the idea of a Supreme Court, we don't have that, and that's at risk, right? That like the only way a Supreme Court can exist in sort of in its ideal form, which is like this nonpartisan, impartial arbiter that everyone whose rulings everyone can respect. That requires the court to maintain bipartisan favorability, right? Like it cannot be all the Republicans love it and all the Democrats hate it. It just won't even work at that point.
I'd argue that Republicans don't actually want that, but they want a court that they like and Democrats don't. But yeah, I agree. Yeah.
Yeah, well, I think they want the court that they want in the short term. But I think if that were to persist, like any sort of not that these people exist, but Republicans that can kind of think ahead a little bit would recognize that eventually that just sort of erodes the court as an institution, period. So, you know, the idea is this should at least be agreeable to everyone on the left, right? Like, okay, maybe you don't want to get too aggressive here, but if we do nothing, you're not going to have even a shadow of the court that you want in a decade. So sort of teeing up, that's the issue, right? That like if you can't get at least half of the Democrats in the world to sort of respect the court, it's not going to maintain its legitimacy.
Does it matter if we have a justification? So like I think you talk about like the fact that like, you know, we've had particular grievances with the Supreme Court. And I guess what I might challenge this idea of that I think is a little bit in the piece is that like the reason why the Supreme Court, like why we're justified in taking more radical steps around the Supreme Court is related to Republicans' actions in the past, the Mitch McConnell actions like around the Supreme Court, both setting like the precedent that we're going to let elections happen, taking the first, and then rushing through a late term confirmation with the second. And that if we lived in a world where Republicans were saying, and this is all they were doing, is that they were basically playing hardball with the court a bit, like this, and they had managed to, you know, steal, I guess what we could say like around, you know, like the Bush v. Gore type decision of, you know, where it's like this is unfair, but the future of our democracy was not at stake, that we are dealing with the current Republican conservative movement. I guess like I'm just curious kind of how you think about like that kind of hypothetical world, and like it seems to me like the conversation would be a lot different if it weren't the fact that like we have real work to do, you know, fight for like the future of liberalism, and like one of those is like literally the power the Supreme Court gives. It doesn't even matter why they have the majority they do.
I agree with that. So I don't know if you've seen like some of the recent debates that Pisco and Josiah have done about like self-defense.
Yeah, I've seen that. Yeah.
I think if I understand you correctly, I agree in that I don't think self-defense is relevant.
Yeah.
Meaning if, you know, let's say Mitch McConnell didn't do anything, no violating.
Pure chance. They had managed to give themselves a 6-3 majority.
Yeah, I think we should still do that.
Liberals do need to have a resoluteness about the fact that if whatever consensus we're able to arrive at from within Congress, that if the court chooses to get in the way of that, that will basically kind of further justify kind of that need base. So in like one sense, we might end up with like Supreme Court reform doing something relatively mild. It's the only thing we're able to do, something like term limits or something like that, which I think will send a message for sure. And to the broader population that like what has happened to this point is unacceptable. But if the court chooses at that point to try to override the will of the righteous anger that obviously is going to come their way to some degree, then like that will provide further motivation. I don't think there's a way of totally avoiding that. But I think that it's not quite partisan. I wouldn't describe it as like pure power politics in that way necessarily. It doesn't feel that way to me. I don't know if you see the distinction of what I'm kind of saying versus that. Of like kind of whatever we could get away with kind of thing.
Yeah, I think what I'll do is at the, like, because I have that paragraph where I sort of go through why the conservative majority of the court is both unprincipled and sort of unprecedented in its partisan rulings. I think after that, I'll I have a footnote about the birthright citizenship case as well, but because I was thinking about basically going further and saying this court would stop like even reasonable democratic, if the Democrats managed to regain control of both chambers of Congress, the presidency, this court would step in the way of something that has political appeal. And I didn't really want to eat my words if the Supreme Court rules against Trump on birthright citizenship.
Which I think they probably will, to be fair. That's not the kind of thing that necessarily... I view it as it's much more likely that they will be incredibly antagonistic to a Democratic agenda than that they are like super wild about everything Trump is doing.
Yeah, I'll think about ways to sort of bolster that point then, because I guess what we're trying to say is like the court as it is not tenable to keep it the way it is. So I list a bunch of cases and sort of explain why they're both contradictory and unprincipled. Not just like the outcomes are bad, but that like the justification, it's motivated reasoning behind all of them. So I'll go a little bit further and say that prospectively, right, this court will continue to apply that type of motivated reasoning, even if the Democrats were to, win in Congress.
Yeah.
I follow some of the law professors that are like originalists. Like one of the ones I follow is a Scalia clerk, and he is like increasingly like I remember at the beginning of even like 2024, he was like kind of a defender, like he was a good faith guy, but he was like, well, maybe the court's trying to be reasonable and they're trying to like here's some like reasonable arguments for why they do what they do. But at this point, I think it was the VRA, Louisiana v. Calais, where he's like, okay, yeah, like I can't really defend this anymore.
About corruption and traitors of democracy. So this one, I think it's the way that you go into it is good. The first two sections where like there has to be some address and kind of validation of the righteous anger. And I think something that I think is good here is that I don't think there's a lot of saying like, and we need to temper it and get over it, right?
Yeah, no.
Because
there's a resignation to the fact. There's a resignation to the fact that it will not feel like justice. It may not feel like full justice. Obviously, we can aspire to that, but
and the deal is that even if there was like most courtroom justice doesn't feel like justice either, right? Because if my child was murdered and we put that guy in jail or even sentenced him to death, I don't get my child back, right? So like justice naturally is not going to put you back to where you were, especially in the case of these kinds of crimes. And it should be more. And I think you're doing this right in here. Of we aren't righteously angry and therefore that's why we're going to go and violently kill a bunch of people. It's that righteous anger needs to be channeled into political will and political capital to then make changes so that it doesn't happen again and to hold as many people accountable as we can, but as part of that process. But the anger needs to be channeled in a way so that we can put in an emoluments execution, or the third section 3 of the First Amendment execution.
Yeah, and they're a little bit separate mechanisms. I mean, I kind of point out, like, I mean, Congress is the natural vehicle for that. Like, they can find out the truth. They can bring out like kind of the full like power of the state down on you, but only in the way that you're still protected by like process elsewhere. And so we should definitely do that. But then like separate from that is the implementation of some areas of our Constitution that to this point in our history have kind of been left to good faith to a much greater extent. Yes. But obviously we can't count on that now.
The problem is that right now, a lot of people are really afraid to codify everything and make this gigantic, unwieldy law book that is just so hard to do. But the problem is the other side of that is that we have one that's so flimsy, that so relies on norms that it can very, very easily be abused by bad actors. That's not to say that like a large law book can't be abused by bad actors, but by having things more specifically codified, right, it's easier to see bad actors earlier on, and it makes it harder for them to hide behind these norms and this good faith stuff. If instead, no, I don't care about good faith or not. There's a specific intentional process that you have to follow, and if you don't follow it, I don't care if you're good faith or bad faith, it's wrong and you can't do it. And so in those cases, then I don't have to worry. I don't have to think like, oh, I hope the public gets offended enough to vote this guy out of office. No, I don't need to worry about the public's opinion about some guy violating a norm that nobody actually knows about, right?
Yeah, and the really cool thing about the Section 3 of the 14th Amendment and the Emoluments Clause is that that's already law. So it doesn't get into the issue of retroactive, like the fact that like if we wanted to pass a bunch of new criminal statutes to try to punish the Trump administration for things that were norm violations, that's not an avenue that we could effectively go down. Of course, I'm sure they've committed a ton of crimes, and we should find every single one of them and make sure that people are held accountable for them, even if they're loosely related to the thing we're actually mad at them about. But at the same time, like emoluments, like that's already in the Constitution. It was very clearly there, like at the time. It's just a matter that we need to create some mechanism potentially to act on it. But the fact that Trump has received tremendous wealth from overseas through various dealings, through cryptocurrency, through other things like that or whatever, those were already illegal, like in law. It just was not like there wasn't a mechanism to like how was that going to be brought about. And similarly to participating in insurrection, supporting insurrection.
Wow. Big deal with it is that like I think it's fine that we have agencies
Wait, why did it?
Participating in insurrection, supporting insurrection.
Big deal with it is that like I think it's fine that we have agencies promulgating rules that have been delegated by Congress. I think my issue to me is that the executive has so much involvement as far as like the operating and running of it, like dictating the ways these things should go. I don't really see why
the president, if the Congress says we want to make the EPA and we're making it to protect the environment, let's say, I don't really see a connection between that and why the president should be able to direct the people there to act a certain way. Because the president can claim, oh, I'm trying to protect the environment by doing this, but like, you know, it's one of these things where it's like, well, depending on the administration, what decade we're in, things like that, that's going to be radically different. So I'm not sure, to me, why these agencies should exist, that they just kind of spin them out, shoot them off, and then, you know, the legislature doesn't really ever interact with them again. That's kind of how a lot of it feels, other than to say like, oh, we're going to approve or not approve people you appoint to it. Well, that's it's like the smallest amount of interaction they can have, right?
Well, that's one of the things that so first, I'd say like the legal regime at the Supreme Court that we've seen, and so there is a piece talking about like reforming the Supreme Court and things. I do think that we have to think about like executive reform in the context of like what is the law now. And so I do think that it is now established that we cannot count on, even if you were to like, you know, try to strengthen the appointment process and things like that or whatever, ultimately it has now been determined that the president can just meddle in these agencies. Even things where Congress took a great deal of care to try to make them special independent, not just, you know, agency norms. There's obviously a tremendous amount of interference that's now possible. So I think that one thing I try to get into the piece is to like clarify that Congress has actually been considerably more involved in its oversight role historically. Maybe not in the last decade or so, or maybe, but they have been more involved than is often appreciated, because they have the power basically to strike down and basically interfere with like what an executive agency is doing. They retained that power when they created these agencies, so the agency has to put something on the Federal Register, and then there's like a public commenting period, and then like to be able to do something, and then once they do that, they put out their final rule, they start going about it, and during that process, Congress also has the power to either like leave comment, they can actually strike down like what is being proposed by a department. And because of this, what actually happens is a lot of these oversight hearings and a lot of these conversations not on the floor, but like with just congressperson to or senator to like agency head in like their oversight role is basically like, hey, what kinds of things are you doing? I would like it maybe to be more like this for my concerns, things like that. And I am not going to be a big supporter of what you're doing otherwise. And it's kind of like if an agency head is at all competent, it would never pass a final rule, that Congress would never do anything. So it's a little bit like the paradox where it's like, wow, federal juries really just never like acquit anybody. Damn, they're constantly winning all their cases. But like, are they check it all? And it's like, well, it's because usually, you know, the feds, when they bring a case, they're like really, really sure. In this case, it's even more extreme than that, because there's really no public interest even to propose a rule that like it's like is completely opposed by like all the committee members that you do oversight up to. But like what we've seen under the Trump administration, like recently, obviously, has been that like, you know, Trump has basically said like, Congress, you don't matter. I dare you to do anything that opposes me. And Congress has like completely abdicated any responsibility to the point that they're like, oh, you know what, we have to approve this thing in 90 days by the statute. Hey, let's just make them, you know, the next year, one day, like type things for the purposes of statutes and things like that. They've totally abdicated any bit of that responsibility.
And I think that's kind of like, just to kind of close this out, I think that what you're talking about there is also where this kind of take back its power is important, where we need to be putting more responsibility and management of the government onto the legislature. I know the executive is supposed to run the government and do all these things, that's great, but so long as the legislature can abdicate and just throw things over the executive, never to be seen again, that's where we see this power creep slowly drain away from the Congress. Like
very rapidly in this case.
Well, it's very slowly and then all at once, right? Like we're just going to make these agencies, slowly make these agencies, and we're going to create these things the president can do, and then we pass one or two things, we have one or two cases in the Supreme Court, and then boom, all of a sudden we've got this unitary executive who's just ramming everything he wants through, and yes, he's breaking all the rules, but since they've slowly been passing stuff and slowly creating norms rather than rules, now, oh shit, we thought we had this very strong structure, but actually a lot of it was based on good faith. A lot of it was based around things that have nothing to do with actually running the country. It has to do with them undermining it. So I think that taking back the power is important, and I think a part of that is us saying we need the legislature to have more responsibility, because if they have more responsibility, it gives us explicit things we can hold them accountable for. If something goes wrong right now, it's very easy to blame the president, and he has to suffer all the issues for it, and people in Congress can sit in the back and not have to worry about it.
Wow. Now that's what I call... Wait, where did Foliage go? Oh my god, he left during the things?
Oh man, coming up next, we gotta...
Stop! Number one guitarist would only agree to song parody on one condition. He had to play it. Okay. I'm trying to think if there's anything else.
Anything else?
I have to sleep soon because I need to catch a flight tomorrow morning to go to Vegas.
Ooh.
We're doing a George Santos debate. Ooh.
Are you going to win?
Always. I win every single debate every time, so obviously I'm going to win.
Will you throw in a shrimp Laz for me?
Try.
Good.
Don't click. This is for chat only.
Now you gotta click.
I already did. Okay.
What?
Really? Well, let me do this.
Ooh, I am the king of these, man.
Kernel, shell, bow tie, root, culture, sticker, yolk, penny, and white. Okay, some kind of pasta, bow tie, shell, pen. I don't know how you pronounce that. And then you have a kernel, parts of an egg. Yolk, white, and what was it? Bow tie? Oh, and shell. Shell is the connector. Shell, bow tie, whatever this is. Boom. And then shell, white, and yolk. Boom. And then shell, culture, shell, and sticker? Or kernel and root? I feel like shell. Company? Shell. Please just match. Unix. Oh, yeah, obviously.
That took you a while, man.
Nope. 90 seconds. Easy, fuck you. Bitch. Get absolutely dumpstered.
Get wrecked.
Get wrecked. All right, now let's really do it. Throw, virgin, spin, prayer, NA or nah, Rolling Stone, Persian, Firebird, G6, Shag, Zero Proof, Grand Prix, Billboard, Trans Am, Pitchfork, and Spirit Free. Holy shit. Oh my god. I don't even know why I know this, but this has to do with stuff without alcohol in it, I think. Like a virgin martini, I think is without alcohol. Zero proof alcohol, spirit free. I don't know. There's one other thing though. NA? No alcohol? No way. Oh my god. That was the yellow one? Whatever, okay. That's okay, that's okay. Throw, pillow, Persian pillow, rugs, shag, carpets, rugs. Boom, boom, boom. And a prayer. Boom, for Muslims. Easy. I'm cultured. And then these are Pitchfork, Billboard, some kind of magazine bullshit or something. G6 Spin? That sounds like a magazine, maybe. And these are like races? That's my guess. I'm just a god. What do you want me to say? What do you want me to say? Oh. Whatever. Don't care. Got it right anyway. The hardest... Oh, they're orange and Duncan. All right. Okay, well.
See you when you get back.
Yeah, be careful. See you tomorrow.
Ciao.
On my debate. Wish me luck. Be careful, guys.
Good luck.
I want all of you to be very careful and safe. And remember to say your prayers. To God.